Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Lived as a Double Agent Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Aoyamas had spent months tracking down rumors of a criminal mastermind with the bizarre and wonderful ability to give their son a quirk. They poured money into their search with reckless abandon. Finally, they found a guy who knew all for one. A day later, their contact was murdered for skimming profits from his boss. By then, the Aoyamas already had a phone number that all for one supposedly checked for voicemails periodically. But they had second thoughts. Did they truly want to strike a bargain with a man who would murder so easily? They looked down at their tiny son, playing with hero figurines on the living room floor. They wanted him to have all the perks and power of social acceptance, as well as a chance to fulfill his heroic dreams. But even more importantly, they wanted him to remain alive. The Aoyamas threw the hard-won phone number in the trash, then found a private martial arts tutor for little Yuga. Thousands of miles away, in America, Hisashi Midoriya called all for one. "You purchased a quirk for our son?" Inko stared at the phone in her hand, shaking her head in disbelief. She put the phone back to her mouth. "Are you certain it's not a scam?" On the other end of the phone, Hisashi sighed. "Don't treat me like a fool. Men like me don't get scammed. All for one is very powerful and important. Not just anyone could have obtained this opportunity for Izuku." Inko considered who would keep such a quirk secret and use it without government approval. Is he a villain? Who cares what he does in his private life? All that matters is he can make Izuku normal. Hisashi's voice became impatient. "You keep pestering me to send more money home. Well, if Izuku had a quirk, then I would." Inko inhaled sharply. She'd already known it had been no coincidence that her husband had transferred to the United States not long after their son had been diagnosed as quirkless. Yet it still cut her to the bone to hear it said so carelessly and without shame. In a shaking voice, she said, "There's nothing wrong with Izuku. He's already normal." "No, he's not." Hisashi snorted. "Quirkless people are rarer with every generation, therefore it's not normal. I'm only stating the facts. You're being emotional." His voice rose with each word. "Oh my God, you've been irritating me so much lately. All that crying about Izuku's diagnosis, and now you don't want him to have quirk? Shouldn't you be grateful to me for finding him one? What kind of awful mother are you? I shouldn't have married you, with your weak quirk. It's your fault that Izuku doesn't have one. I have a good quirk. I bet if I marry a woman with a fire quirk, then we'll have a child with an even stronger power." Inko trembled. She had not missed how her husband had spoken in future tense. This was a threat. If she didn't agree, then he'd divorce her and start a new family. After receiving the news about Izuku's lack of a quirk, Hisashi had demanded a paternity test. Inko had told him to shove it up his butt. Then he'd gotten, well, it had been scary. She felt certain that she could have done better and not escalated the situation, and she knew she shouldn't have mouthed off to her husband like that, but surely he'd gone too far. The police had wanted her to press charges. But Hisashi had threatened to divorce her, and Inko couldn't raise her son without his financial support. Even if her husband's frequent absences had become a relief after that incident, the cold, harsh reality was that she depended on him. Inko had been only 16 when she'd met Hisashi, a girl in foster care who'd been dazzled by a man 2 decades older who'd showered her with expensive presents and compliments. He'd gotten her PRGNT only a few months into their relationship. She'd been so relieved when he'd offered to marry her. In Japan, Hisashi was required to get permission from her parents to marry a 16-year-old, but her parents were long gone and the head of the orphanage had barely cared. Inko had dropped out of high school to look after the baby. In retrospect, at an older and wiser age, words like grooming, pedophilia, and financial abuse came to mind. But now Inko was trapped. She'd visited a divorce lawyer who'd given her a free consultation. He'd been blunt about the difficulty getting child support from someone who lived abroad. Not that she could even afford a lawyer to pursue it. As a high school dropout with no work experience or skills, she knew her job prospects were non-existent. She'd made her mistakes and thought maybe she deserved this. But Inko couldn't bear to think of her son, thrown out of their apartment and left to starve on the streets. Inko burst into tears. Ugh. Hisashi groaned. Call me back later when you're willing to talk rationally. He hung up. Mommy? What's wrong? Izuku ran into the room and flung himself into her arms. Inko's shoulders heaved as she regained control of herself. Nothing. Her son stuck out his lower lip. Did someone on the phone make you cry? Even at 5 years old, Izuku could be very perceptive. Inko rubbed her eyes. She did not want to tell her son negative things about his father. I'm just feeling tired, sweetie. Izuku did not look convinced, but he only said, I'll make you some tea. Inko felt a pang of guilt as her son grabbed a step stool to reach the cabinet with the tea. For a kindergartner, he was entirely too good at taking care of himself and her too. She hadn't known how to handle a baby when she'd been little more than a child herself, and her husband had been utterly useless. As a result, Izuku had grown up too fast. Watching her son take out a tea bag, Inko asked, Do you want a quirk? Izuku froze. His shoulders hunched defensively. In a cold, unchildishly articulate voice, he said, The doctor might have been wrong. I might be a late bloomer. I have a long list of possible quirks that I still need to test. Of course. Inko wrung her hands. Is that a yes? You want a quirk? Izuku did not look at her as he crouched down to take out the tea kettle from under the sink. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding her eyes. I want to become a hero. Everyone says I need a quirk for that. So I guess I want a quirk. Inko bit her lip. Then I have a way to get you one. Izuku whirled around. His surprised look turned into anxiety. Gasping, he ran over. Inko did not understand why until she realized she'd bitten her lips so hard that blood dripped down her chin. Mom had dressed Izuku up in a child-sized striped brown suit. He shifted and tugged at the tie she'd fastened around his neck. It didn't feel comfortable, but he had to look his best. A very important man was coming to give him a quirk. Izuku wanted a quirk, yes. He would be excited to have any power, to play with and analyze and polish to perfection. But even more importantly, he needed a quirk. Even though Mom never said so, Izuku knew that his father had left them because he was quirkless. In the incident they never talked about, Daddy had turned into a monster and hurt Mommy because he was quirkless. Mom cried when she thought he wasn't looking because he was quirkless. It was all his fault. The doorbell rang. Inko's voice came from the hallway. Sensei, it's such a great honor to meet you. I prepared refreshments. The living room table contained a 3-tiered platter with 6 different kinds of cookies. Inko had been in the kitchen all day making batches of cookies and setting aside the ones that came out perfect for their special guest. She'd also squeezed lemons into handmade lemonade and brought out an expensive bottle of wine from the basement. Izuku had stuffed his tummy on the cookies that had been rejected for minor imperfections. Now his full stomach rolled with nervousness. An extremely tall man with curly white hair and piercing red eyes strode into the living room. He wore a black suit with the top unbuttoned and no tie. As soon as those cold eyes fixed on Izuku, the child shuddered like a mouse in the thrall of a snake. Sweat dripped down Izuku's neck. He squirmed on the couch cushion, suddenly longing to go to the bathroom. Inko rushed after the stranger. Izuku, this is all for one, but you should call him Sensei. Sensei, this is my son, Izuku Midoriya. Let me check if he's quirkless. He wouldn't be the first one with a hidden ability. Quirk counselors and doctors these days are a joke. All for one grabbed Izuku's head. Izuku's brief life flashed before his eyes. But the man did not crush his skull. The touch was firm but applied no pressure. A small hint of red light flashed from the holes in his palms. No quirk in there. All for one let go and Izuku collapsed backward onto the sofa. My payment. With trembling hands, Inko bowed and handed over a check. And my husband said to send his compliments and tell you how much he admires you. All for one's lips peeled back with scorn. His lack of response was its own answer. After pocketing the check, he turned back to Izuku. To forestall another terrifying head grab, Izuku held out his hand. Here, since you need to touch me. All for one's eyes narrowed. How did you know that I needed to touch you to transfer a quirk? I saw your palms glow. I guessed. Izuku had been paying close attention to the stranger to see how he gave quirks. If All for One went back on his promise, then Izuku had every intention of trying to take a quirk by force. If the transfer had been based on DNA, he'd considered biting the man. It looked like All for One used touch, so there wasn't a good way to force a quirk from him except by threatening him. Izuku had no illusions about his ability to threaten this intimidating grown-up. It would have to wait until he was older. He almost started mumbling his threats out loud, but he clamped his lips shut just in time. All for One's eyebrows rose. You're an interesting boy. What was your name again? Izuku Midoriya, Inko said from behind him. Her tone was clipped and nervous. She clearly did not want All for One speaking to her son. Izuku Midoriya. All for One repeated the name as if committing it to memory. What are you planning to do with your new quirk? Some instinct told Izuku not to say that he wanted to become a hero to a man who had the aura of a villain. He hesitated. Inko answered for him. He wants to be a hero. Izuku flinched. All for One laughed. Don't all the children these days? A hero? His lips twisted mockingly. I'll be interested to see what kind of hero you become with my quirk. He moved like a rattlesnake, striking, grabbing Izuku's outstretched hand. Something hot forced its way into Izuku's body. His stomach burned and bulged. He screamed. Inko made an aborted attempt to grab All for One's back, her hand falling away. Her whole body shook. Tears trickled down her cheeks. Please, what are you doing to him? A little pain is normal, especially as the quirk settles into a body unsuited for it. All for One released Izuku, letting him fall in a heap to the carpet. Izuku's head spun. He could barely keep his eyes open. Through dim vision, he saw All for One bend over the coffee table. Are those macaroons? I love macaroons. All for One picked up the entire cookie holder and walked off with it, leaving Inko crying and Izuku collapsed behind him. A decade later, Izuku Midoriya woke up early every morning to train. It was almost time the UA entrance exam. The naval laser quirk had been unsuited to Izuku's body. Even after years spent practicing, the laser caused him pain whenever he used it. But it was still a quirk of his very own. Izuku believed with further training, he could completely master it. As Izuku headed into the kitchen, he heard his mother shouting into the phone, "Damn it, Hisashi, you promised me that we could pay with money. You never warned me that this might happen." Despite the tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice echoed with rage. Izuku sighed. Of course it was his father causing trouble. Hisashi did nothing but make Inko suffer every time that he called. Even after Izuku had gotten a quirk, Hisashi had never once visited from America. In Izuku's opinion, it was good riddance to bad rubbish. As a child, he'd been deeply hurt by this father's rejection. By the time he'd reached his teens, he'd noticed many things wrong about how his father treated his mother. If Hisashi had found another woman in America as Inko suspected, then Izuku felt indifferent except for concern for the latest victim. "Hang up on him, Mom," Izuku said, shaking his head in disgust. Now that Inko had gotten a secretarial job at a doctor's office, they didn't depend on Hisashi's money any longer. A good thing too, because payments had gotten increasingly small and excuses had gotten bigger over time. At the same time, Hisashi had thrown up endless obstacles to divorce because he didn't want to pay child support. Hisashi's voice came from the telephone, sounding small. "Was that Izuku? Put me on speakerphone. He needs to hear this." Inko obeyed. It bothered Izuku, seeing how automatically she always obeyed his father even when he was upsetting. Hisashi said, "All for One, the man who gave you a quirk, honored me with a message. He's calling in his favor." "Favor?" Izuku frowned. "What favor? I never heard anything about it either," Inko muttered bitterly, her hands twisting her apron. Hisashi adopted a pompous tone. "All for One is a very important man, and he'll become more important in the future. It's an honor to be of use to him." "So he's a villain," Izuku said flatly. The fearful tone his deadbeat father used had confirmed it. Honestly, he'd had an inkling even at age 5. In his childhood memories, All for One had been terrifying, but Izuku assumed that his impressions as a young child exaggerated the intimidation factor. I'm not giving him anything. The only place he's going is to jail. Hisashi gasped. How dare you speak of sensei like that? Inko, how did you raise our son? Without you, Izuku said. Hisashi spoke over him. All for One has ordered you to get into Yue's heroics course and send him information. In particular, he's looking for a special quirk among the students. Izuku reached over and hung up the phone. Inko gasped. Hanging her head, she whispered, All for One threatened to kill all three of us if you don't cooperate. No wonder she looked ready to faint. Izuku took his mother's hand. I know you must be scared. Izuku himself thought the threat might turn out to be a bluff. The villain probably wouldn't want to draw police attention like that. Still, he'd act as if the threat was real and take precautions accordingly. Please think about our options. What happens if I obey a villain? He'll only keep on making more ridiculous demands. He already told me to get into the top hero school as if that was nothing. What happens when I can't do something he asks for, even if I want to? What happens when he asks me to do things that hurt innocent people? Sooner or later he'll want something I can't give. Inko shuddered. It's your father, said All for One will let you go if you do him one favor. Do you believe that? Izuku asked. After a moment, Inko shook her head. I don't either. Giving into a blackmailer empowers him, Izuku said. If I cross the line and help a villain hurt people, then I'll be committed to his side. If he loses, we'll go to jail. Then what? Do we hope that a villain wins and takes over Japan? Scorn filled his voice, reflecting how unlikely he considered that possibility. That would never happen with All Might on the job. Inko muttered, I'd rather not live under the thumb of another bad master. Without her saying it, Izuku knew she was speaking of his father. His heart clenched. Inko rubbed her eyes and raised her head. You're right. We can't do this. We have to go to the police. Of course. Izuku nodded. We'll tell the police that a villain threatened us. I'm certain that they'll arrange protection for us. We don't have to mention the quirk. No one would believe it possible to buy a quirk, anyway. If the police don't take us seriously enough, or even if they do, we should probably leave town for a bit. Can you pack while I go to the police station? Good idea. Inko rubbed Izuku's head. You've always been smart. I'm sorry I put you in such a horrible position by dealing with that dreadful man. Don't be, Izuku said. It's not your fault. He placed all the blame on his father. Inko shook her head. No, I made a bad choice. I'm sorry for it. She smoothed down an unruly lock of his hair. Thank you, Izuku. You thought up a good plan while I was panicking. You're going to be a wonderful hero someday. Izuku flushed and stammered, unable to think of anything eloquent to say. He settled on, I love you, Mom. She pulled him into a hug. I love you too. Izuku delivered his report to a very bored police officer who'd never heard of All for One. The policeman said they'd send some extra patrols by the apartment complex but didn't seem interested in doing more. As Izuku had feared, he and his mother would need to handle this on their own. If they skipped town, then the villain would be unlikely to bother to track them down. Even so, they would have to take precautions so that they weren't followed. Izuku hoped this whole mess would blow over in time for him to take the UA entrance exam as planned. Come to think of it, perhaps he should tell UA next? They might be interested in a villain trying to spy on them. Maybe they'd be more willing and able to provide protection for a prospective student and his mother. Lost in his thoughts, Izuku pushed open the front door. Mom, I'm home. No one replied. The apartment was vacant. There was no sign of a struggle. An unfamiliar television rested on the coffee table, next to the same silver cookie holder that All for One had walked off with a decade ago. Izuku felt faint. He wanted to break down into tears, but a cold part of his brain did not let him. Whatever he did next would be critical to his and his mother's survival. The screen flickered to life. It showed Inko Midoriya sitting on an unfamiliar red couch. A man wearing a black breathing mask and a suit stood behind her with his hands resting on her shoulders. Inko wept silently, heavy tears pooling at her feet. 3 strange black creatures stood around the couch. Exposed brains jutted from rotten flesh. They looked like monsters created from CGI, too grotesque to be real. All for one, Izuku said numbly. The villain smirked. Right on the first guess. How are you so certain? I've changed since we last met. He tapped his face mask. Izuku said, you still wear your suit the same way. Top unbuttoned, no tie. Smart. The voice muffled by the breathing device was cold and mocking. You'll need that in order to infiltrate UA. Through her sobs, Inko gasped out, Izuku, don't worry about me, you can run away. Can he? All for one asked with snort. I've ensured that his police report was deleted. I have more agents in police stations around Japan, ready to do the same thing. There are heroes in my pocket as well. Maybe you're not the only spy I've planted in UA. If you tell the wrong person about me, then I'll know that you've betrayed me. What do you think will happen then? You'll kill my mom, Izuku said. Tears stung the backs of his eyes. All for one chuckled. The first time you betrayed me, I should have killed your mother. I'm giving you a second chance, because you seem smart and useful. But that means the penalty for betraying me a second time will be harsher. He leaned down and put his mouth close to Inko's ear. His sightless face remained turned toward Izuku as he whispered, if your son disobeys me again, I'll kill you, then resurrect your corpse as one of my minions. He gestured at the black guards. Oh, God, those are dead people? Izuku thought. His hand shook. All for one continued, then I'll send you to kill your child with your own 2 hands. Knowing that, can you still tell your son to forget about you and run? Inko wept so hard she couldn't speak. She looked away, refusing to meet Izuku's eyes. In a high-pitched voice, Izuku said, it's okay, Mom. I'll do whatever Sensei says. As long as I do that, you'll be safe. This wasn't true. Earlier, Izuku had clearly explained to his mother why going along with a blackmailing villain wasn't a viable long-term strategy. But in the short run, Izuku had no choice but to obey. He would have gotten on his knees and begged this villain for the privilege of serving him if it would save his mother's life. Thank you for your mercy, Sensei. I'll be a good spy. First, you'd better prepare for the UA entrance exam, All for one said carelessly, straightening. If you fail, then you'll hold no use for me. And neither will your mother. Inko's sobs filled the room. She slowly lifted her head and stammered, I'm sorry. The screen went dark, leaving Izuku alone with his despair. I'll make a very short ending to this story. All for one, I'm here to call in my favor. Inko, but it's only been 1 day since you gave my son a quirk. All for one, those cookies were the best I've tasted in decades. You're going to be my personal chef from now on. Izuku, you don't want me? I feel cheated. I'm supposed to be the main character. All for one, you can be my new quirk analyst. 2 for the price of 1. I'll make, what if Izuku did have a hidden quirk? All for one, no quirk in there. Izuku, I felt something pulled out of my head. All for one, it was all your imagination. Here, have a less valuable quirk that will give you stomach troubles. I'll make, the boogeyman of the underworld. Izuku before all for one. I vaguely remember the man who gave me my quirk as a nebulous mass of terror and evil, but that's probably just because I was an easily impressed child. Izuku after all for one. I apologize to my 5-year-old self. That was an accurate description. Imagine that you're Izuku Midoriya. A supervillain just threatened to turn your mother into a living corpse and then send her to kill you if you don't pass the admission exam to the greatest and most difficult hero school in Japan. In your mind there are 2 options. You get into UA. Or you burn down the school so a madman has no justification to kill your mother. Izuku showed up at UA wearing his thickest winter coat. It clanked with what he'd sewn into the inside lining. His pockets were stuffed. More had been sewn into his pants. His scarf provided another hiding place. He clanked as he walked. He also had a box of matches in his shoes. As a backup, "Hey, nerd," a familiar voice shouted. Katsuki Bakugo ran forward and dragged Izuku into an affectionate headlock. "Where have you been the past couple weeks? I was starting to get worried that you chickened out and planned to skip the exam." Izuku knew Katsuki well enough to recognize the note of concern behind the caustic tone. "Careful, Kaken, Izuku said, squirming. His scarf made a ringing sound. Katsuki let go with a frown. Sheet, what's with the coat? It's hot out, doofus. You'll overheat and pass out before the exam. Wait, are you sick? Is that why you dropped off the radar? Yes, I'm sick. Izuku seized on the excuse to explain his pallor and the bags under his eyes. But you know I couldn't miss the big UA entrance exam. We made a promise after all. Damn it, you should have said something. The hag would have sent you chicken noodle soup or some other nourishing sheet. I didn't want my mom to find out. She went to America to look after my dad after he fell seriously ill. That was the official story to explain Inko's disappearance. Izuku didn't know how All for One had arranged it. He didn't know what had actually happened to his father and didn't care. Katsuki scowled. You'd better not fail the exam. If you're not around, I won't have any competition. It will be boring if it's too easy for me to become number one. This was Katsuki's very special way of saying that he cared. Izuku smiled, his first real smile since his mother had been kidnapped. I'm feeling much better. I won't let all the training we did together go to waste. That's the effing spirit. Katsuki slapped Izuku on the back. Do you have armor under there? I'm not giving anything away to the competition, Kaken. A goody two-shoes like you wouldn't cheat. Katsuki's raised eyebrow doubted his own statement. Izuku winked. It's legal. I checked the rules carefully. I need an ace in the hole because of my sickness. Katsuki snorted. I shouldn't have worried about you. I should be more worried about everyone else. I hope we're at the same test site. I want to see this. He slapped Izuku on the back again out of contrariness, then walked away. Izuku had a strange friendship with Katsuki. They'd been childhood friends, but Katsuki had turned into a JRK after his powerful quirk first came in. Izuku had stood up to him when he'd bullied the other kids. At first, Izuku had lost, but he'd gradually gotten stronger. The first time Izuku had beaten Katsuki in a fight, the other boy had flipped out. He'd attacked Izuku like crazy at any excuse. After a largely even record of wins and losses, Katsuki had declared Izuku to be his rival. Since then, Izuku had been the only person who could calm Katsuki's temper. Katsuki would stick up for Izuku because he claimed no one else was allowed to defeat his rival. By middle school, Izuku had used quirk analysis to lure Katsuki into training together. Although Katsuki kept insisting on calling them rivals, Izuku knew he was the only one the blonde boy respected enough to consider a real friend. Izuku started to follow Katsuki into the building. A huge yawn stretched open his jaw. In his distraction, he tripped on a crack. Ah! Scream cutting off, Izuku floated into the air. He felt dizzy. Are you okay? A girl with a bob asked. She had a wide smile as she lowered him back to the ground. Sorry for using my quirk on you without permission. No, you saved me. Izuku did not like to think of how badly he could have been injured if he'd fallen on what he currently had hidden under his coat. The exam would have been all over. He had to be more careful. Since All for One had shown up, there was way more riding on this exam than his promise to Katsuki to get into UA together. Thank you so much. Are you feeling unwell? She asked. You look flushed. You must be sweating inside that coat. Izuku could have normally thought of a million explanations and excuses, but his exhausted mind blanked out. He lunged forward to stop something from slipping out of his scarf. I think it's brave of you to show up for the exam while sick. Good luck to both of us. She left. Maybe she decided that he might be contagious or just criminally embarrassing. As Izuku entered UA for the first time, he felt a pang of grief that he was coming here as a traitor, not a future hero. Of course, the thought had crossed Izuku's mind to go to the principal and tell him everything. He didn't doubt heroes would want to save his mother, but he doubted their capability to do so. Furthermore, if All for One had agents among the police, then he certainly had been telling the truth about having heroes in his pocket too. Izuku couldn't risk it. If he did betray All for One, it would need to be after he'd found someone completely trustworthy to tell and with a rescue plan in place. Also, the simple reality was that Izuku couldn't count on the heroes to care about his mother's life as much as he did. They'd care. But would they care enough to value Inko's life more than the greater good? Izuku carefully listened to present mixed speech on the exam. Every last detail might be important. He wouldn't put it past Yue to have a secret hidden in the exam. A boy with glasses stood up and shouted, "You with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately." Izuku hadn't been able to sleep last night from stress and terror. He'd known that if he didn't sleep, he might be so tired he'd fail the exam, and then his mother would die. But that fear had only made it harder to fall asleep. He'd spent hours staring at the clock watching the red numbers change. His head throbbed and his eyes felt grimy. He was exhausted, terrified, and on his absolute last nerve. Glaring with a force of hatred that truly was more directed at all for one, Izuku said, "If you want to become a hero, start with trying to be less of a d-dashed." The glasses boy flushed bright red. He opened his mouth, but Katsuki interrupted with a caustic laugh. "He's got you there tight, but if we may return to the exam," Present Mike said loudly, regaining control of the room. Izuku tried to concentrate, despite his migraine. He still lost part of the lecture. God, he had to pull himself together. There was a hell of a lot more at stake here than his dream high school. His mother's teary face flashed across his mind. It nearly sent him to tears himself. If he failed, then Inko Midoriya would die, slowly and painfully and alone, with the knowledge that her corpse would be sent to kill her own son. Oh yeah, and his dad would die too. That would be sad, for someone prob. Maybe Hisashi's co-workers would be upset about picking up his work. His side chick in America might mourn him. Time passed in a blur. Izuku looked around the testing site without quite knowing how he'd gotten here. Impressive that Yue could provide a replica of an entire city. What was he doing? This place was far out of reach of an ordinary person with a mediocre quirk like him. He'd never be able to pass this exam. If he did, how long would he last as a spy at the legendary Yue? What guarantee did he have that his mother would survive even if he did follow orders? He'd tried not to think about this before, but he didn't know what to do after getting into Yue to ensure that Inko Midoriya lived. His breathing came more rapidly. His chest tightened. Oh, God, was this what it felt like to have a panic attack? Everyone took off without Izuku even noticing. He looked around. His fellow test candidates were engaged in loud battle with the robots. Izuku slapped his cheeks. He had no time to cry. His mother's life depended on him. Follow the plan. The sun beating down on him, Izuku took off his swelteringly hot coat to remove the mirrors inside. Mumbling under his breath and scribbling calculations in his notebook, he found a high building and placed several mirrors below. Luckily, the robots were all taller than the students, that made getting the angles right easier. His arms burned and his head ached, but he forced himself to climb up the building. The robots were being taken down. He had limited time. Even so, Izuku carefully did not rush until he'd set up mirrors all around him at just the right angles. Izuku whipped up his coat and fired his laser at the largest mirror. Even after years of training and a support belt that his mother had sold her jewelry to buy for him, Izuku could still only fire his navel laser for 1 second. His body, unsuited for the foreign quirk, suffered severe pain from even such a short use. But 1 second was all he needed. The laser bounced off the array of mirrors and fired in 50 different directions at once. The combined light blazed like a supernova, blinding everyone on the battlefield below. For a brief moment, there was confused silence. Then the robots burned and fell. Noise hit like the thunderclap after lightning. The robots made the largest crashing sounds as they fell, with a lot of high-pitched squeaking from the students getting out of the way. When the dust settled, confused students stared at the piles of scrap metal. Almost every single robot had been vanquished in the space of 1 second. Izuku collapsed to his knees, spent. His stomach ached and burned. He'd used up his one shot, and now his body was rejecting his quirk. Miming, he clutched his midsection. That had to be enough. Surely he must be safely past the minimum number of points. He didn't think anyone at his testing site had gotten as many robots as him. A giant robot bellowed through the city. Izuku raised his aching head. Wasn't that thing the 0-pointer? Izuku needed to run. He'd already secured his entrance to UA. There was no point in further fighting. He couldn't afford to become so badly injured that he couldn't attend school. Ignoring the pain in his stomach, he scrambled down the building. All around him, kids were fleeing from the monstrosity. A soft voice whispered, "Ow." Izuku made the mistake of looking behind him. The girl who'd saved him from falling and breaking all of his mirrors. Against his soft, vulnerable flesh, lay on the ground with her leg trapped under the rubble. The robot bore down on her. Izuku did not think. He simply moved. Leaping forward, he shoved the rock off her leg. Izuku was under no illusion that he could defeat the massive zero-pointer. He'd used all his mirrors. His throbbing stomach told him that summoning his laser again was no longer an option. He only wanted to grab the girl and run. Izuku lifted the girl up and slung her arm around his shoulder. Then the robot's foot smashed down next to them, shaking the ground and sending them both falling. A stray rock struck Izuku's forehead, drawing blood. His vision blurred. Montjoy St. Denis. A blond boy shot forward in a blur. He raised his right hand and fired a rocket from the launcher strapped to his arm. The explosive struck. The zero-pointer reeled. A grappling hook shot from the boy's belt. He ran around the robot, tangling its legs. The zero-pointer fell to the ground. In his stunned shock, Izuku could barely process that he'd been saved. The blond boy ran over. "Let me help," he said. "You're bleeding." "Thank you," Izuku said as the blond boy pressed a handkerchief to his forehead. "She's injured too." "I'm fine," the girl said wide-eyed. "You saved me. You both saved me. Thank you so much." "Derain," the boy said. "I hope to see you both again at UA. My name is Yuga Aoyama, and I'm going to become the first quirkless hero." His smile was blindingly bright. A quirkless hero? Izuku felt a strange stirring under his chest. Longing, jealousy, and self-hatred blurred together. If only Izuku had made a different choice when he'd been a kindergartner, could that have been him? Someone was running forward with a stretcher. The pain in Izuku's stomach and his head finally overtook him. He collapsed. In the teacher's lounge, the UA staff watched the exam. Everyone stared in rapt silence as a green-haired kid wiped nearly every remaining robot out of the city with one laser. Yamada whistled. "I have to admire his style, but is that legal?" Nizu said. The boy asked in advance if mirrors were allowed on the testing site. "I thought he meant a single handheld mirror. How fun that I can still be surprised after so many years teaching." The principal smiled widely. Given that some of the prospective students from hero families brought their own support gear, I don't think anyone can possibly complain about that boy being allowed his mirrors. Though they will complain anyway. And I will reject their complaints. "What an ingenious use of a quirk," Aizawa muttered, his fingers playing with his scarf. "I want that kid in my class." Jokingly, Vlad said, "What a greedy would-be hero. He stole all the robots for himself." "The boy clearly has a good heart," Toshinori Yagi insisted. "He risked himself to save that girl." Blue eyes gleamed. "I see something special in both young Midoriya and young Aoyama." The significant glance he exchanged with Nizu went largely unnoticed by the other staff. Nizu looked over a paper. The problem will be figuring out how to grade the exam when so few students got any points at all. Aizawa grumbled, "I'd be fine with a smaller class. Geez, there's no need for all of you to be so loud when I'm trying to sleep." He zipped up his sleeping bag. Vlad said, "We're here to examine candidates, not sleep. It looks like this year, any candidate who took down even one robot will make the cut." Nizu glanced down at the file of Hitoshi Shinso. A few unusual students will get in as a result. Perhaps that will be a good thing. It will be interesting to see what they do with their chance. At home, Izuku curled up in his bed and pulled the blankets over his head. His phone had a dozen texts from Katsuki, but he couldn't bring himself to look at them. His stomach churned. Recovery Girl had cured his head injury, but he still felt dizzy and ill. For once, he did not think the side effects of his quirk were the only thing eating into his stomach. Over and over again, Izuku saw the same smile and heard the same words. "I'm going to become the first quirkless hero." If only he'd been able to ever imagine such an option. If only Izuku had taken that path, instead of selling his soul to the devil. Many images and regrets flashed across Izuku's mind. His mother's teary face as she wept and told him that he could leave her to die, but couldn't quite bring herself to say it when Izuku's own life was at stake. That moment when Izuku had run forward to save the girl with the gravity quirk. What had he been thinking? He hadn't been thinking at all. His body had moved on its own. That was the whole problem. If he'd killed himself saving a stranger, then All for One would have turned his mother into spare parts for his twisted experiments. Izuku had been sent to UA in order to betray everyone. He couldn't afford to care about his classmates. Izuku still did not believe that mindlessly obeying All for One would save his mother in the long run, but in the short run, he had no other way to keep her alive. The police had betrayed him to All for One. He didn't know who he could trust. He had no plan. Until he could come up with a way to save his mother, he would need to act as All for One spy. He couldn't afford to be a hero who rushed in to save people without thinking. One wrong move would end his mother's life. From now on, he was no hero. That meant no more saving people. His heroism had nearly gotten his mother killed. Never again. Izuku's letter from UA arrived. Predictably, he'd gotten in. In a fit of insane rage, he ripped the letter to shreds. Ever since he'd been a young child, UA had been his dream school. Now he couldn't even be happy, because he'd been sent to spy for a villain. Izuku staggered to the bathroom and threw up. He kept vomiting until nothing else would come up, then he dry-heaved. His phone rang. The number was listed as Uncle. Izuku wiped his mouth clean, then answered the video call from All for One. The maimed villain sat in an absurdly throne-like chair. Inko Midoriya stood flanked by two Nomu. She was pale, and she'd clearly lost weight. All for One gestured at her. Alive and unharmed, as you can see. Izuku had insisted that he be allowed to call his mother at least once a week. This had been his only bottom line. Without that, All for One could turn Inko into a Nomu and then keep Izuku working for him without him ever knowing. Mom? Is he treating you well? Izuku asked. Inko raised her eyes off the ground. They were puffy and... I'm fine, baby. Don't worry about me. Izuku did not believe her, but what could he say? I won't let you die, Mom. I promise. Your son has got good chances. He has the scholarly record to keep up at UA, and a less exciting quirk will help him pass under the radar. All for One spoke distantly, as if grading the performance of someone completely uninvolved with him. And he had the wits to insist on these calls. I noticed he wasn't interested in calling his father, though. Inko murmured, You don't need to worry about Hisashi. Her eyes sought out her son's, trying to pass along a message. Izuku understood without her saying anything. Since Inko had been willing to tell him to leave her to die, of course his father was an even lower priority. Both of them had let go of any love for that abusive deadbeat a long time ago. Izuku blamed his father a great deal for his current situation. All for One said, Your favoritism for your mother is duly noted. Izuku's jaw clenched. He did not like that All for One had noticed this, but he did not see how he could have avoided it. His father had been less than subtle about ditching his family. All for One said, I have your first task. A small one. It will barely require anything of you. Of course, that was how it would start. All for One would ask Izuku to do small, harmless things. Then, when Izuku was in too deep, he would be asked to hurt people. Even though Izuku saw through the manipulation, he didn't see any way out of it. What's sensei? All for One smiled. There's a rumor that All Might will be teaching at UA this year. Dark, deadly hatred filled All for One's voice when he spoke the hero's name. Even safely on the other side of a screen, Izuku shivered. He had no doubt that this villain wanted All Might dead. All for One continued, confirm or deny the rumor by tomorrow. Even with the deadline, it was an easy task. The rumor was probably bogus. All Might was far too busy to teach at a high school. Izuku wondered when his tasks would reach the point when he might have to decide between his mother's life or someone else's. He felt sick again. Understood. The call ended without Izuku being allowed even one more word with his mother. Izuku had barely slept before his first day at school. He tried to eat breakfast, but his stomach hurt too much. He knew he'd vomit it up if he forced himself. Katsuki ran to greet Izuku as soon as he entered the door. "It's my favorite nerd." Another backslap was delivered. "You beat my score by 1 point. Katsuki's eyes sparkled. "You're a crazy bastard like always. Your trick with the mirrors was Fying awesome. That's why you're my rival." He dragged Izuku's hand up for a high five. "Cheer up. We both got into UA. Are your nerves acting up again? You've got nothing to worry about. The two of us are going to dominate this school." Izuku tried to smile. It felt more like a grimace. "Thanks, Kaken. I feel better." He didn't. What if All for One asked him to betray secrets that might harm his brightly smiling childhood friend? His dream of attending UA with Katsuki had turned to ashes in his mouth. Izuku wished Katsuki had gone to Shiketsu, a school which to his knowledge had yet to fall under the attention of a supervillain. "Move," a cold voice said. A purple-haired boy stood in the doorway. "Huh." Katsuki glared. "Are you talking to me?" "We're sorry." Izuku shuffled Katsuki out of the way. "My name is Hitoshi Shinso. I only got into the hero class because you destroyed so many robots." Hitoshi did not sound grateful. He sounded resentful. Izuku rubbed his neck. "Sorry." Hitoshi grunted as he walked past. "Ignore him, he's jealous that you have an awesome quirk," Katsuki said rather loudly. "You don't need to let weaklings get close to you." Izuku could care less about the strange purple-haired boy's problem. He was too busy trying not to throw up the few bites of food he'd forced down in the last 24 hours. Katsuki was right about one thing: Izuku couldn't afford to care about other people right now. He went to his desk and put his head down. "Excuse me." A tall boy stood over him. "My name is Tenya Ida. I commend you for figuring out the secret behind the exam. I hate to admit it, but I misjudged you. You were the superior candidate." For some reason, these words made Izuku irrationally angry. Not because he'd been offended by what Tenya had said to him on the day of the exam, he had already forgotten compared to all the other stress of that awful day. But because Izuku didn't want to like Tenya. His entire class was full of nothing but people who he would have to decide if he was willing to sacrifice. He already had a risky attachment to Katsuki. Izuku couldn't make friends with anyone else in his class. Not when he knew himself well enough to know they'd quickly become weaknesses. Coldly, Izuku said, "I don't think I was particularly smart. Maybe you're just an idiot." Then he put his head back down on his desk while Tenya sputtered. Izuku's heart raced. That hadn't been like him. A part of him wanted to immediately take it back. He needed to kill that part of himself. If he couldn't even bring himself to drive someone away with cold words, then he wouldn't last long as a spy. Maybe he'd been intimidating enough to make everyone else leave him alone. No one else bothered him. "Hi," said a familiar female voice. The bob-haired girl from the exam stood over him. "I never had a chance to introduce myself. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Thank you so much for saving me." Izuku steeled his heart. Then he said, "I'm disappointed that you let you in. Someone who can't even protect herself won't make much of a hero." Izuku let his head fall back to the desk, but not before he saw the hurt look on her face. She definitely hated him now. His stomach acid rolled. He couldn't afford to care. He couldn't afford to make friends. If he smiled at the other students and played nice, it would only hurt more later when they found out why he'd come to UA. Izuku intended to do the bare minimum as a spy. The more the other students trusted him, the more useful he would be to All for One. Better for everyone to know him as a selfish but so no one would trust their backs to him. When a strange teacher in a sleeping bag rolled into class, Izuku almost didn't notice. He was still lying face down on his desk, mourning that he'd been a JRK to the first girl to ever talk to him. Katsuki had to shake Izuku back to consciousness and tell him to change into his gym uniform. Aizawa was speaking. Izuku barely listened until his teacher got to the point where the student with the lowest score across all 8 events would be expelled. Izuku screamed, "No!" Everyone stared at him. Izuku's face flushed. His stomach uttered a humiliating whine. He couldn't believe this. He might be expelled on the first day? After all his hard work and planning? He hadn't made any preparations this time, because he'd never anticipated this nonsense. His mother might die because this teacher was completely insane. Katsuki hissed, "Don't make me embarrassed to be your rival, nerd. You know you've got this." The familiar insult calmed Izuku down. It was true. He'd been training with his quirk all his life. He could do this. Izuku knew he didn't have much throwing strength. He needed to make it up during the race and the long jump. He relentlessly fired his navel laser in order to shoot himself forward. His stomach screamed in agony. He was in bad shape due to his nerves filling his stomach with acid. It hadn't been his best performance. But at least he wasn't in last place. Aoyama raised his hand. "I've been granted permission from the school to use my support equipment in all school activities." Aizawa grunted. "Your parents threatened to sue us for discrimination if we didn't allow it." The teacher sounded reluctantly impressed. "You're attempting a difficult path, but I'll allow you a shot." Katsuki sneered. In a voice meant to be overheard, he said, "I hope being in a school with a weakling who can't do anything without support gear doesn't slow me down." Izuku elbowed his childhood friend. "Hey, Aoyama saved me during the exam. Don't be quirkist." "Ugh, fine. I'm sorry." Katsuki groaned. "Powa, apology accepted." Aoyama's smile never flattered. "I would like to lend my support equipment to Hitoshi Shinso during his turn. I believe it only fair. Otherwise I would be receiving an unfair advantage because of my wealth." "Oh." Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "I like your guts." "Fine." Hitoshi startled. "You'd do that for me? Even though we're competitors?" Aoyama said, "Those of us traditionally disadvantaged in the world of heroics need to stick together, Mon Ami." A very small smile formed on Hitoshi's lips. "Thank you." In a whisper, Katsuki said to Izuku, "You're the only one who calls me out when I'm a G." "Thank you." Izuku nudged his friend back. "You're welcome." Despite the support equipment, Hitoshi came in last. His lack of familiarity had prevented him from using the gear effectively. When Aizawa revealed that he'd been bluffing about the lowest-ranking student being expelled, Izuku didn't know if he believed it or if Aizawa had changed his mind because of Aoyama's touching display of friendship. Either way, Izuku was filled with an annoyance bordering on rage. Why did his teacher have to screw with him? It was only the first day at UA, and Izuku was barely keeping the contents of his stomach down. He wouldn't last long at this rate. He wasn't cut out to be a spy, and he knew it. The remaining classes passed in a blur. Izuku was too focused on trying not to pass out to pay much attention. At least no more crazy teachers threatened to expel him. As Izuku sat in basic hero training, a loud voice boomed, "I have come through the door, like normal." Izuku's head shot up. He'd watched enough videos to recognize that voice like his own mother's. All Might stood in the doorway, beaming in full costume. Falling out of his desk chair, Izuku dropped to his knees and vomited. Around him, he heard cries of surprise. Katsuki's shout was the loudest. His childhood friend put a hand on his back. Izuku barely felt it. His mind spun, unable to think through the horror. All Might was teaching at UA. And Izuku would be ordered to betray his hero to his death. Make time. Make. If Izuku didn't destroy any robots. "Izuku, time to burn down you." "All Might, my boy, stop. There are hero points." Make. If Izuku came in last on the quirk apprehension test. "Izuku, give me a moment to light my matches." "Aizawa, stop. I changed my mind. I'm not expelling anyone." Izuku woke up to blinding light on his face and the sensation of dry lips on his forehead. He ummed, then his stomach growled. Straightening, Recovery Girl said, "I can't do anything about him being hungry. My quirk doesn't work like that. He's probably a bit stressed out. I get a couple students in here with upset stomachs at the start of every new school year." All Might boomed, "I'm glad it's not a serious illness." He leaned over, the light glinting off his broad smile. "How do you feel, young Midoriya?" Izuku said. The real All Might was next to him, close enough for Izuku to touch one of the legendary hair tufts. Izuku wanted to ask for All Might's autograph. He wanted to throw himself at All Might's feet and beg to be saved. He wanted to warn his hero. Since All for One had specifically asked about All Might, that meant All Might was almost certainly the villain's target. But Izuku did none of those things. His mother's life hung in balance. Izuku told himself that All Might was the #1 hero and could surely take care of himself, whereas Mom had only Izuku to protect her. Gods, Izuku felt like scum. He would have thrown up again if his stomach hadn't been empty. All Might's smile faded as Izuku stared at him without speaking, and the silence stretched on too long. Is there something in my teeth? He chuckled. Izuku kept staring, no words coming to him. Anything he might possibly say felt like he'd be betraying someone. Maybe this would all turn out to be a horrible nightmare. All Might showing up at UA felt a little too contrived. Yes, this was all a dream. Leaning sideways, All Might covertly checked his teeth in the infirmary mirror. Finding nothing, his smile returned. Young Midoriya, I'm sure your first day at hero school must be nerve-wracking. I'll let you in on a secret. Even I was nervous during my first day at UA, afraid I'd let my mentor down. But you have nothing to be concerned about. You're going to become a fine hero. I saw you at the entrance exam when you saved young Uraraka, and I was most impressed. Tears hovered in Izuku's eyes, not quite falling. He'd been complimented by his favorite hero, just as he'd dreamed about ever since he'd been 4 years old and running around in an All Might onesie playing heroes and villains. But it was all a lie. Izuku was a horrible traitor who would have to put All Might in danger. Any second now, Izuku would burst into tears and break his cover. Then his mother would die. Izuku glared like he'd never glared in his entire life, desperately trying to stop his tears from falling. I'll go now, All Might said meekly, turning and leaving. Recovery Girl laughed. Whoa, Midoriya, you must be an extreme anti-fan. I haven't seen anyone glare at All Might so hard since he tried to congratulate Endeavor on making #2 hero. No. Izuku's hero thought that he hated him. Izuku fell back on the bed and pulled the covers over his face. Please, this had to all be a bad dream. But of course, it was no dream. That night, Izuku messaged his uncle, All for One, the news that All Might was teaching at UA. He knew that it made no difference what he said. This would become public knowledge very soon. All for One had probably already known, or he wouldn't have asked such a specific question. The request had merely been a test. But Izuku still felt like the biggest scum on the earth as he remembered All Might's big smile as he'd complimented Izuku. Izuku got very little sleep that night. When Izuku staggered to the next morning, bleary-eyed and head-pounding, he was greeted by a crowd of reporters. A stranger moved a mic in his face and demanded, "What's it like learning from the legendary All Might?" Izuku's temper snapped. He growled, I don't see why All Might is teaching at UA when the #1 hero must have more important things to do. It's certainly not because he has any skill or experience at teaching. Then he stomped off. He knew he wasn't being fair. The real reason he was upset was about being forced to spy on All Might. He felt so tired it had popped out. When UA's door came clanging down to lock out the reporters, it was a huge relief. Aizawa held class president elections. Izuku didn't even bother to vote, and as a result got 0 votes. Aoyama got 2 votes because Hitoshi Shinso voted for him, and Momo also got 2 votes, so they played rock paper scissors for it and Aoyama won. The quirkless kid had become class president. Apparently that could have been Izuku if he hadn't taken a deal with a supervillain as a 5-year-old. Why had he ever believed he couldn't become a hero without a quirk? Why had he given up? Izuku seethed in his misery. At lunch, Katsuki sat down next to Izuku without needing an invitation. Slamming down his tray, the blonde boy said, "If you weren't going to vote for yourself, you should have voted for me. Then it would have been a 3-way tie, and I would have crushed at rock paper scissors." Izuku grunted. His stomach had been growling at him again, but he couldn't choke down any food. He pushed around the rice on his plate. Katsuki said, "Seriously, nerd, you're starting to freak me out. All Might is teaching us and you didn't even fanboy. Is your old man's condition that DMN bad?" For a brief moment, Izuku wanted to spill everything to his childhood friend. Katsuki was the only person at UA who would care about Inko as a person, not just a civilian hostage. But that was a terrible idea. Izuku couldn't get a friend mixed up in this and destroy his hero career. Also, Katsuki had 0 acting ability. He would make Izuku's current lousy performance as a spy look like an Oscar award-winning act. Their middle school play had driven the drama teacher to a mental breakdown. Katsuki would get them both caught by UA within 5 minutes, and then All for One would kill Inko because he had no further use for Izuku. Unfortunately, Katsuki already suspected something. There was a fine line between acting like a lone wolf and acting suspicious, and Izuku suspected he'd landed on the wrong side of it. He had to pull himself together. If he got caught, then his mom would pay the price. Izuku seized on the excuse that Katsuki had offered him. "Yeah, my father might be dying." Katsuki shook his head. "Would that be any loss to the world, though?" Izuku burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his cheeks. It felt like he finally had an excuse to cry the tears he'd been suppressing. Other students were definitely staring at him, but he didn't care. Izuku finally felt alive, and with it came his appetite. Reaching for chopsticks, Izuku said, "Thanks, I needed that." The loudspeaker overhead sounded. "Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion." Izuku's mind went white. All he could think was that this was all his fault. All for One must be making a move to kill All Might. Why was it happening so soon? Izuku quickly got separated from Katsuki in the crush of students. He glimpsed reporters breaking in. In his panicked state, Izuku could only think that he had to save All Might. It was ridiculous to imagine a high schooler could save the number one hero, but still Izuku's feet took him to the teacher's lounge. It was empty. All Might wasn't even here. This had been foolish. "Hey, it's you. The info dump NPC." A white-haired young man with desiccated skin stood in the hallway. He had his hands in the pockets of his black hoodie. Standing in the doorway, Izuku blinked. "Do I know you?" Cracked lips widened into a grin. "I'm Tomura Shigaraki." After a pause, Izuku admitted, "I still don't know you. I'm sorry, I've had a very exhausting last couple of days. Are you a teacher's aide?" Tomura scowled. "Sensei didn't tell you about me? I'm All for One's successor." Izuku uttered a high-pitched squeak, then grabbed Tomura by his collar and yanked him into the teacher's lounge. "Don't just say that in public. Are you trying to get me caught?" If this fool outed Izuku as a spy, then his mother would die even though it wouldn't be his fault. His headache returned with a vengeance. Tomura looked around. "Hey, is this the teacher's lounge? What a loot chest. I was just hoping to steal an itinerary." He went to Aizawa's computer, plugged in a flash drive, and started copying files. Izuku felt sick. He'd accidentally helped the villains, even though he'd resolved to do the bare minimum for them. "Maybe you should leave before you get caught." Izuku put a hand on Tomura's shoulder. Tomura flung the hand off, growling, "Don't touch me, NPC." Spittle flew from his mouth. His red eyes were wild. Izuku took a step backward. "I'm trying to help." That was a blatant lie. Izuku tried to express himself in terms a gamer would understand. Don't get so distracted on a side quest that you fail to defeat the final boss. Good point. Tomura yanked out the flash drive. "I have what I need. UA will be taking a field trip to USJ. It's the perfect chance to kill All Might." He leered down at Izuku. "Find a place to hide out of sight, little NPC. The lower-level players don't know about you. We plan to slaughter a couple hero eggs as a cheat code to lure All Might into our trap." Then Tomura sauntered out of the office. Izuku stood still and frozen. Those words kept replaying in his mind. Kill All Might, slaughter a couple hero eggs. All Might was the number one hero. Surely he was strong enough to survive a villain attack, right? But there was no guarantee all of Izuku's classmates would walk away. Someone might die. Because of Izuku. In a brief, mad impulse, Izuku opened a Word document on Aizawa's computer and typed in all caps "Villains know about Class 1's trip to UA." Then he wiped the keyboard of fingerprints and fled. Once in the hallway, Izuku's breathing came out short. He felt like a heavy weight had settled on his chest. He wanted to cry, but the tears seemed stopped up inside of him. What had he done? If the villains figured out his mom was dead. Oh God. He was stupid, so stupid. Thundering footsteps announced that students were pouring back into the building. Izuku couldn't be caught here. He slipped into the bathroom, where he vomited up the 2 bites of lunch he'd eaten. Peering over Aizawa's shoulder, Nizu stared at the message on the screen. This is interesting. Aizawa said, a large number of files were copied off my computer. I wouldn't have noticed if not for the message. Nizu beamed and clapped his paws together. This is the perfect opportunity to set a trap for the villains responsible. Don't tell your class that the field trip has been cancelled until the last minute. Aizawa grunted. I'm worried about whoever left this message. Nizu nodded. It seems that whoever broke in during the reporter mess was threatened to steal your files. I wonder who and why. I'll reach out to my sources in the underworld. At the moment it looks like the spy came from outside UA, but I'll look into the files of our new students just in case. We need to be cautious about this, or our informant will be in danger. Nizu's eyes narrowed. Say nothing about this. Not even to the other teachers. Izuku had nightmares, but that was nothing new. His nights had been full of nightmares since his mother's kidnapping. Once again, he arrived at school with raccoon-sized bags under his eyes. Hitoshi slipped Izuku a can of coffee and whispered something about how he found warm milk at night helped him sleep. Izuku suspected he must be in bad shape indeed if even the boy who hadn't seemed to like him much was taking pity on him. He had to keep it together before he broke down in the middle of class. When Aizawa announced the field trip to USJ had been cancelled, a groan went through the class. Izuku kept his face studiously neutral, but he was panicking. The heroes were almost certainly planning a trap. Why else had they waited until the last minute to announce the change of plans? As soon as the villain's plan got ruined, they would be looking for someone to blame. Tomura had told Izuku about the plan. If only the stupid game-obsessed weirdo hadn't opened up his big trap and made Izuku into a prime suspect. Last night, Izuku had tried to convince himself that maybe All for One would get caught at USJ and then this nightmare would be all over. But Izuku didn't seriously believe that. Mr. Life Support seemed more like a behind-the-scenes villain. Also, there was a very real risk that All for One had arranged it so Inko would die if he died. Izuku was doomed. He would go down in history as the worst spy and the worst son. If Izuku threw up one more time, his teachers might try to make him take sick leave from school. So he slipped outside and sat on a park bench on the school lawn. Placing his head in his hands, he inhaled deeply. Tears exploded from his eyes, spraying in all directions. A sound like a balloon deflating made Izuku's head shoot up. A tall, scrawny man with a trickle of blood coming from his mouth stood next to a tree. He coughed. Looking at his hands, he muttered, "My time limit is getting any shorter. Why are my feet wet?" He glanced over at Izuku. "Kid, are you all right? Are you all right?" Izuku asked, pointing at the blood. The stranger mopped his lip with a tissue. Just an old injury acting up. He held out the packet of tissues to Izuku. For a moment, Izuku hesitated to take anything from the stranger, wondering if another spy of All for One's had snuck into school. Then he realized he was being ridiculous. No one would send a spy who left an incriminating and DNA-identifying trail of blood everywhere he coughed. This man looked so weak, even Izuku could probably defeat him in a fight. "Thank you," Izuku said, taking the tissues. He blew his nose. "Who are you?" "Me? Yes, of course you want to know who I am. I'm just the school janitor, Toshinori Yagi. You wouldn't have seen me around much. I mostly do my work out of sight." See, Izuku had been paranoid. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Yagi. I'm Izuku Midoriya." Toshinori sat down on the bench. "Do you mind me asking what is wrong?" "You don't have to tell me." Izuku thought it would be easier to stick to one lie so he wouldn't forget it, so he used the same story he'd fed Katsuki. "My dad is very sick and probably dying." Big blue eyes filled with sympathy. "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I lost my adopted mother at a young age, and it was very rough." "Adopted mother? Then you lost 3 parents?" Izuku shuddered. "That's horrible. I'm sorry." "Not exactly." A rueful look twisted Toshinori's face. "My birth parents kicked me out for being quirkless." Izuku felt a sudden surge of sympathy for a fellow quirkless person even though Izuku no longer qualified. My dad ditched me and mom when I was pretty young. Oops, had he just shot a hole in his own cover story? So I guess I shouldn't feel so broken up about this. That's not the case at all, Toshinori said firmly. You're allowed to mourn as much as you want. There's no right or wrong. This might be presumptuous to say, but please don't feel like you have to force yourself to be fine. I know there's a lot of pressure on UA students. But there's a family leave policy if you need it. Don't push yourself so hard that you burn out. This was probably good advice, just completely irrelevant to Izuku's real situation. If he left UA, his mother died. He grunted. Toshinori said, Mr. Aizawa might seem like a grump, but he would be understanding if he knew about your circumstances. I know you're an anti-fan of All Might, but he's actually a nice person. Huh. Izuku blinked through watery eyes. Why would you think that I dislike All Might? Toshinori coughed. Rumor has it that you threw up at the sight of him and then glared at him with the hatred of 1,000 villains. Also, there's a video clip of you trash-talking his teaching currently playing on news stations around Japan. Izuku waved his hands. No, I'm actually a big All Might fan. He's the coolest hero in the world. I was nervous around him because I wanted to ask for his autograph, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I think it looked like I was glaring because I felt sick. Oh, I see. Pink tinged Toshinori's cheeks. Huh, it's good to see that kids these days still admire a fossil like All Might. Izuku stared at the tree. I wonder what a hero like All Might would do in my situation. I'm sure All Might would tell you that it's okay to be sad and you should take a break if you need one. No, not that. Izuku gnawed on his lower lip. I have another dilemma. I have to choose between protecting two things. It would be objectively right to pick the first thing, but I want to protect the other one more. Toshinori asked, then why not protect both? Izuku shook his head. No, I can't do that. I might lose everything. I might have already failed to protect my most important thing while trying to have it both ways. Toshinori said, in comic books, villains often try to make a hero pick between two hostages. But the hero always tries to save everyone. I know it's not always so easy in real life. You might fail. But if both things are important to you, then you should try. Toshinori grinned, a broad smile that suddenly reminded Izuku of All Might. Heroes are selfish like that. You're right. Izuku stood up. He handed Toshinori back the tissues. I won't give up on protecting everything just yet. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. No matter what the consequences might be, Izuku would try to save his mother. Amazing how easily Izuku was able to walk into an office building of a company he had no affiliation with. He looked like a polite, neat boy and walked at a casual pace holding a bento box. Everyone assumed he must be bringing lunch to a parent. Izuku's heart hammered as he stepped into the elevator. He got off at the roof. There was a fence around the door, but he climbed over it. To get out of class, Izuku had faked another stomach ache. He only needed to cover his hand over his mouth and pretend to be about to barf again to get Mr. Aizawa to let him go. Luckily, his quirk made a good excuse for constant stomach trouble. He'd better make this fast so he could get back to school before anyone noticed he wasn't in the infirmary. Pulling out his binoculars, Izuku looked at the dome of the unforeseen simulation joint. He'd swiped these binoculars from the support staff classroom, and they were unusually powerful. Fortunately, he could see through the windows at the base of the dome. While waiting, Izuku calculated out a clear line of fire for his laser. From past experience, he knew his laser could move infinitely far if uninterrupted. He'd picked this building carefully for its view. Where was the attack? Surely his treason hadn't already been noticed? He hadn't even used his laser yet, but his stomach already felt upset. A huge mass of villains warped into the USJ using black shadows. The crowd included many of those undead monsters with brains exposed. Tomura, from the way he gestured, seemed to be the leader. However, Tomura had been impulsive and unstable. Izuku assessed the man with shadows for a face as the mission coordinator and probably the babysitter. Gritting his teeth, Izuku shot forth a laser across the sky and straight into USJ pane 8 into his midsection. But he had to hold on. At a lower power and thinner beam, he could use his laser for a few seconds longer. At the feet of the shadow-faced man, he burned a message: trap. Izuku had accidentally nicked the warper's foot with the laser, drawing a tiny amount of blood. At least this attracted the villain's attention. The warper immediately had the sense to scuff out the message with his shoe, proving Izuku had made the right assessment of who was the smartest person in the villainous group. Then the warper grabbed Tomura and the largest monster and warped away. Right then, the entirety of the top 10 heroes exploded into view and fell upon the villains who'd been left behind. In short order, they were all captured. Izuku fell over sideways, clutching his stomach. Through the pain, he remembered to send his text to All for One warning him about Class 1 as change in plans. It was important that there be a record that Izuku had tried to warn All for One, and also important that the message arrived a bit too late so that Izuku had to save Tomura personally. Hopefully this would be enough. Izuku had just risked himself to reveal the trap. That would surely prove he hadn't been the one to jeopardize the mission. Maybe Izuku was responsible now for anyone Tomura might kill in the future after his escape. But his mother would have died immediately if he hadn't taken action. He'd do his best to protect people from Tomura in the future. He'd made the decision to try to save everyone. Nizu looked over the profiles of captured villains on his desk. It was a shame they'd missed the warper, but that had probably been inevitable. It would take careful planning to capture that one. The undead monsters troubled Nizu. They seemed to be made from the corpses of humans. How disgusting. Nizu's research into the UA break-in had delivered nothing. He had too little to go on when he didn't even know which villain was behind this attack. The young man with hands over his face had screamed something about the League of Villains before escaping through the portal. As soon as Nizu had more information about the enemy, he could figure out who might have been forced into working for them. He made arrangements to investigate the warper and the hand-faced man. How very, very fortunate that the warper had left behind a blood sample. Inko sat on a futon on the ground. The cement walls around her had been painted light green. There was a bucket in the corner for necessities. A headlight had been placed on the floor, a small courtesy. That was her only source of light, except when the hallway lights came on when she had visitors. This place did not normally hold prisoners or living people, it was a morgue for corpses. Inko knew because she could see through the bars in front of her. Cell to the room across the hallway, stacked with layers of bodies wrapped in plastic. The stench drifted over. She'd heard the sounds of ripping flesh coming from the laboratory at the end of the hallway. She drew up her knees to her chest and breathed through her mouth. Shoes with metal soles clacked down the hallway. Inko shivered. Horrible though solitary confinement might be, she had not yet reached the point where she wanted to talk to anyone in this place. All for One loomed high above her, raspy breathing coming from behind his mask. Inko squeezed her eyes shut and resolved not to speak with him. Casually, All for One said, "The USJ attack was a failure, as expected. I never thought Tomura could kill All Might. I can't even let All Might die yet, not until I've obtained a certain special something from him. But it was even more of a failure than planned, because of the heroes lying in wait." Oh no. Izuku must have done something. Inko tried her hardest to show no reaction on her face, just in case All for One didn't know. He probably knew. He was probably here to kill her. She wished she could tell her son that it was okay. She'd never wanted him to let anyone else die for her sake. All for One continued, "Fortunately, Tomura was able to escape due to warning from your own child." Inko's head shot up. "That's good?" she asked. Damn it, she hadn't meant to speak. Tomura certainly thinks so. He was impressed with the little spy. From my perspective, I've been wondering how the heroes knew about the attack to begin with. Inko gripped the front of her dirty, unwashed shirt. Her breath came out rapidly. She had to be strong, for her son's sake. She hadn't always been strong enough when she'd been younger. She'd cried all the time. It hadn't been good for Izuku to see his mother crying on a nearly daily basis. It had left him anxious and too self-reliant. Izuku had seen his father do some things to her that no child should ever see. Inko hoped Izuku didn't remember. He'd been barely older than a toddler back then. Surely he didn't remember those bad days. She was trying to be a better mother now. If only she could save her son from being used by this villain any longer, then she'd be at peace with dying. All for One said, Oh, stop hyperventilating. I'm not here to kill you. I wouldn't throw away a useful tool at the first defiance. That threat was spoken in anger. I was only planning to chop off your finger and send it to your son. Inko said. The cement walls swum around her. All for one continued, but then I heard about how your child used his quirk to pass along a message. I appreciate brains, even from a silly child who thinks he can trick me. Even more than that, I appreciate creative use of a quirk. When you first told me that your 5-year-old was another wannabe hero brat, I had my doubts he would ever use my gift for anything except blasting enemies. It's a very interesting quirk, though I chose to discard it because of the side effects. UA won't teach him anything except to fire his laser continuously until he can make even bigger explosions. But it appears little Izuku has already realized on his own the many creative ways that lasers can be used. That child would be wasted as another brainless hero. Alas, if I take even your smallest finger on your left hand, then your son will never serve me willingly. Inko said. The door at the end of the hallway opened, and Tomura Shigaraki entered. As usual, he had hands all over his body. Inko shrank back against her cell wall. You called for me, sensei? Tomura asked. I'm sorry for failing you. I'll kill All Might next time, I swear. All for one said, this concerns your favorable report about Izuku Midoriya. I agree that he has potential. However, he's not currently a trustworthy ally since we're holding his mother hostage. Oh yeah. Tomura glanced at Inko as if her life mattered exactly as much as pixels in a video game. All for one said, I'm assigning you the task of converting Izuku Midoriya to your cause. Tomura groaned. Sensei, are you sending me on a level 1 quest because I failed against the final boss? If it's so easy, then you should have no difficulty, All for one said. A leader needs to have charisma and the ability to lead others. Consider this a test. Talk to the boy and decide if he's worth the effort of conversion. Raising my charisma stat, huh? Tomura shrugged. Look, even I know that's my dump stat, but I'll give it a shot. He turned his ferocious glare on Inko. What is your brat like? Inko's survival instinct prevented her from giving the truest answer, All Might merchandise. Katydid, she whispered weakly. Tomura stuck out his hand to his teacher. Give me some cash to buy dinner for a hero brat. Remember, never tip the DLVY person because we're evil, All for one said, reaching for his wallet. Many of my best recruits came from the food industry. You never know, your lack of consideration to service workers could become their villain origin story. Izuku had been minding his own business walking home when a shadowy portal appeared in front of him. A hand with dried skin yanked him through. This was it. Izuku's ruse had been caught. He was about to be murdered. As he landed on the wooden floor, he readied his laser to go down fighting. Instead, Tomura gestured at a bar counter holding 2 steaming plates of pork cutlet. Welcome to my safe zone. I brought you dinner as thanks for the assist. Izuku barely stopped his laser from exploding from his stomach in time. He gaped. Tomura had hands on his head and back. Why was the villain wearing hands? Were those real hands? Was the katydid real? Surely it couldn't be real. The pork cutlets looked DMN real. Tomura scowled. Your mom said you liked katydid. Was she screwing with me or what? It's my favorite food. Izuku leapt to his feet. Thank you, he said to the murderous madman in order to prevent him from threatening his mom. As the two of them sat down, the shadow-faced man poured bourbon whiskey into Tomura's glass. Tomura sniffed it. You got the good stuff, Kurogiri. Kurogiri turned to Izuku. What would you like? Green tea, please, Izuku said. A nice smell rose off the egg on the pork cutlet. He'd barely eaten anything all day in his anxiety. Since these two had no reason to poison him, he took a bite. It tasted normal. Tomura said, I'm here to tell you about why society and heroes SEK. This would not be fun, but it was way better than getting murdered. Izuku nodded, encouraging the villain to go on. Kurogiri returned with a can of green tea. He pulled out a napkin and mopped a crumb off Tomura's face. Don't treat me like a kid in front of the company. Tomura hissed. Get lost. With no expression in his shadows, Kurogiri departed. Tomura said, society is like one of those super expensive games that gets extremely hyped up everywhere online, but it turns out to be overrated and full of bugs. Then you learn that the gaming company paid for a bunch of fake reviews to increase their rating. Not only that, but the game is so buggy because they fired half their staff and forced their employees to work without sleep for a week before the deadline. His voice rose with indignation. Naturally, I had no choice but to decay the city. I'm taking about Golem Warriors 2, by the way. Don't play it. It's awful. Since Izuku's mother was being held hostage, he had to pretend to be persuaded by this largely nonsensical speech. It would be a real test of his acting ability. Izuku tried to keep his voice steady. Trust me, I know that society exists. I used to be quirkless before All for One helped me. Actually, Izuku's gratitude for All for One was in the negatives. My father abandoned me because I didn't have a quirk. Tomura scratched his neck. Is that so? My dad is Sigidi too. He smiled. We're bonding. Bonding. Izuku tried to muster up a smile. Then don't you want to destroy everything you hate? Every living, breathing thing just rubs me the wrong way. This weight in my chest is driving me crazy. So why not destroy it all? Tomura spread his arm wide, the intimidation of his maniac grin slightly ruined by the sauce smeared on his lip. Izuku thought, at the moment, I hate you and your boss the most, and I'd kill you both if I had the opportunity. Somehow I don't think that's the response you're looking for. Also, you want to destroy society because you didn't like a video game? That might be the single stupidest villain motive I've ever heard in real life or fiction. On second thought, it's probably more about the daddy issues. That's still lame though. Playing with his chopsticks, Izuku said, it sounds like you've suffered a lot too. He put the emphasis on the last word to remind Tomura of their common ground. Was your father a hero? Is that why you hate heroes? Tomura scowled. My dad hated heroes. The only thing he was ever right about. Heroes act like they can save everyone even when they're helpless. His fingernails dug deeper into his neck, drawing blood. Just like that trash All Might. He's everything wrong with the world. With great effort, Izuku restrained his desire to object to the All Might slander. Izuku could tell he was treading on tender ground. He backed away from the family topic. Slowly, as if being persuaded, Izuku said, heroes haven't helped me lately. No one has noticed anything wrong with me. He faked a thoughtful look. Tomura scowled. Exactly. Those DMN heroes only help people at their own convenience. Do you think I'm going to blame the heroes for not reading my mind and saving Mom instead of you for kidnapping her? How stupid do you think I am? Izuku said, that's true. Wait, are you wearing an Eraserhead pin? Tomura froze. He shifted the pin on his shirt out of view. 2 points of red formed on the villain's cheeks. Izuku felt faint. Was he about to be murdered for failing to keep his big mouth shut? Instead, Tomura mumbled, well, underground heroes aren't quite as bad as the rest. At least they don't trash talk with nothing to back it up. Eraserhead is a little cool. Absolutely. You should meet him in person. He gives off stone-cold cool vibes. Where did you get merchandise for him? I can never find merch for underground heroes. I had it custom-made. Tomura puffed out his chest. Hey, want to see my latest product? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a keychain with Mr. Aizawa wearing a black trench coat with a spiky black mask and a blood-red scarf. Villain Eraserhead model. I stole the picture off his computer and then photoshopped on the villain costume. Whoa, what a creepy invasion of privacy, but also a cool keychain. Izuku's fingers itched to get his hands on the rare merch. Awesome. Where did you order it? Just some company online that makes keychains from photos. You should try some of the smaller sellers that hand-make their products. You can even get figurines and cosplays. Figurines? Tomura beamed, his first non-crazy grin. Izuku pulled out his phone and opened up his list of saved online stories. These are some of my favorite artists. They're pricey but worth it. The figurines have multiple costumes? Oh, very nice. Do they also do video game characters? Of course. Tomura slapped Izuku on the back. Nice find for a noob. I owe you again. Izuku swallowed and ventured a risk. Then do you think you could look after my mom? I'm worried about her. Tomura shrugged. Yeah, I guess I can make sure she gets a nicer room and food and stuff. Thank you, Izuku said, meaning it for the first time this dinner. Tomura held out his phone. Let's exchange numbers. Then I'll get Kurogiri to take you home. Right. Izuku fumbled with his phone. No one finds out about the Eraserhead merch or you're dead, got it? Tomura smiled, but Izuku did not think this was a joke. Sensei must never know. Understood. I'll die before speaking a word. Izuku squeaked. Izuku had just bonded with a villain over hero merchandise. What madness had his life become? In her cell, Inko had nothing to do but worry. She'd bitten her nails down the bleeding cuticles. That maniac with hands on his head had gallivanted off with her baby. Who knew what small offense might provoke the cruel killer to murder? At footsteps, her head shot up. 2 sets of feet approached this time. All for One asked his successor, "Did the dinner go well?" "Yes, Sensei. I think that kid is worth making my player too." Tomura stopped in front of Inko's cell. "That means we need to get her a nicer room with a real toilet." "I promised." "Ugh, she smells." All for One knelt down in front of Inko to meet her eyes. In a mocking voice, he said, "You get to keep your finger." Inko broke down sobbing. "Make time. Make Katsuki as Hamlet." "Katsuki, to be or not to be, that is the question. Oh, screw it, I'm killing my stepfather." "Drama teacher, that's not your line." "Katsuki, Hamlet is an indecisive fuckwit." "Less monologuing, more explosions." "Drama teacher, why? Why did Aldra Middle School force me to let the kid with the strongest quirk play the lead? There was a boy with an eye-color-changing quirk who would have made a great Hamlet." Make speedrunning the FIC Part 1. "Izuku, it's not like I can just tell this janitor that I've been forced into spying for All for One." "Toshinori, you can totally tell me that. I would immediately come up with a plan to feed you harmless information while I find and rescue your mother." "Izuku, it's a shame I didn't do that." "Toshinori, yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity." Make speedrunning the FIC Part 2. "Toshinori, when I was a teenager, I used to be quirkless." "Izuku, used to be? Did All for One trick you into owing him a favor too?" "Toshinori, what?" "Izuku, what?" Make how Tomura became an Eraserhead fan. "Little Tomura, Kurogiri, why do you have an Eraserhead body pillow?" "Kurogiri, I'll tell you when you're older." "Tomura, can I have an Eraserhead doll?" "Kurogiri, as long as you don't tell Sensei." Make Tomura with Izuku. "Tomura, we've bonded." "Izuku, this guy is a lunatic." Make the Izuku's Club. "Dad for One Izuku, my dad is the worst. He's overprotective, he wants hugs, and he locks me in a bank vault." "Walk a mile in another's shoes, Izuku," speaking between clenched teeth. "Whoa, I can't imagine going through my FIC on easy mode with an arch-nemesis who won't ever kill me. And All for One who lets you mouth off to him and thwart his plans with few to no consequences? That must be so difficult for you." "Sorry, I can't hear your whining over the sound of my mother being tortured." Izuku had been prepared to accept Katsuki sitting at his lunch table, if only because he knew the futility of trying to stop Kaken from doing whatever he wanted. However, he had not invited the additional 4 interlopers who had settled around him with lunch trays. "Are you pumped about the sports festival?" Kirishima asked, ripping through a corn dog, including the stick, with some amazingly sharp teeth. "I'm pumped about the sports festival." He reached for a French fry. Katsuki growled, "Those are mine, shitty hair." "Arm wrestle you for the fries," Kirishima said, and they immediately pushed aside to their trays to lock arms. Mina leapt up and stood over them. "I call referee. 3, 2, 1, go." Katsuki and Kirishima growled, veins standing out on their necks as their hands locked. "Go, Kirishima!" Kaminari shouted. He leaned over and faked a gasp. "Bakugo, there's something stuck in your teeth." "There is not," Katsuki growled. "Stop trying to distract me, Sparky." "I mean it," Kaminari lied. "If you think you can be distracted by me, Then doesn't that mean you're worried about losing? I am not. Katsuki jerked his neck around, which caused his grip to slip. Kirishima pinned his arm down to the table. Mina brought her arm down. Winner, Kirishima. That didn't count. Katsuki roared, flipping over his tray and sending French fries flying. Rematch. Izuku stifled a laugh. Kaminari might not have known Katsuki for very long, but he'd figured out the correct provocations fast. Actually, Izuku liked all of Katsuki's new friends. It was great to see his temperamental childhood friend had found another rival he respected and more people who weren't scared off by his prickles. But Izuku had resolved not to make any new friends at UA. He hadn't driven off Tenya and Achiko on the first day just to get dragged into a different friend group. Zero sighed and brushed a fry off his bottle of lemonade. I swear, Midoriya, we're the only two sane men in this group. Nope, not being part of the group. Izuku said, I think I'm mostly done my lunch and I'll leave. He started to rise. Zero snapped his fingers. You're the Kaderi of the group, just like how Bakugo is the Tsundere. Izuku snorted out a small laugh. He couldn't help it. From Zero's small grin he'd noticed his victory. Who are you calling it Tsundere? Katsuki shrieked. From behind Izuku came the sound of explosions and more food being thrown. Izuku kept walking away. He didn't have the heart for a stricter rejection. It already hurt enough that Achiko clearly became more subdued around him. Maybe he should start avoiding them by eating lunch outside the cafeteria. Katsuki would be fine on his own now he had more friends. It would be good to start putting some distance between himself and his childhood friend, so hopefully Katsuki wouldn't be tainted by association if and when Izuku went down in flames. On that sour note, Izuku returned his tray and headed for the door. Lost in thought, he bumped into a muscular chest. I'm sorry, Izuku said, looking up. No harm done, young Midoriya, All Might boomed. Here you go. He scrawled off his autograph and tossed it over. Ah, what an interesting piece of All Might lore the hero wrote with his left hand. Izuku stared at the signature in his hands. That had been odd. Yes, he'd wanted an autograph in his guilty way, but All Might couldn't have possibly known that. Did he just go around randomly giving people autographs? Maybe the #1 hero was a bit egotistical? Standing before the class, Aizawa announced, Our sports festival is the greatest opportunity you'll get. The other students erupted into conversation. His head on his desk, Izuku stifled a yawn. He'd been sleeping poorly lately. The sports festival was pointless to a spy. All for One would probably order Izuku to keep a low profile. Back in Izuku's middle school days he dreamed of winning the UA Sports Festival. The old Izuku would have gone nuts to win upon learning that this year All Might would be handing out the medals. The current Izuku had way bigger concerns. Clearly, Izuku had to find and rescue his mother before another mess like USJ occurred. But how? Tomura had texted Izuku that his mother had been moved to a nice new room. From their last video call, the previous room had been a concrete cell with a bucket. Anything would be an improvement, even if Izuku didn't trust Tomura's definition of nice. Izuku texted back asking if he could visit. He also made up a story about being worried about his mother's allergies and asked if they were near any flowering plants. Inko did not have allergies. Izuku was probing for location clues. It would be a big help if he knew if his mother was being kept in the city or not. If Izuku could obtain a location, then he could finally go the heroes for help. Across the room, Achiko was pumping her fist in the air and shouting. Izuku's phone buzzed. Tomura said, Good news and bad news. The good news is that I found a new recruit for us. Since you've joined my side, I thought I should start assembling a proper party instead of just the disposable small fry. You're the team thief, I'm the warrior, and new guy could be a mage or an archer type, so we have proper party balance. Eye twitching, Izuku wondered how the hell this was considered good news. His enemies were multiplying. The bad news, Sensei shut down the visit plan, sorry. I'll visit your mom in your place and ask her how she's feeling. A chill ran down Izuku's spine. Oh no, had All for One noticed that Izuku had been probing for information? He'd definitely noticed. Izuku should have been more subtle. He clutched his hair and ummed. Katsuki slapped Izuku on the back. You look nervous, nerd. Scared I'll crush you in the sports festival? It's such a big opportunity. Very nerve-wracking, Izuku said dully. He didn't even have the words for how little he cared about the sports festival. Izuku had purchased a lunch at the convenience store that morning. He snuck out the garden to eat. Even if he hadn't already resolved to avoid Katsuki and his friends, he especially wanted to be alone right now. He couldn't take their cheerful chatter about the sports festival and potential internships when he was going out of his mind with worry. Even though he hadn't used his quirk, his stomach throbbed. He might not be able to keep his lunch down. Upon glimpsing a skinny man leaned against the school wall panting, Izuku's helpful instincts took over. Mr. Yagi, are you all right? Just a little tired. Toshinori wiped blood from his mouth. Glancing at Izuku's lunch, his face became concerned. Why are you eating lunch alone? If the other kids are bullying you, then you can tell me. No, it's not like that. Izuku swallowed. Everyone is cheerful about the sports festival, and I received some difficult news about my father. I can't bear to be around my class right now. Ah. Toshinori's face turned sympathetic. He sat down on the bench and patted the seat next to him. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku definitely didn't want to talk about his father's fake illness, which he'd yet to come up with a decent cover story for. But he did kinda want to vent his complicated feelings to someone. A janitor should be below all for one's notice, making Toshinori the closest thing to a safe person to associate with. Izuku sat down and opened his bag, staring at an unappetizing store-bought sandwich. I feel jealous of everyone else for being happy. I hate this feeling and I'm ashamed of it. Toshinori hummed under his breath. A little jealousy is completely understandable. Heroes don't have to be perfect, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You're not to blame for your feelings, only how you handle them. Izuku swallowed. He desperately wanted to talk to a quirkless person even if he couldn't admit to his own former status. Are you proud of Aoyama for becoming a quirkless hero? Or does it make you feel jealous? Toshinori admitted, it's a complicated feeling for me, because I wanted to become a hero as a teenager. I pursued a different dream and never became a quirkless hero because I believed that to be impossible. Izuku exhaled, so happy to have met someone else who felt the same way. And now you find out that it would have been possible all along. Exactly. But I'm content with how my life turned out. Toshinori's gaze became distant. If I could go back in time, I would still have chosen this path. I want to see young Aoyama succeed in my old dream. Even with my complicated feelings, I'm still rooting him on with all my heart. Sometimes I wonder if he would want a quirk or if he thinks the world needs a quirkless hero, but that's a question I should ask him. Izuku tore off a bit of sandwich but didn't eat it. Then even if you didn't become a hero, you're still happy? Izuku knew that no matter how his current situation turned out, he'd be unlikely to ever become a hero. He wanted to believe it was possible for him to give up on his dream without forever feeling bitter. Oh yes, plenty of people live happy lives without becoming heroes. But you have shown great potential, young Midoriya. I believe your dream is worth pursuing. Izuku's stomach turned. The smell of his sandwich lunch meat made him nauseous. He put it down. Thanks. Despite his best efforts, his tone was dull. Toshinori hovered. Is there something else bothering you? It's nothing you could help me with. Izuku laughed bitterly. I doubt you could give me any advice on finding a person. You might be surprised, Toshinori said. Who are you looking for? Izuku regretted saying anything. He made up a lie on the fly. Just some woman my dad cheated on my mom with. Young Midoriya, I'm sorry. I don't think confronting this woman will help you. She stole some money from my family. Oh dear. Toshinori shook his head. If you give me a name, I could help you. You'd be surprised at the connections I've developed over the years. A janitor at UA would probably know a lot of heroes who'd once been students here, but they were the last people Izuku could involve in his search for his mother. Nah, it's like you said, I should probably let this go. Toshinori frowned. But your family must be in dire need of money right now with your father's illness. The American authorities are on the case. I doubt there's anything I can do. You can tell me if you change your mind. I know a website with resources on tracking people down. I found it useful. My hero friends say it's useful. Izuku figured it couldn't hurt. Thank you. Toshinori wrote down the web address in Izuku's notebook. Oddly, he wrote with his right hand even though he'd wiped off blood from his mouth with his left hand. The words looked shaky. Briefly, Izuku wondered if Toshinori was disguising his handwriting. Then he realized there would be no possible reason for that. Plenty of people were ambidextrous, and association with all for one had made him paranoid. The bell rang. Izuku stood up. I should get to class. Toshinori's brow wrinkled. You barely ate anything. Is your stomach upset again? Izuku couldn't afford to get booted from UA for being too sick all the time. I just miss my mom's home cooking. I'll eat later. His backpack over his shoulder, he hesitated. Talking to you did make me feel better. Thank you. Toshinori smiled and twisted a lock of hair. The gesture seemed a little familiar to Izuku for some reason. By the way, I heard you got your autograph from All Might. Did that cheer you up too? I guess. Izuku frowned. Though it turns out All Might is the kind of hero who randomly throws his autograph at people who didn't ask for it. He's more egotistical than I expected. Toshinori fell over coughing up blood. Izuku ran to help him, crying, Mr. Yagi. I'll get you to recovery, girl, just hang on. Inko's new prison cell looked more like a hotel room. There was a double bed with an excess of cushions atop the lavender cover. A brown leather chair sat in the corner, across from the television. Clothing taken from her home filled the closet. There was a proper bathroom attached with a shower, but the door did not have a knob on the inside. The fake window showed a video scene of a forest, and Inko suspected the mirror let people on the outside view her. Tomura handed Inko a paper bag. I went back for more of your loot. She looked inside. He'd collected a dozen books from her shelf at home and her favorite strawberry shampoo. It was a mixture of sweet and violating. She made herself smile gently and without any trace of her nausea. Thank you, Tomura. This is very kind. Tomura scratched his neck and grunted. Inko pulled out some hand lotion. Here, let me, she said, reaching out. You don't have to, he mumbled. But he looked sideways when he said it, which meant he didn't truly mind. Back when Hisashi had lived at home, Inko had been hypersensitive to his every last mood and gesture. She'd applied the same skills to surviving in this prison. Inko carefully applied the lotion to Tomura's dried skin. There, good as new. She adopted her best motherly tone. She'd noticed that Tomura responded well to that. Very slightly, Tomura flushed. He scratched again, then stopped himself. When they'd first met, Inko had been terrified of this villain wearing severed hands. Now he no longer wore the hands around her. Inko suspected that Tomura was like a hedgehog, all spiky on the outside but with a very soft underbelly. She almost felt guilty for manipulating him, but guilt was another emotion she'd learned to let go of while enduring her abusive husband. Survival came before everything else. Tomura propped up his phone on the dining table. You can take a short video to send to player 2. Don't tell sensei. Of course not, Inko said. She'd quickly guessed that she'd better not even try to manipulate All for One. It wouldn't work, and he had absolutely no mercy lurking behind his smirk. Smiling at the camera, Inko put on a brave face for her son. And she prayed he'd understand the message she was trying to send him. Izuku had set his phone to Do Not Disturb, then rested it on his knee. He glanced down every couple seconds, afraid to miss any messages. He was terrified that All for One would have something to say on the subject of his attempt to see his mother. Instead, a message from an unknown number popped up. Tomura Shigaraki here with a burner phone. I couldn't let you meet your mom, but she recorded a video for you. I'm sending over our new player 3 to hand it to you in person, so sensei doesn't find out. Delete this message after you get it and never play the video on your phone, because he's got a quirk that can read your phone's data when you're around him. Can you meet player 3 outside the UA gate soon? Thank you. Thank you so much. Izuku replied. I'm coming right now. Afterward, Izuku deleted his message from Tomura, as he deleted all texts related to his reluctant spy job. He didn't want to be caught by something as stupid as a teacher confiscating his phone after he used it in class. Wait, What did Tomura's new friend look like? Crap, Izuku couldn't ask because he'd already deleted the text. He kept getting sloppy when he panicked. He had to stop making mistakes like this. Hopefully anyone who associated with Tomura would be distinctive. Groaning, Izuku clutched his stomach. He raised his hand. Mr. Aizawa, I don't feel well. Scowling, Aizawa whirled around from the blackboard. Hurry, get to the infirmary before you throw up again. Can someone go with Midoriya? Izuku's stomach troubles were still a convenient excuse to get out of class. He stood up. I'll be fine. Unfortunately, the boy with half-red and half-white hair raised his hand. I'll take him. Wasn't his name Shoto Todoroki? This ruined Izuku's plan to head straight to the gates. Summoning up fake sincerity, he mumbled his thanks. Shoto offered Izuku an arm as they walked down the hallway. Shaking his head, Izuku said, "No need. I'm not that sick. I won't throw up on you, huh?" A nervous energy radiated off Shoto, in contrast to his usual cool demeanor in class. He swallowed. It looks like you've been having a lot of side effects from your quirk. I'm fine, Izuku said forcefully. Shoto jittered. It can be dangerous to overuse your quirk. Very, very dangerous. People have died. Something about the sad, distant emphasis on that last word left little doubt that Shoto had known someone who'd suffered such a sad fate. Izuku sighed. My quirk just makes me a little nauseous. It's nothing to worry about. Shoto shot quick, furtive glances at Izuku as they walked. It's made you sick every single day at school. You vomited repeatedly. Once, that only happened once. I overheard you throwing up in the school bathroom, Midoriya. I don't mean to intrude, but I'm very worried. You keep getting paler and sicker every day. You've been having trouble concentrating in class. You fell asleep at your desk a couple times. Shoto ticked off the symptoms on his fingers. Look, I've done some research into quirk overuse, for personal reasons. Sometimes children's bodies have trouble handling their quirks, but they develop more resistance as they grow older and their bodies strengthen. Overtraining makes the problem worse. Experts say that you should stop using your quirk for a while if you're experiencing severe side effects. Have you seen a quirk counselor or a doctor? Under other circumstances, Izuku would be curious about Shoto's research and why this topic seemed so very personal to him. However, right now Izuku had too many problems of his own to care about anyone else's. His quirk wasn't the only source of his illness. And Izuku couldn't afford to let anyone notice he had something wrong with him. It was very worrying that Shoto had been observing him so closely. What if Shoto, sincerely trying to help, went to the teachers with his concerns? Unfortunately, Izuku was going to need to be cruel to an innocent person again. Stopping, Izuku bared his teeth. Is this your tactic to get rid of the competition, Todoroki? You want me to drop out so that I can't threaten your place as top of the class? I'd expect such dirty tactics from Endeavor's son. Your father has all kinds of nasty rumors floating around about him. You disgust me. Stay away from me, or I'll tell everyone in class what you're like. None of that was true. Izuku could tell that Shoto was sincerely concerned about him. Endeavor didn't have any more scandals than the usual trash talk that all famous heroes got online, but Izuku hoped that insulting Shoto's father would cross his bottom line. Ideally, Shoto would think that Izuku was a JRK and no longer care about helping him. But instead of getting angry, Shoto looked like he might cry. I know that becoming a hero is important to you. There's a lot of pressure on people with strong quirks to go into heroism. But you could use support equipment during our practical exercises, like Aoyama. You don't have to keep hurting your body like this. You can't become a hero if you're dead. There have even been people who've burned alive after overusing their quirks. Please, I want to help you. Shoto's fingers dug into the scar on his face. A single tear formed in the corner of his eye. Izuku breathed heavily, with no idea what to say. He could hardly admit that his quirk wasn't the source of his stress. More than anything, Izuku wanted to comfort Shoto. Every instinct in his body screamed in that direction. But Izuku could not afford to get close to someone already suspicious of him. He had to carry out his act to the bitter end. Just leave me alone. Izuku screamed, then fled down the hallway. After racing across half the school, Izuku's heart pounded. that had been lame. He felt nauseous, this time for real. What was he going to do? First off, Izuku needed to obtain his mother's message. All his other worries he would save for later. At the infirmary, Izuku opened the door without knocking. From past experience, Recovery Girl was hard of hearing. Izuku snuck past her and hid behind one of the bed curtains. When her back was turned, he escaped out the window. Then he left the school. A lanky black-haired young man leaned against the wall around you. Patches of gnarled purple skin and sticks covered much of his face and circled his eyes like raccoon bags. His ears and nose were pierced in several places. He wore black jeans and a t-shirt reading, "Rot in Hell in Dehor." As a Hero fan, Izuku knew that only a handful of those shirts had been produced before Endeavor's lawyers had brought the hammer of the law down on them. They were extremely valuable collector's items, albeit only sought out by anti-fans. Only a friend of Tomura's would look like such an edgelord. Izuku jogged over and pasted a smile on his face. "Excuse me. I think we have a mutual friend." The man compared Izuku's face to a picture on his phone, then grunted. "I don't have friends, especially not decay hands. Let's just say we have a mutual goal. I'll help you to kill All Might, then you help me murder Endeavor." Izuku had negative interest in either of those goals, but he kept his smile glued on his face. "What's your name?" "You can call me Dabi." He said this in deliberately mysterious way. It made him seem even more like an edgelord. "The package." Dabi dropped a flash drive into Izuku's hands. "Tell your buddy I'm not running more errands for him until he gives me something in return." Then Dabi slouched off. The threat against Endeavor was concerning, but Izuku had to assume that the number 2 hero could take care of himself. Izuku was barely keeping his head above the water. He couldn't afford to warn Endeavor. Besides, Izuku had nothing to say to Endeavor except that a villain wanted to kill him, aka business as usual for a top hero. Tucking away the flash drive, Izuku turned around. Shoto Todoroki stood next to the entrance gate. Izuku screamed in an embarrassingly high-pitched fashion. "What the hell are you doing here?" Shoto took a step backward. "I followed you. I was afraid you wouldn't go to the infirmary, and you didn't. You pretended to, but you snuck out the window." Standing on his tiptoes, Shoto peered over Izuku. "That man you met, I would swear I've seen him somewhere before." Sweat soaked Izuku's collar. Probably, Shoto had seen Dabi on some list of villains or a file of his father's enemies. If Shoto realized that Izuku had been talking to a villain, then he was doomed. Quickly, Izuku lied. "I met him at a support group for people whose bodies are harmed by their quirks." He thought up the story on the fly based on Dabi's scars and his need to reassure Shoto that he had his own naval laser quirk under control. "He's my sponsor in the group." I did think about what you said, so I asked him for advice." Since Izuku couldn't get rid of Shoto by acting like a JRK, he had no choice but to switch tactics and reassure his classmate that he was getting help. "Oh, I'm glad," Shoto said emotionlessly. Izuku had come to recognize Shoto rarely showed emotion on his face, but the slight line of frost running down his hair meant he was happy. It made Izuku touched and a little guilty that a virtual stranger cared so much about his well-being. Yet Izuku had to keep on lying. "I'm going to talk to Mr. Aizawa about a plan for not overusing my quirk." Hopefully Shoto would accept this without talking to their teacher himself. Izuku needed to get better at hiding his nerves. Hopefully he'd start to get used to living under constant fear of his mother's death. "I think that will be for the best," Shoto said earnestly. His trustingness made Izuku feel even guiltier. Very quickly and awkwardly, Shoto patted Izuku on the shoulder. "I'm sorry I was so harsh earlier," Izuku said. "Can you forgive me?" "Of course. I know a lot about the pressure that young hero students feel. The training for people with strong quirks starts young and it can be brutal." Shoto looked down. He could have been talking about himself, but Izuku had a strong suspicion he was thinking of that unnamed person who had burned alive. Izuku cleared his throat. "Can I ask for one more favor? My sponsor in the quirk support group has a difficult past." Thinking of his own dad, Izuku thought up a lie. "He's on the run from an abusive father. Please don't tell anyone about him." Oh my god. It all makes sense now. Shoto paled. I see. Of course, I won't say a word. I promise. Izuku wasn't sure what Shoto saw, but he suspected it to be wrong. No matter, as long as his excuse worked. Thank you. The ice was radiating off Shoto strongly enough now to chill the air around him. Izuku didn't know what that meant, happiness or some other emotion. Shoto asked, "Can I meet your friend?" "What? No, of course not. I just told you that he's keeping his identity anonymous." Shoto's gaze burned with intensity. "Can you tell him that I'd like to meet him? Tell him that I'd like to help him with his father." "What? I don't see why he'd want help from a teenager." Izuku frowned. Was Shoto some sort of compulsive saint who had to help every single person he met? Or was there something else going on underneath the surface? Shoto shifted from foot to foot. "Can you at least ask him? Tell him my name." Izuku wet his lips. "He's not the biggest Endeavor fan. I don't think hearing your name would help." That was the first true thing he'd said this conversation. "I know. But please tell him anyway." "Sure, if you insist." Izuku had no intention of doing any such thing. He would lie later and say that Dabi hadn't been interested. "Thank you." Shoto brushed a frozen lock off his forehead. "I'm radiating ice, aren't I? Sorry. This is a lot to take in. I need to go lie down." He wandered off. Staring after his classmate in confusion, Izuku had a bad feeling that the trouble wasn't over yet. Playing sick gave Izuku an excuse to skip school. He didn't dare watch the video from his mother in a public place. Once home, he locked his bedroom door and window. All Might posters and figurines stared at Izuku from every space in his room. Normally, he found his merch comforting. Now it made him feel sick and guilty. Izuku removed every last bit of merch and stashed it in his mother's unused bedroom. Then he sat down and plugged the flash drive into his computer. In the video, Inko Midoriya sat on a bed. The room had plain white walls and the window was clearly fake. There were no obvious clues about her location. She smiled in a very strained way. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "I hope you're okay, Izuku. Please make sure you eat and don't overuse your quirk when your stomach hurts. I'm WL. My new room is nice. Tomura has been very kind to me. He brought me ramen for dinner. No one else comes here, so no one else bothers me. You don't have to worry about me. Please know that I always love you no matter what." She burst into tears. Waving her hand at the camera, she said, "No, don't stop recording, I have to finish. Don't worry about me and especially don't worry about your father, okay? There's no need to do anything at all to help him." The video ended. "Mom." Izuku cried, reaching out to touch the dark screen as if he could will her to come back. He collapsed to his desk, sobbing. After he'd cried hard enough to flood the floor, Izuku mopped his face, blew his nose, and played the video again. He listened more carefully this time. He still had no idea where his mother was being held. Well, she probably didn't know where she was, nor could she have told him much with Tomura listening. He couldn't understand why his mother kept emphasizing his father so much. Of course Izuku didn't care that man was under threat, too. Only rescuing his mother mattered. Izuku's very earliest memory was of his father holding his mother by her throat against the wall and screaming that the quirkless brat must be a BSRD because he'd never have a child without a quirk. Izuku had run over. He remembered his mom shouting at him through her tears not to come. He didn't remember what had happened after that. For a long time, Izuku had blamed himself that his father had thought his mother had cheated and hurt her because of his quirklessness. He'd never talked about it with his mother. Inko seemed to think that Izuku had forgotten all about Hisashi's abuse. Izuku was happy to maintain that kind lie. Maybe Mom thought Izuku was the same foolish child chasing his father's approval because he thought it was the only way to keep himself and his mother safe. That would explain why she kept trying to tell him that it was okay to abandon Hisashi. But Izuku already knew that. There was only one person he needed to find and rescue. Izuku looked up the website that Toshinori had given him. For several hours, he sorted through useless information about finding people. Eventually, he found a program dedicated to analyzing sounds. His foot tapping on the floor, Izuku waited for the program to install, then analyzed the video clip. Based on a very faint, nearly indistinguishable car horn in the background, the program believed with 85% probability that this video had been taken in a city. Now that was useful. Just when Izuku had nearly started to smile, a text popped up on his phone. The sender, all for one. Izuku dropped his phone. His heart hammered a mile a minute. Irrationally, he couldn't shake the feeling that all for one had somehow seen what he'd done. The text sent only a restaurant name and a time that evening. This was a command performance from the king of the underworld. Izuku arrived at the restaurant half an hour early. Looking around at the pristine white tables and the chandelier overhead, he was glad that he'd worn a suit and slicked back his hair. His only suit in the world, red with black stripes, still left him feeling underdressed in a place where the men wore tuxedos and the women had long, elegant gowns. A waiter ushered Izuku to a private room in the back of the restaurant, treating him like visiting royalty. After filling Izuku's crystal glass with ice-cold water and placing down a menu with no prices, the waiter left. Izuku was the only person sitting at a long ebony table that could have seated a dozen. The seats had round backs and rose-pink cushions. The gray walls resembled steel. Overhead, a box-shaped light glowed down on the vase of purple carnations. A napkin had been folded into a flower on each porcelain plate. The picture on the wall seemed oddly out of place in the elegance, showing a cartoon Demon King character. Legs shaking, Izuku wondered if he'd die in this room. It seemed quite possible if all for one realized what he'd done at USJ. But surely the villain would not commit murder at a restaurant where he was plainly a regular. Izuku took deep breaths. It would do him and his mother no good to panic. By the time half an hour had passed, Izuku had sprayed on deodorant twice as he sweated into his suit. All for one arrived precisely on time. He wore a jet black suit. Without his mask, hideous scars stood revealed on his face. Remembering the handsome man who'd visited when he'd been in kindergarten, Izuku wondered what had happened to cause such gruesome injuries. All for one sat down at the head of the table. "Oh my, that suit of yours is hideous. Red does not go with green hair. You look like a stoplight. I must not be paying you well. I'm not paying you at all, am I? You can see my suit?" Izuku blurted out. He flushed red as a tomato. "I'm very sorry, sensei. It's just, I assumed you were using an infrared vision quirk to see, but that wouldn't allow you to see color." "Wait, do you have a quirk that lets you see through screens? Are you watching me through the camera in the ceiling light? You noticed my quirk and the camera." All for one smiled. "Yes, that is correct. Have you noticed any other cameras?" Shifting in his seat, Izuku squeaked. "You have one hidden in the button on your sleeve." "Excellent," All for one purred. "Today, we're celebrating your rescue of Tomura at USJ, so the meal is on me." Izuku picked up the menu and buried his nose in it to hide the look on his face. All for one didn't suspect anything. Izuku was safe. So why did he still feel uneasy? Had All for one spoken in a mocking tone, or was Izuku just paranoid? Either way, he had to keep his poker face. Izuku picked miso soup and salad to avoid upsetting his stomach. The waiter took their orders, practically groveled at All for one, then left. All for one said, "You've demonstrated an impressive versatility with your quirk. How would you use a camouflage quirk?" "Why, you mean to fight?" "For anything. Go wild with your analysis." Izuku swallowed. He didn't feel comfortable helping a villain. What if his analysis was used to hurt people or help All for one handle stolen quirks? But this was about the mildest thing that All for one could have requested. At least it wasn't one of his classmates' quirks. To start with, it would depend on how fast the colors change. Can my hypothetical quirk affect my clothing too? The discussion continued for 15 minutes. After dinner arrived, All for one continued to suggest quirks for Izuku to analyze. The villain had ordered a huge rare steak. All for one interjected his own ideas too. They covered 24 quirks ranging from strong to weak. In spite of himself, Izuku started to have a little bit of fun. As All for one swallowed his last bite of steak and mopped his lips with his napkin, the villain asked, "What about a transferable quirk that stockpiles energy?" Izuku's forehead wrinkled with concentration. "By transferable, do you mean that the quirk can be given to someone else? Like you do, sensei?" Yes, like my ability, except each holder can only transfer the quirk to another person once. Involuntarily, Izuku's foot tapped as he thought. Are we talking about an ability that generally enhances strength, speed, and stamina? That was all it did in the first generation, yes. But over time, it could increase exponentially. Yes, I do see. Izuku mumbled. The quirk might eventually reach a point where no human body could handle it unless there was a way to stop the quirk from accumulating energy. Is there a way? Not as far as I know, no. Over time, this would result in unprecedented levels of strength, speed, agility, and durability. The user would be nearly invincible. Izuku stopped abruptly. Are we talking about All Might's quirk? All Might has a transferable quirk. Oh, very good, All for One said, but his voice did not seem entirely happy. Izuku looked down at his empty plate. I'm very sorry, Sensei. I shouldn't have said anything, Sensei. Under other circumstances he would have been delighted at a new piece of All Might lore, but now he could feel nothing except terror. No, you've done nothing wrong, young one. I've merely been reminded that I need to be careful what I say around you. You're a very smart one. Izuku swallowed. He did not want to make All for One more wary of him. Even though he burned with curiosity, he regretted saying anything. In retrospect, he should have held back more during the analysis session. More interest from All for One would not help him. He just needed to stall for time until he could find out where his mother was being kept. Yet on a subject that had given him nightmares, Izuku could not resist one more question. If you want All Might's quirk, then does that mean you don't want him dead? Such a perceptive child. Even without eyes, All for One gave off the impression of a burning gaze. Izuku felt a pressure holding him down in his seat. He was glad he had eaten lightly. All for One continued, All Might will certainly die, but only after he has passed on his ability to someone else, preferably me. Tomura's attempt at USJ was sincere, but I never expected him to succeed. Oh, Izuku mumbled. Perhaps this explained why All for One hadn't looked too closely into that incident's failure. All for One continued, since All Might was busy on hero business the day of anyway, I don't particularly care that you betrayed my plans to the heroes. It might even have been for the best, since it would have been embarrassing if Tomura had debuted as a villain by asking for Eraserhead's autograph. Izuku's fork hit the floor with a clatter. Color drained from his face. No. Yes, of course I know about Tomura's Eraserhead merch purchases. All for One chuckled. That silly boy thinks I won't notice the charges on my credit card if he uses online payment services. Or did you mean your own cute little betrayal? Izuku trembled in his seat. This had all been one huge game, the villain toying with him. All for One was enjoying this. Izuku could do little except wait for the hammer to fall. I've decided to overlook your error in light of your entertainingly creative use of your quirk. Before Izuku had time to feel relieved, All for One added, but you still need a punishment, and Tomura still needs a debut as a villain, so I've decided to kill whichever student places first at the sports festival. Isn't your childhood friend a favorite to win? Izuku froze in horror. He tried so very hard not to cry, but still a single tear escaped his eye and splashed against the pristine white tablecloth. As if pretending to think of this for the first time, All for One said, but if you won first place, then I wouldn't kill my own spy. All for One reached across the table to pat Izuku's pallid cheek. Do your best to win. I'll give you one hint, gas laser. Make time. Make. The true cause of All for One's anger. All for One, at least. In a non-dad for one AU, no one is wasting my hard-earned criminal funds on All Might merchandise. Tomura, Izuku showed me how I can custom order even more Eraserhead merch. Sensei, I blew past the limit on my credit card. Can you give me a new one? All for One. I swear, that Midoriya boy's hidden quirk must be to spend my money on hero merchandise. Make. From Toshinori's POV. All Might, since young Midoriya told my alter ego that he wants an autograph, of course I'll give him one. Then he'll finally like me. Izuku, handing me an autograph without me asking for it? All Might is kinda arrogant. All Might, sobbing, why does nothing I do bring Dad Might to this FIC? Omake, fanboy successor. All for one. I'm sending you to USJ. Tomura, to get Eraserhead's autograph. All for one, to kill All Might. Tomura, that's the secondary mission objective. All for one, even after years of brainwashing, those Diamond Shimura hero fan genes linger. Omake, no escaping the friendship. Izuku, I need to get rid of Todoroki so I'll insult his father. Shoto, so you two loathe endeavor. We're going to get along fabulously. Izuku, I hate you. Leave me alone. Shoto, this classmate's hostility reminds me so much of my big brother. I feel an instinctive connection. Izuku hisses. Shoto, your raccoon-like hissing only makes me want to befriend you even more. Hatred is how we Todorokis express our love. You're never getting rid of me now. Omake, a misplaced concern. Izuku, now that you've noticed something off about me, are you going to tell the teachers? Shoto, adults have been useless to me my entire life. Izuku, same here, I was just checking. Chatter rose off the crowd of reporters. Fireworks exploded over the school. In the distance, Present Mike loudly announced the sports festival. Izuku could barely hear. He clutched his aching stomach. It had taken him nearly 2 weeks to crack the secret meaning behind all for one's words. During that time he trained for every single waking moment of free time, pressing his quirk to its limits until he was vomiting several times every day. He'd finished his new secret move just in time for the sports festival. And he was going to need it. Izuku couldn't get away with revealing another of all for one's plans and keeping his mother alive. He had no choice but to win the sports festival. Late at night, Izuku had speculated about all for one's motives, trying to figure out if he could count on his classmates being spared if he won. He'd concluded this was all a big game to the villain. All for one was testing if Izuku was worth keeping around, punishing him, and enjoying the show. In other words, Izuku not only had to win, he had to do so in a manner adequately entertaining to his tormentor. As if in response to his stress, Izuku's stomach groaned. He put his hands over the belt around his waist. No matter what, he had to hold on until the end of today. After that, he could collapse. Popping up from behind, Katsuki slung an arm over Izuku's shoulder. He shouted, "Make way, cannon fodder. The future number 1 and number 2 of the sports festival have arrived." He even delivered a few explosions to part the crowd. Izuku groaned, partly because of the sloshing of his stomach acid. "Kaken, if you must make everyone hate you, please leave me out of it." Katsuki only slapped him on the back. "I've been planning to declare that I'll win to the crowd. Doesn't that sound cool? Then I won't be able to back down." Izuku's blood ran cold. He hissed, "Don't. You'll make yourself look terrible when you lose." Katsuki laughed. "Look at you. Despite the fake modesty, you're confident that you'll win, just like me." Shoulders sagging, Izuku sighed. "Seriously, don't, Kaken. You'll PSS off our entire school for nothing. You won't look cool, you'll look like a JRK." Katsuki spoke over him. "I've been training my butt off these last 2 weeks, nerd. You're going to face my new super move." A twitch ran down Izuku's body. He'd been having nightmares nearly every night about Katsuki pulling out a super move to disrupt all his calculations and beat him. After all, Katsuki had always been the brilliant prodigy who sailed through life to claim first place. It had been insane for Izuku to think that he could win. Katsuki would pull off a victory at the last minute like a main character and destroy all of Izuku's plans. Izuku could clearly picture in his head what would happen after that. All for one would smile and tell Izuku that he could easily lure his childhood friend into a trap by inviting him on an outing away from UA. The villain would force Izuku to pick between turning Katsuki over or watching his mother be tortured. Izuku had mapped out 1,000 plans in his head, but if it reached that point, he'd already lost. He had to stop it from coming to that no matter what he had to do or who he had to hurt in order to win. "I can break Kaken's wrists," Izuku thought distantly. "Lure him into an isolated place, hit him over the head once from behind. Wreck him so badly he can't use his quirk. He won't even be able to get out of the hospital bed until the sports festival is safely over." Katsuki stuck his face in front of Izuku and flipped up his bangs. You're spacing out, nerd. Are your nerves getting to you? Relax. My rival can't possibly lose to a bunch of extras. It's going to be you versus me in the finals. Staring at his friend's wide smile, Izuku felt sick. What had he been thinking? It wouldn't even work. Recovery Girl could heal too effectively, and if Izuku got himself expelled for committing a crime, then his mom was dead. He had to keep his sheet under control if he wanted to win. I gotta go to the bathroom, Izuku mumbled, pushing Katsuki away. He ran for the toilet. In the nearest stall, Izuku threw up his breakfast. He cleaned his mouth in the sink. He'd been losing weight lately. Checking his weight every day used to be part of his training, but he'd stopped because watching the numbers tick down had been too stressful. His teeth had gotten yellower and he'd developed mouth sores from all the vomiting. By the time Izuku rejoined the class walking outside, he had no time to talk to Katsuki again. He would swear Shoto Todoroki was shooting him a concerned look, but there was no time to worry about that either. The class was shepherded out into the stadium as Present Mike shouted, "It's Class 1A." Bright lights shone down on Izuku, making him sweat. He felt keenly aware of hundreds if not thousands of eyes on him from the people sitting in the high bleachers. Izuku told himself that the crowd wasn't looking at him in particular. They would be watching all the students. Of course, if all went as planned, all eyes would be on Izuku by the end. All for one was watching him. His mother was probably watching him from her cell on her new television. Izuku's attempt to make himself feel better had completely backfired. Even though he'd already emptied his stomach, he felt bile crawl up his throat. When Midnight called Izuku's name, he nearly jumped a foot in the air. Oh, right, he'd placed first on the entrance exam, so he had to take the athlete's oath. Thinking of his mother watching, Izuku put on a brave face. He somehow got through the oath without stuttering. Immediately after, Katsuki jumped up in the air with an explosive burst and shouted, "Class 1A will be sweeping first, second, and third place." An enormous, cocky grin spread across his face. "All of you extras, watch my debut as future #1 hero." The crowd broke out into gasps and murmurs. Every other student turned to glare at 1A. Izuku leapt off the stage and grabbed the front of Katsuki's jersey, hissing, "I told you not to do that." Katsuki shrugged. "You said not to PSS off the class, so I included everyone in my speech. That just means you dragged all of us into it." Izuku did not need to be the focus of other classes' attention and wrath right now. "I told you not to boast that you'd win the sports festival, so you decided to declare that you'd become #1 hero instead? You made it even worse, Kaken." Izuku relaxed his grip with an exhale. What was the point? Kaken was Kaken. He'd do whatever he pleased as always. Kirishima laughed and slapped Katsuki on the back. "That's just like you, bro." Sidling up to Izuku, Kaminari asked, "Won't you be in trouble if you win, Midoriya? All Might is giving out the medals, and you're Class 1 as legendary anti-fan." "Excuse me?" Izuku recoiled. "I am not." Kaminari shrugged. "Dude, it's school legend that you vomit at the sight of All Might. That was a coincidence. I have pre-existing stomach problems." Izuku shrieked. "I'm a big All Might fan. Back me up, Kaken." "It's true." Katsuki jerked a thumb at Izuku. "The nerd has even more All Might merch than me, and that's saying something." Shiroma gasped. "Could it be that Midoriya is the true platonic tsundere of our friend group?" Kirishima and Kaminari clapped and cheered together. "Tsundere!" Izuku groaned and shook his head, yet he couldn't help a small smile tugging at his lips. At least his stomach had stopped screaming at him. Then Izuku's attention hyper-focused on Midnight as she announced the first event of the sports festival, an obstacle course. At the words, "all 11 classes against each other," and "anything goes," a certain deadly calm fell over Izuku. He did not know how much this event would count compared to the others, but he had no choice except to win at everything. A naval laser quirk did not advantage him in running, particularly when he could only use it for a few seconds. He knew what he must do. The bell rang, and students exploded from the starting gate. Izuku was swept up in the crowd. Ahead of him, Shoto froze everyone around him with ice. Izuku needed to make his move now, when everyone was close enough together that he could hit them all. He yanked his respirator over his mouth. Closing his eyes, Izuku focused on shifting the output of his laser. Thanks to All for One's words, he'd finally realized that he could shift between different types of lasers. He'd also realized what might very well have been the underlying cause of his worst stomach troubles using his quirk. Izuku activated his new ability, carbon monoxide laser. The belt around his waist whirred. Instead of the usual blue laser, a reddish light emitted, followed by a colorless gas. It was not pure carbon monoxide but rather a carefully designed cocktail, giving it a faint rotten egg smell. Izuku could still only use his power for 1 second. But 1 second was all he needed. Once the gas spread around, it would linger in the air, and he'd experimented with his cocktail until it was very fast-acting. Every single student collapsed to the ground. Even Shoto, the furthest ahead, fell over, smacking into his own ice. His stomach throbbing, Izuku staggered forward. He had to make it to the end of the obstacle course before everyone else recovered. Shocked murmurs rose from the crowd. Present Mike could not conceal the astonishment in his voice as he shouted, This is new. Class 1, as own Izuku Midoriya has developed a new use for his laser quirk. Do lasers emit poison? Is this support equipment? Tune in for more. Midoriya has unprecedented confidence, strolling forward as if he has all the time in the world. Even the explosive Bakugo can't match this level of smug. It's not like that, Mr. Yamada, Izuku thought despairingly. My stomach hurts too much for me to run, and Todoroki littered the ground with ice, so I have no choice but to walk slowly. Between the astonished eyes of the crowd and the angry glares of the students behind him, Izuku was sweating again. Drops dripped from his hair into his eyes. If not for Present Mic's announcement, he might not have noticed the robots rising up before him. Cheerfully, Present Mic bellowed. Because Midoriya left all his classmates collapsed behind him, he'll have to face dozens of robots alone. Is he up to the challenge? Frankly, Izuku had planned for worst. These were the same robots he'd already faced in the past. Of course he'd come prepared. Under his breath, he hissed, electromagnetic pulse laser. After Izuku had realized he could adjust his laser to produce knockout gas, naturally he'd researched all other types of lasers. At the entrance exam, it had taken him all his power to destroy so many robots. But it took very little power to send out a signal that disabled all electronic equipment within range. The belt whirred and flashed green this time. The robots fell down in a heap. Izuku leapt aside to avoid being crushed. Then he climbed over them. In an astonished voice, Present Mike demanded, Can a laser quirk do that? Hey, Mummy Man, are you sure that your kid has a naval laser quirk? Yawning, Aizawa growled, Of course it's a laser quirk, it just flashed out of his navel. Izuku couldn't have used the full power of his gas without killing the closest students. How long would they stay down? He didn't dare look behind him to see if anyone else was catching up. Instead, he carefully crawled along the tightrope at the next stage of the obstacle course. As Izuku reached the other side, Present Mic's voice became boisterous again. Now our star student has reached the final barrier, a deadly minefield. What can lasers do against mines? That depended on if these mines were remote-controlled. If UA was concerned about student safety, then they'd have remote controls to prevent the mines from detonating if it got too dangerous, a big if from what he'd seen at the entrance exam. But it was worth a try. He released another electromagnetic pulse. With practice, he'd been able to feel the vibrations of his laser. It sent a shiver through him as he cut the strings controlling the mines. Then Izuku strolled across the now-dead minefield. Present Mike said, We did set up mines, right? That's very odd. Give me a moment. I'll be right back, folks. The microphone cut off. Only when Izuku ran through the door into the stadium could he finally relax. His heart hammered. He felt exhausted. But he'd won. He'd survived the first round in first place, no less. He tried to smile, but tears streamed down his cheeks. Turning around, Izuku checked who was behind him. No one. The screens around the stadium showed students fallen down on the ground. A few of those who had moved the fastest, such as Katsuki and Shoto, had been the furthest away from the gas. They were starting to totter to their feet. but the vast majority of all 11 classes lay on the ground. A not particularly happy silence had fallen over the crowd. Staff with stretchers rushed in to carry the fallen students away. Izuku wondered if he'd gone too far. Katsuki and Shoto tied for second place, bursting across the finish line in a blaze of explosions. His hair still singed, Katsuki stomped over to Izuku. His lips peeled back and spittle flew in all directions. For a moment, Izuku thought his childhood friend was about to punch him. Instead, Katsuki shouted, "Fine, I admit it. That was a cool secret move. But you haven't seen my plan yet. I'm still going to win in the finals." He stomped off. "Oh no, if Kaken thinks that was cool then I definitely went too far," Izuku thought despairingly. Seriously though, Katsuki had matured a lot. The Katsuki from elementary school would have thrown a temper tantrum about losing. This worried Izuku. Katsuki was easier to fight when he lost control of his emotions. In the old days when Izuku had struggled a lot with pain from his quirk, he'd only been able to beat Katsuki by provoking the other boy to lose his temper. A Katsuki who kept his cool would be a tougher opponent. Izuku's hand clenched into a fist. More students were struggling across the minefield, but not very many of them. Another distant student fell down and didn't rise. For the first time that day, Midnight sounded uncertain as she spoke into her microphone. Next up is the cavalry battle, but it appears less than 42 students were able to move on to the second round. We've never had that happen before to him. I'll need to consult with the rest of UA's staff. For those students who didn't make it to the next round, you'll have another chance to show off your stuff? Her voice trailed off. We'll be back after a short break. The crowd was unusually quiet. Izuku had watched many UA sports festivals before. Normally the teachers, besides present Mike, had to fight to be heard over the audience. Quite a few people were leaving the stadium. Izuku knew his victory had been a boring one, but surely it hadn't been that bad? Aizawa tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku jumped a foot in the air. His nerves must be in bad shape. Face neutral, Aizawa said, "You need to come with me. Principal Nizu wants a word." As Aizawa opened the door, Nizu sat behind the principal's desk with his paws folded. The first words out of his mouth were, "Midoriya, you're not in trouble." "I am in so much trouble," Izuku thought. Principal Nizu continued, "You've done nothing against the sports festival rules. Anything goes. Dirty tactics are A-okay. However, I do wish you'd approached your teachers before the competition so we could assess the dangers of your new application of your quirk. That's our job." Quietly, Izuku said, "I tested the gas produced by my laser in advance. I can adjust the type a lot. It's not any true gas that exists in reality, but rather my own variation. With practice, I was able to produce a variation of carbon monoxide laser without permanent effects. Everyone will be fine after a kiss from Recovery Girl." Aizawa swallowed. "Wait, do you mean you could have killed all the other students?" Izuku shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head. "Frankly, I could have produced a far more toxic gas, enough to kill the entire stadium. But I'm not immune to my own gas. If I had done that, I could have killed myself too. My respirator is jerry-rigged from spare parts lying around my house, and it doesn't completely block out all gas. I've been exposed to my laser during practice enough to have a bit more resistance, which is why I was able to make it across the finish line." "You've been exposed during your practice?" Aizawa paled. "Midoriya, immediately after the sports festival, you will report to the hospital for an evaluation of the long-term effects on your body." "No, go right now. You can't remove me from the sports festival," Izuku cried. "Or could they?" He gazed pleadingly at the principal. Nizu said, "We're not removing you from the sports festival. Afterward should be fine. We brought you here out of concern. Media attention on your victory has not been good." "Already?" Izuku swallowed. Nizu sighed. "The media reported that you used radiation to knock out your classmates. To them, that was a more understandable explanation. A lot of people know that some lasers emit radiation. Not many people have heard of gas lasers." "What difference does that make?" Izuku asked. "I considered using radiation-emitting lasers, but they don't work fast enough. I'm afraid you've triggered the two deepest hatreds in Japan: hatred of nuclear weapons and hatred of quirks labeled as villainous. Japan has an entrenched terror of radiation ever since the horrors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Our country even rejected nuclear power plants for generations. Then, of course, there was the massacre caused by toxic chainsaw and so narrowly halted by All Might. The public is sensitive. Izuku looked at the floor. The principal seemed to be expecting him to say something, but Izuku didn't know what. In truth, Izuku had already had some idea this would happen. He knew poison was looked down upon by heroes. However, All for One had ordered him to use gas, so Izuku had no choice. All for One had definitely anticipated this misunderstanding. The old villain would understand the underlying nervousness about radiation that ran through Japanese society as someone who remembered the nuclear power plant meltdowns during the dawn of the Age of Quirks. All for One had deliberately ordered Izuku to not only win, but to win in a manner that would lead him to be labeled as a villain. And Izuku had never had any choice except to step into the trap. If Izuku won in a cool way that got him loads of internship offers, then All for One might decide that he couldn't be converted into a villain and kill his mother. This was supposed to be a punishment. After a pause, Nizu continued, "I'll issue a statement to try and calm the media hysteria. We were going to say that you can't use radiation, but since you can, we'll have to explain about the gas laser instead. I fear carbon monoxide does not have a great reputation either. I'll do my best to reassure everyone, but I'm not confident. We very carefully shield the audience at the sports festival using a complex technology that blocks anything from leaving the stadium, including radiation or gas. Even so, half the audience left." Izuku looked up. "Wait, I thought the audience left because I made the first round boring." Aizawa snorted. "The audience ran away because they think you gave them all radiation poisoning." Izuku winced. "I'm sorry." Forcefully, Nizu said, "You've done nothing wrong. Students are supposed to use all their abilities to win at the sports festival." Todoroki froze his opponents and knocked giant robots down on them. Bakugo exploded mines in people's faces. Yet society has decided that blowing people up is heroic but poisoning them is bad, even though I have no doubt that the second and third place winners did more painful damage to their fellow students than you. When put like that, Izuku wondered if the whole sports festival was a bit lacking in oversight and regulation, but it would hardly be in his best interest to say so since he planned to continue benefiting from the lack of rules restricting quirks. He shrugged. Nizu said, "For your own self-interest, you may want to focus on flashy tactics in the next rounds. Your standard naval laser looks more like what people expect from a heroic quirk. If you want to attract internships, then you don't just need to win. You need to appeal to the public and obtain fans. I know that may seem unfair, but it's part of the job of a hero." Except Izuku didn't care about internships. "Are you forbidding me from using carbon monoxide laser again?" "No, of course not, but keep in mind your fellow students will have support equipment countermeasures in the later rounds," Nizu said. Aizawa growled, "I'm forbidding you from using any more poisonous gas until a doctor examines you. You've been sick in class a lot. We need to check the long-term effects on your body. This is just one sports festival, Midoriya. For the sake of your hero career, you need to protect your health." "Okay, Mr. Aizawa." Izuku was lying between his teeth. He'd do anything to win. Nizu's head sagged. He said, "Midoriya, I promise that UA will do what we can to shield you from unfair accusations." Why did the principal's tone make it sound like Izuku was going to need all the help he could get? Nizu coughed. "Also, I realize the next round of the sports festival might seem like it's unfairly targeting you. I promise, we decided on the next competition far in advance and it's too late to change the rules now. We are absolutely not trying to force you to drop out." Why did Izuku suddenly have a very, very bad feeling? Several members of the audience moved in a coordinated loop around the stadium, making certain every last member knew about the evil radiation quirk. An elderly man collapsed, gripping his heart and crying out loudly. As he was carried out in a stretcher, he made sure to grab cards from half a dozen eager reporters. Within the hour, he was giving a live interview about his close brush with death due to an out-of-control UA student. The elderly man did not know why all for one wanted him to slander a random high school student, but it was a cheap price to pay for the favor he owed. Other agents worked to disseminate the news clip across social media. Nizu released information proving no radiation had been used and no gas had reached the audience, but it was buried under the public outcry. Across social media, #expel Izuku Midoriya was trending. As Izuku re-entered the stadium, he noticed that his fellow students weren't looking in his direction. No one besides Katsuki had greeted him or congratulated him. But he wasn't surprised at the anger. Everyone had been looking forward to the sports festival as a chance to show off their stuff. Izuku had taken that away in one sweeping move. He understood why people would hate him. It was one thing to win. It was another thing to destroy everyone's hopes and dreams. A low boo rose from the crowd. In his concentration on the next round, it took Izuku a moment to realize this was directed at him. An audience member shouted, "Cheater! Trash! Villain!" Someone threw a can at Izuku. It didn't even come close, clattering on the stadium stairs. Present Mike bellowed, "None of that. Midoriya deserves to be congratulated on an astonishing victory. The next person to boo will be removed from the stadium." A sullen silence fell over the crowd. Izuku had known this was coming. Maybe he hadn't expected quite this much vitriol, but he'd take it with his chin raised high. It would be practice for how everyone would treat him if and when they found out about his spying. Staff went around handing out gas masks to the other students. These were high-tech models, easy to breathe in with voice transmitters to let the students speak. Nizu had warned Izuku that there would be precautions at the next stage. Izuku couldn't blame them. A competition where one student kept knocking everyone else out would be boring. He couldn't blame them, but he could be afraid of the consequences if he lost. Midnight hastily took the stage, barely bothering with her usual theatric announcement. The second event will be a cavalry battle. She gestured at the words flashing on the screen. Form into teams of 2 to 4 and get into a horse and rider formation. Izuku's heart sank. The second round was a team battle. And he'd just made all his fellow students hate him. Even for those not holding a personal grudge, no one wanted to be on a team with the kid hated by the audience. Everyone was here to establish their reputation as heroes and win internships. Plus, since his poison ability wouldn't be useful, he didn't even seem particularly strong. Izuku had plenty of plans, but in the eyes of people who didn't know much about his capabilities, he'd look like a deadweight. Katsuki was the only friend Izuku had left, but Katsuki would never team up because of his obsession with being rivals. Sure enough, Katsuki had already formed a team with Shoto, Tenya, and Achiko. Currently Katsuki and Achiko were hopping up and down screaming about pulverizing the enemy. Izuku had never realized that Achiko could be so intense. Perhaps Katsuki's other friends would still have a bit of good feeling toward Izuku? Looking around, Izuku listened to Midnight's speech with half an ear. Shiro had been knocked out in the first round. Kirishima and Mina had already formed a full team with Fumikage and Momo. Had any other members of Class 1A survived? It didn't look like it. Well, it was going to be tough to face the rest of his class tomorrow. His classmates, who'd been closest to him at the gate, had taken the worst of the poison. The rules seemed straightforward. Snag the opponent's headbands without losing your own. Until Midnight shouted, "The headband of our first-place participant is worth 10 million points." Izuku's heart stopped in his chest. No wonder Nizu had looked so awkward. This was it. It was all over. Even if he groveled and begged, no one would be willing to form a team with him now. Oh God, he should have known that a hero competition would involve teamwork. This was all his own fault. He was a worthless failure. What would happen if one person alone had no team? Would they simply throw him out without even letting him try? That was probably what all the staff at UA secretly wanted. No. Izuku was crying. He put up his hands over his face to hide it. No matter how he tried to stop, the tears fell harder. Snot soaked into his sleeve. "Excusez-moi." Aoyama waved a hand in front of Izuku's face. "Would you be willing to team up with me for the cavalry battle?" "Thank you," Izuku said hoarsely, seizing Aoyama's hand. He knew his face looked like an ugly crying mess, and he didn't care. Brushing Izuku's tears off his sleeve, Aoyama smiled ruefully. Do not say that as if I'm doing you a favor, mon ami. The 10 million point headband terrifies me as well. I tried several other people first, but they always ask what my quirk might be, and when I say that I have none, they make their polite excuses. My dear friend Hitoshi did not make this round. It appears we two are pariahs together. Then let quirkless and people with villain quirks unite. Izuku shook Aoyama's hand. I've got a plan. Will you take the bottom? Aoyama flexed his bicep, revealing himself much more built than he first looked. He grinned. I've been weightlifting every day since my quirkless diagnosis at age 4. Tell me what your equipment can do. Aoyama whispered rapidly, and Izuku had to tell him to stick to Japanese twice. By the end, Izuku's confidence had returned. He could work with this. Wiping off his face, Izuku made himself grin like All Might. Just like his hero, he wouldn't falter. The other students all had gas masks on. Aoyama whispered, should I get one too? We might be able to use your gas if we knock off someone else's mask. Actually, I hurt my own body last round. I can't use that again so soon. Izuku wondered if he should have given away such a weakness to someone who might be an enemy next round. It was too late now. He climbed onto Aoyama's shoulders. I have to warn you, this won't be a cool battle. We're probably going to get booed again. Aoyama smiled in a strained way. It's two of us against every single other team looking to steal your headband. We don't have the luxury of fighting fair. As midnight counted down, Izuku watched all other teams swivel to stare at him. He rapidly assessed their quirks and the dangers they would pose. Midnight shouted, 3, close your eyes, Aoyama, Izuku whispered. Aoyama obeyed. Izuku activated Flash Bomb. The blazing white light from Izuku's laser perfectly hit the eyes of everyone who'd been staring covetously at his 10 million point headband, blinding them. Izuku had been saving this card for the inevitable one-on-one matches, but now he had no choice but to use it early. Gritting his teeth, he produced the widest, most eye-damaging light possible, spinning on Aoyama's shoulders to make sure he got everyone. Then Aoyama activated the jets on his pants, and they took off into the sky. The cavalry teams crashed around sightlessly. How long can you stay in the air? Izuku whispered. I've never tried carrying another person. Aoyama gritted his teeth. Maybe 12 minutes? Not long enough to last until the end of the 15-minute battle. Let me know when you get close. Want me to try and grab headbands from above? Not yet. We can't afford to have anyone notice us. So far, none of those below had recovered their eyesight. Izuku and Aoyama remained safely out of view overhead. Minutes ticked past. Striving to keep his voice excited, Present Mike cried, Todoroki has frozen the ground. If he holds everyone in place, then he might be able to find someone with a headband. A murmur ran through the crowd. Watching a bunch of blind students fumble around made for a boring battle. But it was in Izuku's best interests to maintain the status quo. Whining came from Aoyama's jets. He whispered, I can't hold on much longer. Izuku looked around for a good spot to land. Several teams were feeling their way around the wall, looking for opponents that way. Instead, the center was largely unoccupied. Over there. He pointed at an icy patch. Everyone else will avoid the ice. We can be safe for the last couple minutes. Present Mike shouted, a clash between A and B. He pointed at the place on the wall where Shoto, Tenya, Achiko, and Katsuki had run into a team led by Nito Monoma. Izuku couldn't help watching with curiosity the copying quirk. Jumping right on top of his opponent's horse was just like Kakin. As Aoyama landed on the ice, spikes shot out of his boots and locked on. Nice job, Izuku whispered. He assessed if it would be possible to use his electromagnetic waves to disrupt Aoyama's gear if they fought in the one-on-ones. The spikes would be unaffected, but did they retract by remote control or motion? Thanks, Aoyama whispered back. Mei Hatsum makes amazing gear. I should introduce you too. She might be able to help with how your quirk hurts your body. Izuku winced, feeling guilty but not sure why. Aoyama was nice, and Izuku was already thinking ahead about how to beat him. Of course, they were all planning to win. Izuku wasn't doing anything wrong. Not unless he counted all the spying and lying and working for a villain. Watching everyone else blunder around, Izuku knew that the other students would be bringing eye shields and sunglasses to the one-on-one matches. If only he'd been able to keep his trump card for one more round. Stupid 10 million point headband. If Izuku had known, he wouldn't have prioritized the cavalry battle. At least he'd almost gotten through this round with just 1 minute left. Someone in the audience screamed and pointed. The villain kid is in the middle of the ice. Izuku's smile wiped off his face. It was a faint cry at first, but several other members of the audience took up the shouting. Present mic bellowed, "Audience interference is not allowed. You'll be removed from the stadium." Staff came forward to take away the shouting people. But they were too late. Katsuki's team turned toward Izuku, but they were too far away. A team of Class 1B students charged forward, vines coming from a girl's hair. From behind, Fumikage took to the air with Dark Shadow, swooping down. Izuku pivoted, shooting his laser at Dark Shadow. The bird recoiled from the light. "Aoyama, please do something about the 1B team." Sweat dripped down Aoyama's forehead. "I guess you won't be the only one who has to reveal your trump card early, Midoriya." He drove his fist into the dirt, shouting, "Montjoy St. Denis." An explosion ripped from Aoyama's glove. They fell into the hole created in the ground together. Wind rushed into Izuku's ears as he landed on top of Aoyama. "Sorry," he cried, scrambling off. "Time's up." Midnight cried. It looks like Bakugo stole the only headband today, keeping him in second place. Despite her attempt to sound enthusiastic, even Midnight couldn't make a cavalry battle where everyone ended up at the same rank seem very exciting. The top 4 teams will proceed to the next round. Also 2 members of the 5th place team, since the winning team only had 2 members. The crowd booed loudly. More empty cans were thrown. It didn't matter. Izuku was not at the sports festival to compete against his fellow students. He was not there to attract internships. He definitely wasn't there to demonstrate good sportsmanship. He was going to win by any means necessary. Izuku helped Aoyama climb out of the hole and over to the bench. "Hey, do you need to see Recovery Girl? Your arm is bleeding." He gasped when he saw the scars spread across Aoyama's right arm, peeking through the torn cloth of the gym uniform. Aoyama laughed and held up his arm. "A battle from when I was younger." "You used to be bullied," Izuku said flatly. He'd spoken without thinking, remembering the days when he'd been quirkless. Then he flushed and clamped his hands over his mouth. "Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. It used to happen to me too." Aoyama rubbed the back of his neck. "Ah, so you noticed. It was a one-sided battle. My parents took me to live in France for a while and attend a private school because they had so little luck handling bullying through the Japanese school system. My bullying stopped after my quirk arrived late," Izuku said softly. Once again, he had that same pinch of guilt even though he knew he hadn't caused Aoyama's bullying by getting a quirk himself. Frankly, he'd trade places with Aoyama in a heartbeat given what the naval laser quirk had cost him. "You know, you're really cool, Aoyama. Even though everyone says that quirkless people can't become heroes, you didn't let that stop you. I wish I'd done that. I hope I can be as cool as you." Aoyama smiled. "I've worked hard, yet in many ways I've also been lucky. I wouldn't have my support gear without wealthy parents. Maman and Papa got me martial arts tutors and hired lawyers to defend my right to use support gear at the entrance exam. But because I've been so privileged, I want to use my opportunity to become a symbol of hope for other quirkless people." "That's a great dream. I wish I could still have dreams besides hoping my mother can live," Izuku thought. "Merci." Aoyama stood up. "I think I will visit Recovery Girl before the next round. If we meet in the matches, then let's fight fairly as friends. Yeah. May the best hero win." Izuku's voice broke a little. He had no choice but to beat Aoyama next round using any tactics fair or foul. If Aoyama died at all for one's hand, then he wouldn't be able to become a symbol of anything. Just as Izuku was about to sit down and start planning for his future battles against the remaining students, Shoto Todoroki grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him away. Pushed against the wall, Izuku faked a smile. If this is about my new laser, it's not nearly as harmful to my body. It's worse, actually. It was approved by my mentor. This is about your mentor at the quirk support group, Shoto interrupted. Cold radiated off him. I think that he's my long-lost older brother, Touya Todoroki. A leaf blew past the tunnel. Izuku blinked. Make time. Author, it doesn't make any sense for Shoto to have a Dad Might conspiracy theory in this AU. All Might and Izuku don't have similar quirks, and they haven't been eating lunch together. I'll have to come up with something different for Shoto's conversation with Izuku. Shoto, no, not my beloved Dad Might theory. I'll always still believe it. Author, Izuku vomited at the sight of All Might. Shoto, how do you think my father makes me feel? While Izuku was still stunned, Shoto quickly explained the story of his parents' quirk marriage, the scar on his face, and his resolve not to use his fireside. Izuku stammered, "Beeb, not using half your quirk could," he cut himself off abruptly. Shoto was one of the main contenders to win the sports festival. If he planned to seal away half his power, then it would be irresponsible of Izuku to talk him out of it. No matter what psychological damage this might be doing to Shoto, it was still better than ending up dead. And if Izuku didn't win the sports festival, someone would die. Weakly, Izuku finished, "What does this have to do with your brother?" Shoto swallowed. My older brother had a strong fire quirk, but a body suited to ice. It was the result of my father's self-centered eugenics experiment. Touya was my father's first attempt to surpass All Might, but his body couldn't handle his own quirk. During training, he burst into flames and died. "I'm sorry," Izuku said. He finally understood now why Shoto had been unable to watch Izuku hurt his body with his laser quirk. "Your family's loss, I can't imagine it. I'm so very sorry." "Wait, if your brother is dead, then how can he be Dad my mentor?" Shoto's eyes, previously dark with the shadows of his past, begun to sparkle with enthusiasm. Clearly he faked his own death. "Trust me, if you'd ever met my father, you'd completely understand why someone would pretend to be dead to avoid him." Shoto whipped out a folder from behind his back. "I've compiled all the evidence. First, a picture of Touya Todoroki. This guy really likes conspiracy theories, huh?" Izuku looked at the picture of the boy with white hair. I don't think he looks that much like my mentor. They have different colored hair." "Clearly he dyes it," Shoto said dismissively. "The scars make it difficult to recognize him by face, but the shape of their heads is very similar. See, I wrote up an analysis in Appendix A. Your mentor also has a quirk that he can't control. It's a fire quirk, right?" Izuku said. He had no idea what Dabi's quirk might be. Should he deny it? What if he later turned out to be wrong? Wouldn't that be more suspicious? "I can't reveal any private information from our group meetings." "You don't have to tell me, I know," Shoto said. I noticed the slightly warmer air around him. "It's a dead giveaway to another fire user." "Oh," Izuku said, glad he hadn't lied then gotten caught. He filed away that bit of information. Shoto continued, "Your mentor had a t-shirt dissing Endeavor. He ran away from an abusive father. Everything fits. I just made up the abusive dad though. Dabi having a quirk that hurt his body had been an educated guess based on his scars, but the rest had been total nonsense." Izuku said, "The world is full of bad dads. I've got one too, but I don't think I'm Endeavor's love child." He laughed very weakly. Shoto leapt forward and clasped Izuku's hands. "Please, let me meet with your mentor just once." "Absolutely not," Izuku said. No, Izuku was not going to tell a villain that a hero student had mistaken him for a deceased older brother. Best case scenario, Dabi would bust a gut laughing. In the worst case scenario, All for One might suggest that they could use this to steal Shoto's rare and valuable quirk. "Please." Shoto held on tightly. "This would mean everything to my family. My siblings miss him. My mother blames herself. If she could see Touya again, she might finally recover." Except it was all based on a lie. Izuku's stomach twisted. "I'm sorry, but I'm certain my mentor isn't your brother. Based on what he's confidentially told me during our meetings, his family background is completely different." Shoto didn't let go of Izuku's hands. "If Touya was hiding from our father, then of course he'd change up his story. Look, if your brother was alive and never came to see your family, then he doesn't want to be found. Maybe Touya doesn't know how much Mom has been missing him and crying over his death. Please, if I beat you in the sports festival, then let me meet my older brother. Why would I give you even more incentive to beat me? Izuku screamed. Fighting Shoto's amazing quirk would be difficult enough already. Getting his opponent all fired up before their battle would hardly help him. How about this? If you lose to me, then I'll let you meet anyone you want. Shoto recoiled in shock, finally releasing Izuku's hands. You want me to throw a fight? The old Izuku would have been horrified at the notion. The new Izuku couldn't afford any scruples. Izuku crossed his arms. That's right. If you want to meet your brother, then lose to me. But what about my need to prove to my father that I can win with only my ice? Shoto frowned. Wait, can't I just follow you next time you meet with my brother? No! Izuku shrieked. As a spy, he couldn't afford to have a hero student following him around while he met with villains. Fine, I'll investigate if my mentor is your older brother. If he's not, then you'll leave him alone. I'll help you uncover the truth, Shoto said. You will not. If I beat you in our match, then you'll let me accompany you. If not, I'll let you speak to my big brother alone but help with the investigation from the shadows. Izuku cried, I keep telling you, I'm not going to give you additional incentive to win against me. Your power is amazing enough already. You think my quirk is amazing? Shoto flushed. But it's a curse. Izuku's temper snapped. I don't want to hear that from the person with the most awesome ability in class. I know you've been through a lot in the past because of your quirk, but not having any power is also suffering. Quietly, Shoto said, I wonder if that's how my big brother felt. I need to understand him more in order to reunite him with my family. I'll think about your words. Thank you. The end of lunch break sounded, letting Izuku escape. His stomach hurt too much to eat anyway. Cementos stood next to a tube reaching out of the stadium. His eyes narrowed as he created a square arena for the one-on-one matches. Even in his current state of nerves, Izuku couldn't help being a little fascinated by such a cool quirk. Cementos even added the UA logo with a flourish. Izuku's attention was drawn back to the screen as Midnight announced the matchups. Instinctively, his eyes went to Katsuki's name. They were in opposite brackets, meaning more chances for someone else to beat his childhood friend first. Izuku hoped for that outcome. He didn't fear that fight. In fact, he had an idea for how to win it, but he really didn't want to use that particular tactic. The very first match would be Izuku against Aoyama. Izuku winced. This was not ideal. Ever since All for One's declaration, Izuku had created detailed plans in his notebooks for how to counter the quirks of every single member of Class 1A. But Aoyama had no quirk, and judging from the cavalry battle, he'd acquired new support equipment for this competition. During his lunch break, Izuku had quickly planned out how to defeat Aoyama's current equipment, but he might very well swap in different equipment for each fight. That was the advantage to a quirkless hero, someone who could quickly change their powers based on circumstances. If not for prejudice, Izuku firmly believed there would be many quirkless heroes already. Aoyama nudged his shoulder. How fateful for former allies to become enemies. Que le meilleur gagne. In other words, as you said, may the best man win. Yeah, Izuku said numbly. If the best man won, Aoyama would die, so Izuku had DMN well better not let that happen. Aoyama had obtained a dark visor over his eyes. So much for the flash bomb tactic. Dark cloth had been wrapped around his arms and legs to hide the precise details of his support equipment, but Izuku estimated from the bulges that he'd obtained something new. Aoyama also had a filter over his mouth to block another carbon monoxide laser. This was definitely not a good matchup. Sweat dripped down Izuku's face as he walked into the ring. Present Mike shouted, for the first match, it's the star who has been dominating this competition, Izuku Midoriya. A roar of boos rose up from the crowd. The stadium had thinned out due to people leaving in fear of radiation, but those who remained seemed determined to make up for their smaller numbers with the volume of their voices. None of that, Present Mike said sharply. Remember, fighting dirty is completely acceptable in this competition. Chanting rose up from the crowd, Villain! Villain! Villain. Izuku's shoulders hunched up. He thought he'd come prepared for this. He'd known his strategy would be looked down upon, even if he hadn't anticipated quite this strong a backlash. But this hatred was on an entirely different level. They screamed, "Villain," like it was a slur. Present Mike shouted, "That is a child. A 15-year-old boy who has done nothing wrong. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Anyone who boos will be removed from the stadium." In response, someone threw a can at Izuku. This person had better aim than most. Izuku had to leap sideways to avoid being clobbered. UA staff moved forward to make good on Present Mike's threat, escorting numerous rowdy people from the stadium. The cacophony rose as these people protested their eviction. Over the noise, Present Mike shouted, "Yuga Aoyama is UA's first quirkless student and class president." But no one was listening. Even Present Mike's announcer voice could be barely heard over the chaos. Izuku glanced at his classmate. Aoyama's lips were flat and his eyes blazed. Was Aoyama angry because his debut as the first quirkless hero had been ruined? That was Izuku's fault too. Closing his eyes, Izuku wished for this match to be over already. Sitting in Nizu's office, Toshinori's finger compulsively tapped his knee. His eyes were glued to the television screen showing the sports festival. With each boo, the lines on his face deepened. He said, "Distributing out air filters and gas masks among the students seems unfair to young Midoriya. You've denied him one of his greatest weapons." From behind his desk, Nizu said, "That was for Midoriya's sake as much as the other students. He's poisoned by his own gas whenever he uses it. The fact that he is only able to remain standing due to repeated exposure is troubling. I've seen many young hero students hurt themselves due to a drive to win. I believe Aizawa was quite serious about tying Midoriya to a stretcher and carrying him away to the hospital if he tries to use carbon monoxide laser one more time." "Maybe that's not a bad idea," Toshinori muttered. "It would be unfair to young Midoriya to only disqualify him, of course. But have you considered shutting down the sports festival? I know the other students will be disappointed, but this," he gestured at the TV, "is looking very, very bad. I'm deeply concerned for young Midoriya's future. Even if we throw out the entire audience, we can do nothing about the people watching and commenting online." Nizu raised a paw to his forehead, an uncharacteristic gesture of weariness. "But right now, if we withdraw Midoriya or shut down the sports festival, we'll make everything even worse for him. UA has been served with a lawsuit for allowing our audience to be exposed to radiation. The so-called victims have been kicking up an enormous fuss on television. It's complete nonsense. We'll easily win in court. But if the sports festival ends early, it will look like an admission of guilt. No matter the truth, we'll lose in the court of public opinion. Midoriya's hero career will be over." "Lawsuits?" Toshinori frowned. "There are always scammers looking to take advantage, but this happened too fast. Almost like someone with media influence is pulling the strings. The thought has crossed my mind. UA has already been targeted by villains who used reporters to infiltrate us before. Someone might be trying to smear our reputation, with Midoriya as an innocent causality." Toshinori's shaking hands gripped his knees. "This feels unnatural to me. In the past, plenty of students have won the sports festivals with much dirtier tactics and been cheered. Many people love dark antiheroes. Is this madness all about paranoia over radiation?" Nizu sighed. "That's part of it. But the problem isn't just the tactics Midoriya used, it's that all of his fights have been boring. In the first round, he won by strolling slowly across the obstacle course while everyone else lay on the ground. In the second round, he won by hiding. As you said, humans love strong assholes, but only when they act interesting. People have come to expect heroes to be a source of entertainment as much as protection. The greatest sin a hero can commit is being dull." Toshinori shook his head. He muttered, more to himself, "This isn't the society I wanted to build or the heroism I sought. I'd hoped Midoriya could create more of an anti-hero image in the one-on-one matches, but in the crowd's current mood, it may already be too late. The longer this goes on, the more negative attention will focus on him. He needs to get out of sight and let someone else become the focus of the sports festival." Nizu's gaze became distant and sad. At this point, The best thing that poor boy could do to save his hero career would be to lose. Inko sat with her nose closer to the television screen than recommended by doctors. She'd wrung her handkerchief until it had started to fray in her hands. After seeing the crowd boo her son, she was so angry she couldn't even cry. Tomura sat on the sofa next to her, scrolling through his phone. He grunted. You should see what people are saying. About Player 2 online. I'd rather not, Inko said faintly. Her nerves couldn't take it. Tomura had told her about the stakes riding on her son's fight. That's how the world works. If you've got the wrong quirk, then you can't even live normally in society, much less become a hero. Tomura sounded matter-of-fact about it. He patted Inko's shoulder. Player 2 still has our side. It might be for the best if he loses so he can get his first kill over with. I resisted for years when Sensei told me to just hurry up and decay someone, but I felt better after I got it over with. Sensei was right. Sensei is always right. Inko shivered. She didn't want comfort from Tomura right now, didn't want him touching her, but she didn't dare let on. Tomura was the only person here to show any sympathy for her. She needed to continue making him see her as a person, in hopes that one day he might hesitate if All for One ordered her death. Her son had given her an opportunity with Tomura, and the least she could do was seize it to the fullest. Inko wanted to survive, but she wished she could tell her son that it was okay if he had to let her go. She'd never want to sacrifice a child's life in her place, especially not if that child turned out to be her son's childhood friend who she loved like a nephew. But if Katsuki took first place in the sports festival, then making that choice would destroy her kind-hearted boy. So Inko clutched her handkerchief even tighter and prayed, "Please win, Izuku." Aoyama leapt toward Izuku, the rockets on his legs activating. Already prepared, Izuku darted sideways and activated his laser. Instead of dodging, Aoyama raised his hands. A mirror flashed in his palms. The laser bounced off. Izuku barely leapt away in time. The reflected laser sizzled where his feet had been. For the first time in the sports festival, a genuine smile tugged at his lips. Nice move. Merci, Aoyama murmured with a tilt of his head. In the crowd, a pink-haired girl leapt to her feet and applauded. Those are my babies. Go Aoyama. If he didn't want to lose, Izuku had better not give Aoyama time to show off all his new equipment. Nor could his stomach handle a prolonged match. He had to use another dirty tactic. Izuku activated electromagnetic pulse laser. In response, the equipment on Aoyama's arms sputtered and died. Here was the weakness of a hero who relied on support equipment. Aoyama's dream to become the first quirkless hero had great value to Izuku as a former quirkless person. And Izuku would have to be the one to smash that beautiful dream to pieces. Arg, Izuku was being melodramatic and self-pitying. Aoyama's dream to become a hero wasn't going to end because he finished in the top 16 of the sports festival. He'd already come further than most students. It was just, if Izuku had been playing this as a game, he would have been delighted to let Aoyama show off all his abilities instead of skipping straight to electromagnetic pulse laser. But since this was more than a competition to him, he needed to finish the match as fast as possible. Not giving Aoyama time to recover, Izuku lunged forward and grabbed the other boy around the waist. From a distance, Aoyama could deflect his lasers, so Izuku had to get into close combat. Instead of trying to flee, Aoyama grabbed Izuku back. Aoyama twisted his body so that he was behind Izuku and the naval laser pointed away from him. Then grappling hooks shot from Aoyama's arms to wrap around Izuku. These must be the cause of the bulkiness under his clothing. These more primitive devices did not rely on electronics. Got you, Aoyama whispered. At this point, Izuku realized he should have been less concerned with his opponent's dream and more concerned with not losing. Aoyama threw Izuku upside down, about to German suplex his head into the hard ground. Glass gleamed from the booth where present Mike and Aizawa watched the battle. Izuku had no time to calculate his trajectory, he could only act. His laser burned through the ropes around him and bounced off the glass window. Aoyama cried out as the laser came close enough to singe his bangs. Not a direct hit, but good enough to loosen his grip. Izuku landed on his back instead of his head. The impact rocked through his body. Blinded by the sun, Izuku fired his laser again without looking and without heeding the pain in his stomach. A good thing, too, he seared through the ropes before they could grab him again. As Aoyama's blurry form loomed over him, Izuku fired his laser straight into his opponent's eye shield. It bounced off and hit the ground as planned. The impact sent dust and debris flying. A huge chunk of concrete struck Aoyama in the midsection. Izuku's stomach screamed. He did not know if he could produce another laser. He had to win here and now. Izuku grabbed the falling Aoyama by his arm and swung him out of the arena. Midnight cried, "Aoyama is out of the ring." Izuku sank to his knees, panting and nearly weeping in relief. He staggered to his feet and extended a helping hand. "You were amazing, I thought it was over after I disabled your equipment, but you never gave up. Good match. And I'm sorry that all my personal problems overshadowed our battle. You deserved more attention." Aoyama accepted the hand up. Non, I am the one who feels sorry toward you. This crowd's unsportsmanlike behavior angered me so much I nearly did not want to beat you. He glanced up at the silent bleachers. Under present mixed threat, the audience was no longer booing. But they did not cheer as the crowd always did after each match. Grim silence weighed down the air. Aoyama sighed and clapped Izuku's shoulder. "Mon ami, I am worried for you." After his match, Izuku sought out Achiko in the waiting room. He plastered a fake smile on his face. "I heard that you're Katsuki's first opponent. We've been friends ever since childhood. If you want, I can give you a strategy to beat him." He held up his notebook. "Please hear me out." The temperature of the room dropped so sharply that Izuku looked around to make certain Shoto Todoroki hadn't entered. Eyes narrowed, Achiko said, "Given that you're friends with Bakugo and passing acquaintances with me, it's odd that you'd offer to help me." Izuku fiddled with his notebook. "I'm chivalrous? You'd rather face me in the finals than Bakugo. You want me to win because you think I'm weaker." Izuku winced. She was right, but not for the reason she thought. Izuku understood Kaken as only two people who had been together since preschool could. Knew exactly how to win that fight. Izuku didn't even need to break Katsuki's wrists when he knew exactly how to break his friend's mind. But if he went that far, their friendship might never recover. So here Izuku was, desperately trying to find someone else to beat Katsuki for him. It was not his finest moment, and he knew it. Achiko concluded, "You once told me that heroes shouldn't need help, so I suppose you offering it to me proves just how worthless and pathetic you think that I am." "No, I didn't mean that, I swear. Are you sure you don't want to at least look?" Izuku held out his notebook. Achiko made no move to take it. Her expression was neutral and her tone was ice cold. During the cavalry battle, Bakugo was boasting about how you two would have the most awesome battle between rivals in the finals. "I can tell he cares a lot about you and has a high opinion of your abilities. He's sincerely rooting you on make it to the finals. I think you should value your friendship with him more and focus on helping him, not me. Especially since I don't see the two of us ever becoming friends." Izuku had never before been so politely yet savagely eviscerated. When someone as nice as Achiko told you that you were an a-hole, then you knew it was true. Hanging his head, Izuku withdrew the notebook. "I understand. I won't bother you any further. I'm sorry for calling you weak on the first day of school. It wasn't true, and besides, you stopped me from falling at the entrance exam, so I had no right to say that to you. I was having a bad day, and I unfairly took it out on you. I promise I'm not saying this to try and convince you to take my notes. I really am sorry." He turned and left quickly. Achiko Uraraka's strategy against Katsuki was every bit as good as the one Izuku would have given her. She fought well until the bitter end. Despite her loss, it was a fight to be proud of. Izuku wished the two of them could have been friends. The match also proved that Katsuki could fight smart when he felt pressured. He was a deadly opponent. Izuku still believed he had good odds of beating his childhood friend fairly, but he couldn't accept any risk of defeat. He had to be certain, no matter what he had to do in order to win. In the distance, Izuku watched as Shoto faced off against the girl from Class 1B with plants for hair. He immediately summoned up a wave of ice to freeze her. Izuku carefully analyzed how Shoto's body developed a layer of frost when he used his quirk. Shoto would be his opponent in the next match. As Present Mike gave his introduction for Todoroki versus Midoriya, the stadium was completely silent. 2/3 of the audience had left or been removed, and the threat of further expulsions had silenced the boos. Instead, hundreds of hate-filled eyes bore down on Izuku. He sweated under the pressure. Faintly, he could make out the faces of the people in the front row, their scowls contorted with inhuman revulsion. The murderous silence was even worse than the boos. Izuku felt like a spider trapped under a glass cup, being glared at by an arachnophobe. The loathing hung so thick in the air that it prickled the backs of his arms. They did not need to scream, "Villain," at him. He knew what they thought by the way they looked at him, as if he was not even human. Shoto directed a very small smile at Izuku before putting on his mask. This only made Izuku feel even more sick to the stomach. The people who'd been the nicest to him were the same people he had to crush. The instant the match started, Shoto directed a wave of ice at Izuku. Having seen last match, Izuku was already running sideways. Skirting the edges of the ring in a dangerous way, he bounced his laser off the ice and aimed for Shoto's midsection. Shoto tossed up another icicle as a shield. This at least brought Izuku enough time to run back into the middle of the ring. The intense cold made his legs shake. Shoto was shivering. A layer of frost ran down his hairline to his arm. If he'd been using his fire half, then he could have warmed himself up. But he'd already vowed not to do that. Izuku felt afraid for what would happen to Shoto if he kept rejecting that half of his power. At the same time, Izuku saw a weakness to be exploited. Too fast for Izuku to be prepared, Shoto shot out another wave of ice. This time, Izuku could not completely dodge without being blasted out of the ring. He burned a hole in the middle, enough to tuck his body into. The cold walls pressed around him on both sides, chilling him to the bone. The crowd cheered. They wanted to see Izuku fall. The mob wanted blood. Shoto raised his hand, about to send out another wave of ice. The tips of his fingers were frosted over. His arm quivered. Quickly, he blew on his fingers, then resumed his attack. That moment gave Izuku just enough time to squirm out of the ice and slide down the other side. A few icicles frosted over his hair. The crowd sighed in disappointment. Izuku wanted to tell Shoto that his power was his own. He wanted to point out the hypocrisy of Shoto trying to save Izuku from a quirk that damaged his body while completely neglecting his own health. Izuku was probably the only person Shoto would listen to about this. Because Shoto had shared his past, because Shoto had seen his older brother's ghost in Izuku, that put Izuku in a unique position to get through to his classmate. Izuku could be Shoto's hero. Shoto was a good person. Right now, Izuku couldn't afford to be a good person. Izuku dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach in fake pain. Deliberately, he let a very small bit of light slip out from his midsection as if he had stopped being able to control his laser. He cried out, "It hurts. I'm burning up inside." He picked those words knowing full well what they would do to Shoto, whose older brother had burned alive. In an instant, Shoto lowered his arm and busted apart his own ice to run to Izuku's side. Present Mike shouted, "Are you able to continue, Midoriya? You have to say the words if you need to give up." Wrapping his arms around himself, Izuku ummed. He kept a careful eye on Shoto's shadow approaching. An easy crier, he summoned tears to fall from his eyes and freeze to his cheeks. His head lolling, Izuku whispered, "It burns. I think I'm dying. Tooths. Help me." Shoto extended his arms in an embrace. "You're going to be just fine, I promise." He looked over his shoulder. "Someone call recovery girl. Who cares about the fight? Can't you see that he's in pain?" As soon as Shoto's head was turned away, Izuku straightened and sucker-punched his opponent in the stomach. When Shoto fell over, Izuku chopped him on the back of the neck just to be sure. The crowd hissed. A lone man in the back leapt to his feet and screamed, "Ooh, boo! I don't care if you throw me out. Boo boo boo." Present Mike said, "That was, a tactic. Match goes to Midoriya. Remember, dirty tactics are allowed." But Present Mike sounded uncertain. He was having trouble defending this. And he didn't even fully understand the cruelty of what Izuku had done because he didn't know about Shoto's past. Izuku could have helped Shoto. Instead, he'd turned his classmates' trauma against him in order to win. He was every bit the villain that the audience claimed him to be. Izuku had planned out his fight with Tenya Ida. In his notebooks, he'd plotted battles with every member of Class 1A, even those he considered unlikely to make it to the last round. He'd gathered information on Class 1B too, focusing on the strongest members. He hadn't had time for general studies, and none of them had made it past the first round anyway. However, Tenya was a tricky opponent because of his speed. Izuku knew Tenya would try to knock him out of the ring before he had time to properly fight. His original counterattack had involved the flash bomb laser, but he'd been forced to use that early. Now he had no choice but to target the engines on Tenya's legs, a more malicious plan requiring him to close the distance between them. Izuku would have preferred not to risk getting hurt before the finals. As Izuku looked over his notes one last time, he spotted Midnight leaning against the stadium wall. She hissed into her phone, "Do you know which villain it was yet?" "Oh gods. How is Tensei?" "Damn it, I'm sorry. If you're sure Tensei won't get out of surgery anytime soon, I don't think we should tell the younger Ida yet he just walked into the ring for his semi-finals match." Tenya had bragged about his older brother often enough for Izuku to recognize the name. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Seeing Izuku watching, Midnight hung up. She faked a strained smile and gestured him into the ring. Izuku's heart hammered as he stepped again into the silent arena with cold eyes beating down on him. He had to try. If nothing else, he might at least throw Tenya off his game during the match. Facing Tenya, Izuku filled his voice with saccharine sympathy. "Is it okay for you to be here with your older brother in the hospital?" Tenya paled. "My brother what?" Ignoring Midnight waving for him to stop, Izuku gasped. "You didn't know? I heard that he's in critical condition and might not live past the hour. I assumed you would rush to his side." Tenya whirled around to face Midnight. "I apologize, but I must surrender." Glancing over his shoulder, he shouted, "Thank you for telling me about my brother, Midoriya." With a puff of exhaust, he shot away. Midnight's shoulders sagged, but she tried to sound peppy. "Match to Midoriya." An uncomfortable pit of guilt settled in Izuku's stomach. It had felt terrible to hear Tenya thank him. Why did good people assume everyone else was good too? Everyone but Tenya could clearly tell that Izuku had spilled the bad news in order to sabotage his opponent. Even so, Izuku truly hoped that Tenya's brother would live. Another defiant boo rose from the crowd. Izuku trudged off the arena. They couldn't possibly hate him more than he hated himself. In the waiting room, Izuku received a text from an unknown number. It read, "This is Principal Nizu. I struggled with whether to tell you this, but I feel you have the right to know. You're currently the source of very negative media attention, so much that you should not Google your name right now. I know it's unfair, but reputation matters a great deal for a potential hero, even more than the competence you have already displayed. The finals match is your last chance to create a flashy and interesting match. I've attached a detailed plan about how you can create an image as a dark hero or anti-hero." Izuku deleted the rest of the message without reading it. He knew the principal was right. But Izuku could not afford to save his reputation when he was trying to save Katsuki's life. Even if he told the teachers the truth, they might not be able to protect Katsuki. All for One had a teleporter on his side. And the heroes would never be able to find Inko in time to save her. There was a very real chance Izuku might watch both of his important people die if he tried to save them both. If All for One wanted an entertaining show, then Izuku had no choice but to dance along to the villain's waltz. In his mind, Izuku could practically picture the smug smirk on the scarred lips. Izuku was not trying to win approval from the public, he needed to convince All for One that he was worth keeping around. That meant not only did he have to win, he needed to do it like a villain. Or like an a-hole. The text did give Izuku an idea. He sat down and started writing a letter. Perhaps he could hide it somewhere Katsuki would only find it if Izuku died. Then Katsuki would understand why. "Dear do you remember that day when you fell into the river and I tried to help you up, but you got angry? We fought until we both fell backward and couldn't stand up any longer. Afterward you told me about your insecurities and how everyone acted like you had to succeed because of your quirk, and I was happy that you trusted me enough to open up." Izuku stopped and started over. "A villain took my mom. I think you'd forgive me if you knew that. I know you love her just like me. You used to bug me all the time to trade moms. You even offered me your All Might card in exchange. Only a fellow fan can understand the magnitude of that. This had been a terrible idea. Izuku could not risk a letter that might be found by the wrong person early. That would be such a stupid way to lose everything. He ripped the paper into tiny shreds, then burned the shreds with a quick laser burst. Rising to his feet, Izuku headed to the final match of the sports festival. Time. Friendship with Aoyama ended. Izuku, Aoyama, I can't afford to lose this match, so I'm about to blackmail you with your darkest secret. You're not actually part French, you just pretend to be. You're the Francophile equivalent of a weeaboo. Stop talking. I surrender. The alternate Tenya fight. Izuku, maybe I'll make up a lie about Tenya's family member being injured to throw him off his game. Hey, your brother is in the hospital. Tenya, Midoriya, thank you so much for telling me about Stain attacking my brother. Izuku, my lie was right again? First Dabi as Touya, now this? Do I have a hidden prophecy quirk? All for one will choke to death on a grape. Did it work? As Izuku and Katsuki stepped out into the arena, Katsuki chattered, do you know what number fight this is for us? It's fight number 500. Well, that depends on if you count the arm wrestling battles and the times when an adult interrupted us right before I was no doubt about to win. I've decided not to count any of those so that the sports festival can be our 500th fight. Izuku grunted. A giant smile on his face, Katsuki said, it gets even better. We're currently at 250 wins by the great me to 250 wins by you. This will be our tie-breaking fight. Today we'll finally settle who is the strongest. This will be our ultimate battle as rivals. As the hateful stares from the crowd above settled on him, Izuku flinched. The audience hissed. The sound edged the line between a sigh and a boo. Katsuki waved a hand in front of Izuku's face. Hey, come on, what gives? Aren't you excited too? A trace of petulance entered Katsuki's voice. You'd better not be thinking about insignificant matters during our big fight. Izuku gritted his teeth. Katsuki didn't understand. They were in entirely different genres. Katsuki was enjoying his shounen rival battle and Izuku was trapped in a horror story. Over and over again, Izuku kept seeing his mom and his childhood friends' dead, mangled bodies. He'd imagined exactly what both of them would look like if resurrected as undead horrors. His hand shook. He'd already thrown up once in the bathroom before the match. His stomach threatened to do it again. When Izuku and Katsuki faced off, the crowd went mad cheering. Shouts rang from the stands, "Go Explosion Boy! Bakugo, Bakugo, Bakugo! Win! Beat him! Destroy him!" The audience had figured out the loophole in present mix rules. They couldn't boo Izuku, but they could cheer on his opponent. Katsuki whirled around and shouted at the crowd, "Oh, shut up, all of you. Don't bother to cheer for me if you're just rooting for someone else to lose. This is a fair fight. I don't need any cheap favoritism to win." He punctuated his declaration with an explosion. The audience clapped and applauded in response to this declaration. Turning back with a grin, Katsuki said, "See, I told them. If that's what was worrying you, then you can relax. It doesn't matter what those phonies think." "Oh, great. You just made yourself look more like a hero and me more like a villain," Izuku growled. This was sort of true, but he didn't mean the blame. It was merely the start of his ruse. At least he didn't think he meant it. He'd always been an average actor, good at a poker face but not faking more complicated emotions. He needed to work himself up into the emotional state to do what must be done. Katsuki's smile faltered. "I wasn't trying to do that. Hey, are you all right? You've been acting kinda off today. Teach, hold off the match, we need to talk." The shout of "Start" echoed around the stadium. Izuku fired off his laser while Katsuki was still speaking, determined to get an early hit in. Alas, Katsuki dodged sideways, unleashing an explosion. The ground shook as Izuku ran sideways. Normally at this point he would look for places to bounce lasers off, but he had a single-minded focus on a more important task. Pulling his lips into a sneer, he shouted, "Who the hell needs a rival battle with you, Kakin? I'm stronger than you, and I already proved it back in the obstacle course. You couldn't stand up to me without that gas mask. Trash talk it? Katsuki unleashed another blast that ripped at the arena. It won't work on me. But he did not sound as happy or confident. Sweat dripped down his forehead onto the mask. You know I'm right, Kaken. Even back when we were in kindergarten, you were always all talk and no action. You peaked in elementary school. Even then, you were afraid you couldn't live up to the expectations placed on you. You've always known that you're a fake hero. Katsuki had turned pale and stopped moving. He whispered, I told you about that in confidence. His voice rose. You promised me that my fears weren't true, you shitty nerd. Izuku ran around, shooting another thin blue laser at Katsuki's back, just to keep him on the edge. I only acted like a friend to you because all the teachers expected me to control you. It was seriously annoying, putting up with you. By now you must have realized that your fears were right. You can't measure up to UA standards. I've already surpassed you. I don't care about your so-called rivals battle. The anger was fake but also real. I've been going through the worst time of my life, and you've barely even noticed, Kaken. You're too busy with your new friends and new school. The only time you asked how my mom had been doing in America, you wanted to know if she could mail you some of your favorite cookies. You've always been self-centered like that. Katsuki let the laser hit him. He didn't even try to dodge. His back hit the cement ground. Staggering up in a cloud of dust, he growled, "Shinging it head." Heart hammering, Izuku shouted, "You're not fighting my full power, and you still can't win. If you beat me while wearing that gas mask, it will be fake." Then he laughed. It was a dismissive snicker, deliberately designed to be the thing Katsuki hated the most in the world. Someone looking down on him. Fine then. Katsuki ripped off his mask and hurled it out of the ring. I don't need any cheats to pulverize you. A very tiny sigh of relief escaped Izuku's lips. With this, it was over. He'd won. Izuku had plenty of plans for fighting his childhood friend, but knocking Katsuki out with his gas was the only surefire way to win. Well, he'd need to adjust his cocktail to be sans carbon monoxide, which was flammable, and more chloroform, but despite the laser's name that wasn't hard to do. Aizawa's threat to carry Izuku out of the sports festival in a hospital stretcher if he used his gas again no longer mattered, because this was the final match. From the beginning, Izuku had known what he needed to say in order to make Katsuki snap. They knew each other too well, as two people who had been together since preschool. Katsuki had told Izuku all about his insecurities, and Izuku had never imagined using them against his childhood friend. But with the stakes so high, Izuku couldn't justify not using every last weapon. Was that a tear on Kaken's face? Impossible. It must be a large drop of sweat. Kaken never cried. It nearly made the fake sneer fall of Izuku's face. But he had to hold on just a little bit longer. He had to end this. In the half a second that Izuku hesitated, Katsuki was already moving. Izuku activated his gaseous laser. Reddish light filled the air. Izuku had expected that Katsuki would try to retreat away from the gas, then attack with explosions from a distance. It was the only logical strategy, although it wouldn't work. Izuku had tested the fast-acting nature of his concentrated gas to be sure of that. Instead, Katsuki ran forward. Izuku fired a blue laser too, but he'd been caught off guard and missed. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's belt. If I don't get support equipment, neither do you. Babble flowed from Izuku's lips. Wait up, I can control the gas without me belt, it's too dangerous, I'm sorry please Skaken. Shut up. I win. Katsuki screamed as he exploded the belt. The pain hit Izuku first, even before he became aware of the heavy gas filling the air. It had no odor. This was pure carbon monoxide. He couldn't feel the lower part of his body except for a nebulous intense heat. Oh no, this couldn't be happening. In every round he'd so carefully calculated his cocktail of gas, but this amount could be fatal. Izuku himself was partly immune, but if he'd lost control, he might kill Katsuki. In the space of 1 second, Izuku tried and failed to control the gas. A tear fell down his face. The heavily concentrated carbon monoxide struck Katsuki's sparks and exploded. Get away from me, Kaken! Izuku begged as the blazing light consumed his vision. Then Izuku knew nothing except the screaming agony as his flesh sizzled. Cementos threw up a massive shield around the arena, but he couldn't get it in between the two boys. They were pressed too tightly together. The first explosion rocked the ring. A horrific stench of burning humans filled the air. As gas kept on rising, Cementos gasped as it turned into a tower of flame. At the top of his lungs, Cementos howled, "I can't block the explosion. They might die. Eraserhead, I need you. Help." Breaking the glass of the booth, Aizawa leapt out. His scarf fastened around a pole as he swung down, already activating his quirk. For a heart-stopping moment, Aizawa feared he was too late, but the gas and the sparks died down. He landed on the ground next to the two boys. Katsuki lay face up, his eyes glassy and the front of his body horrifically burned. Izuku had fallen on his side. The burns crawled down his arms and up his neck. Smoke rose off his midsection. The burns weren't just from the explosion. Without the belt, Izuku's own laser was burning into his skin. Heart-sick, Aizawa activated Erasure again. Looking over his shoulder, Aizawa shouted, "Get Recovery Girl over here right now. I think they both knocked each other out. It's a tie." "No," Izuku croaked. One green eye snapped open. The other was too bruised and covered with dirt. His fingers scrabbled against the cement, his nails cracking. To his horror, Aizawa realized the severely injured boy was trying to stand up. Aizawa ran over. "Stop. The match is over." In all his years of teaching, he'd never seen a student who wanted to win the sports festival this DMN badly. Izuku hissed like a feral animal and shot a laser at Aizawa. It was so unexpected, Aizawa didn't activate his quirk in time. He dodged sideways, a lock of his hair singed. With an inhuman Izuku stood up. Blood dripped down his torso. No intact skin was visible under his scraps of uniform, only a red angry mess. Sparks danced in his hair. His arms hung slack like a zombie's. He slurred, "It's not over, I'm still standing, please, I haven't lost." Aizawa grabbed the boy and caught him. "You win. You can stop, Midoriya. You've won." He held the child close as the crowd above booed and cursed out the winner of the sports festival. Izuku's entire world was a white-hot mess of pain. He couldn't feel his arms or legs. The ends of his nerves returned nothing but screaming. He was not sure if he was standing up or lying down, so he kept fighting to move, to get up. All for One would not accept a tie. Izuku had to stand up. Something constricting wrapped around him. Tying him down? Or holding him up? Yes, these were arms holding him up. For a moment he believed his mother was holding him, but the arms were too big and muscular. Distantly, someone told him that he'd won. Izuku sobbed. It was all over. He'd saved everyone. Finally, he let himself fall into those arms. "I won, all for." As Izuku's mind faded away, he had just enough wit not to finish saying all for one's name. "All for you, Mom." The awards ceremony for UA's sports festival was a miserable affair. The first and second place winners were both too injured to attend. Tenya had run to the hospital to see his older brother. Only Fumikage stood on the third-place podium to receive his medal. The crowd had almost entirely been thrown out for booing. The handful of people who remained and Fumicage's family managed a small cheer as All Might put a medal around his neck. All Might quickly and distractedly hugged Fumikage, then shot off into the sky. During the festival, he'd been consulting with his lawyer team about identifying all the parties involved with accusing Izuku Midoriya of poisoning the audience and suing for slander. He'd arrived too late to see the end of the final match, then immediately left after the awards ceremony to continue ordering his lawyers. Very few reporters even bothered to stick around for the awards ceremony. They were too busy standing outside the hospital entrance. The sports festival that had started with a bang ended with a whimper. Sitting in a darkened room because darkness did not affect him, All for One used his quirk to process information directly from both the TV screens in front of him. He enhanced the speed and used another quirk to remove the explosion sounds, so that he could overhear the words between Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. After the clip played of Cementos screaming in terror of his students dying, the news shifted to two reporters discussing if Izuku Midoriya should have been disqualified for nearly killing his opponent. All for One shook his head and switched off the television. He murmured. Clearly the other boy had the most responsibility for causing the explosion. But people always blame the villain, as you've just personally experienced, Izuku Midoriya. Pressing a button, All for One called. Kurogiri. You can pull back surveillance on the Bakugo residence. We won't be kidnapping anyone today. All for One had been fully aware of the high probability that if Izuku Midoriya lost at the sports festival, then the boy would tell the heroes everything. He'd already had his pawns ready to kidnap the Bakugo boy's parents and use them to lure Bakugo to his death. Even if the plan had failed, All for One was confident he could have at least ensured the parents would die. By which he meant both the Bakugo parents and Inko Midoriya. All for One might have asked his spy to betray his childhood friend just to see what he'd do, but he probably would have killed the mother no matter what choice the boy made. Because if Izuku Midoriya hadn't even been able to win against those hero brats pathetically underutilizing their quirks, then he wouldn't have been worth the effort of turning into a villain. All for One fully expected the clever child to continue to fight him every step of the way. Izuku Midoriya would probably keep on sabotaging All for One's plans. But if he could be broken into a villain, then he'd make a marvelous one. The speech the Midoriya boy had given to break his classmate in the finals had been the best villain speech All for One had heard in several decades. The kid reminded All for One a little of himself as a teenager. He'd already added Izuku to his list of backup successors. All for One would keep his promise and not kill anyone now that Izuku had won the sports festival, because right now Izuku's hatred was better directed at the masses attacking him unfairly. Izuku was a smart boy. He'd realized that All for One was partly to blame for his predicament. But even if All for One had lit the match, he hadn't created the society that would so easily turn on a child for having the wrong quirk. The more Izuku saw about the unfairness of the world, the more he would come to hate heroes. Whistling, All for One texted his favorite restaurant to arrange a dinner celebrating the sports festival victory. After all, the Midoriya boy had just lost his best friend and was hated by all of Japan. He had no one else to celebrate with. In a different room in the same building, Inko Midoriya had fainted. Tomura hovered over her, uncertain what to do and nervous to touch her, before eventually leaving to bring Kurogiri to help. Izuku woke up to a kiss on his forehead and tingling all over his body. Recovery girl loomed over him, scowling. I had to heal you twice, she said accusingly. Kaken? Izuku whispered. I only had to heal him once. You took the worst damage. The burns will leave a scar on your chest. She poked his bandages, making him wince. If Eraserhead hadn't gotten down there in time, you might not have survived. I'm not a god. I can't regenerate limbs and I certainly can't regenerate your entire demon torso. I'm sorry. Tears flowed from Izuku's eyes. He was relieved, in pain, and so very tired. Recovery girl hadn't seemed to have expected that reaction. She took a step backward and cleared her throat. I didn't find any permanent poison damage. That's not the reason you've been throwing up. I keep telling people it's not like that, Izuku ummed. His spying anxiety was completely unrelated and he'd only figured out how to produce gas very recently. However, your quirk could be dangerous to your body if you continue using it recklessly. Are you listening to me? Uh-huh, Izuku said. He was listening, but he didn't think it mattered since All for One would continue to use him relentlessly. During the final match, did you lose control and start producing concentrated carbon monoxide? Izuku nodded. I should hope so. Recovery girl snorted. You'd have to be mad to deliberately create flammable gas right next to an explosion. This is why you need to train your abilities before using them in combat. Why didn't you tell your teachers that you could shift to a gas laser? I didn't realize until recently. We could have gotten you better support equipment to allow you to control it more. Recovery girl harumphed. I know you students think that the sports festival is so very important, but it's just a competition. Your life won't be over if you lose. Rocking back and forth, Izuku laughed hysterically until Recovery Girl started to look concerned. She pointed at his stomach. Laughing gas. Izuku got a hold of himself. I think I'm in shock. I need to lie down. Recovery girl nodded and left. Only then did Izuku notice the flowers on the bedside table, a bouquet of blue gentians, nasturtiums, pale orange mocks, and palm leaves. The card was addressed from his uncle. In other words, all for one. Izuku's semi-hysterical humor faded away. There was also a box on the table. Izuku opened it slowly, afraid it would be someone's severed head. Instead, there was a gray suit in his size. The card on top invited him to an expensive rooftop restaurant for a celebration in 2 days. All Izuku wanted was to fall back into his bed and sleep for a year. But once again he'd been commanded to dance for the puppet master. To make time. Izuku, no. I must remain standing. Aizawa. It's okay, kid, you've already won the sports festival. Izuku, I know. I'm not leaving until I get my all-might hug. I was promised an all-might hug with my medal, and death itself will not stop me from collecting. Izuku had the perfect excuse to get out of class, except the invitation from All for One presumably meant he was expected to return to work within 2 days. So he dragged his bandaged body to school. Katsuki was back to. That was a good sign. Izuku watched his childhood friend carefully, trying to tell how injured he might be. Katsuki made it abundantly clear that he was in a temper. He kicked the door so hard he nearly broke it. He kicked his own chair into the wall, then kicked his desk too. There was a small wince as he sat down, but otherwise he seemed in good shape. Recovery girl could work miracles. Sitting at his desk with his head down, Katsuki didn't look at Izuku. There had been no boisterous morning greeting or backslap. Izuku assumed that their friendship was all over. He'd expected as much when he'd made his choice. It was for the best. If Izuku later got exposed as a spy, then Katsuki would be better off with as little association with him as possible. Kirishima, Mina, Siro, and Kaminari surrounded Katsuki, taking turns trying to jolly him out of his bad mood. Eventually, Katsuki raised his head and shouted at them. Kirishima laughed. That meant he realized it was a good sign that Katsuki felt well enough to shout. Kirishima had come to know Katsuki well. Izuku felt a fist clench around his heart. He told himself that it was good Katsuki had more friends now, so he wouldn't be alone. Izuku had deliberately avoided making any friends, so there was no sense in feeling lonely now. The class cheered as Aizawa announced they would be coming up with hero names. Izuku couldn't bring himself to even pretend to come up with a name. He didn't expect that he'd still be a hero by the time he left UA. There was no point to it. Izuku didn't deserve a hero name anyway. Katsuki didn't come up with a name either. Kirishima suggested Explodoman. Kaminari suggested Sparky Sparky Boom. Katsuki snarled at both of them, then mumbled something about coming up with a name later. Izuku's heart sank to the floor. An angry Katsuki was expected. His default state was annoyance at the world for existing. But if Katsuki couldn't even come up with absurdly violent hero names, then he must be truly miserable. Izuku's fingers twitched on his pencil. He wanted to go over and comfort his childhood friend, as he jollied Katsuki out of a million bad moods in their childhood. But surely Izuku was the last person that Katsuki wanted to talk to. The only words that should leave Izuku's mouth would be an apology, but an apology would be meaningless without some kind of explanation for his behavior and a promise not to do it again. Izuku could deliver neither. Who knew what All for One might order him to do in the future? It would be better if Katsuki hated Izuku, so that All for One couldn't order Izuku to lure Katsuki into a trap. Katsuki should remain the victim in the eyes of the class and the public, so Izuku couldn't drag his friend down with him when the day came that he was publicly revealed to be a villain. Even if someday Izuku could tell the full truth, he had his doubts that Katsuki would ever forgive him. When someone as proud as Kaken handed you his greatest vulnerability, and then you punched him right in his weak spot, there was no coming back from that. Maybe someday they could be cordial with each other, but Izuku doubted if Katsuki would ever want to be his friend again. Shoto picked his first name as his hero name. Izuku hoped he hadn't traumatized another classmate so much that he couldn't think up any good names. In Shoto's case, it was harder to tell if this was normal. By the time Tenya also picked his first name as a hero name, Aizawa was plainly starting to get discouraged. He revealed the draft picks. Shoto had first place and Katsuki second. Izuku did not have a single offer. Izuku felt the eyes of his classmates on him, not sure if they were sympathetic or scornful. He had expected this already. He'd even taken a taxi to school instead of public transit to avoid reporters. As the students filed out of the classroom, Aoyama tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku jumped a foot in the air. Aoyama smiled. "Sorry for startling you, Mon Ami. I'm trying to decide if I should call myself the quirkless hero, or if that is too much. I want to be a symbol, but I don't want it to be the only thing that people know about me. Maybe the all-purpose hero." Someone still wanted to associate with him. Izuku's eyes watered. Kindness came so unexpected that he did not know how to handle it. Hitoshi stood by Aoyama's other side. "I've been thinking either mindjack or control freak. Intimidating or funny. What do you think?" Izuku could no longer help it. He burst into tears. He tried to control them as quickly as possible, because he didn't want Kaken to think he was playing the victim. Aoyama offered a handkerchief. Hitoshi said, "My quirk forces me to act like an but if I want to win. I totally thought I'd be the most hated person at the sports festival, but you beat me. I'm almost a little disappointed. Save some booze for me next time." "Aritsi." Aoyama elbowed Hitoshi. Izuku rubbed his eyes. "Nah, that was funny. You can use dark humor around me." Hitoshi smiled. "People with villainous quirks have to stick together. Let's be friends." Izuku blew his nose, then let them brainstorm hero names for him that he knew he'd never use. Izuku had started meeting Toshinori Yagi outside for lunch every day. They'd never formally arranged it, it had just happened. A part of Izuku wanted to skip today in case it turned out Toshinori hated him now like the general public. If not for his conversation with Aoyama and Hitoshi, he probably would have eaten in the bathroom toilet stall. But they'd given him enough courage to poke his head out and see if Toshinori was there. Toshinori was whispering frantically into his phone. "Listen, this kid took first place in the sports festival, yet he didn't get a single internship offer in the draft. It's completely unfair. Please, I know you'd love him if you meet him. If there's anyone who can handle your training, then it's young Midoriya." "Oh, thank you. You won't regret it." Izuku jumped. Toshinori was talking about him? In Izuku's surprise, he backed into the door. It creaked. Toshinori looked up. A newspaper slipped from his fingers. The headlines stared down at Izuku. "Boy wins sports festival while radiation poisoning the audience. Is UA raising future heroes or villains?" Paling, Toshinori snatched up the paper. "I didn't mean for you to see that. It's all nonsense, of course. Principal Nizu and all might have assembled a team of lawyers to ensure the bogus lawsuit never makes it to court. We won't let you get dragged into a courtroom by... I mean, all of you, of course. We're all completely behind you." Izuku doubted that was true of everyone in UA, but he was grateful that Toshinori still believed in him. "I'm fine. I expected this." Izuku figured that All for One had suggested carbon monoxide laser, knowing how the public would recoil from anything that stank of poison or radiation. If Izuku had become popular instead, then All for One might have been a sore loser and changed up the deal. "I deserve this," he said, thinking less about the stupid lies in the newspaper and more about what he'd done to Katsuki, Tenya, and Shoto. "Of course you don't deserve to be lied about and blamed for something you didn't do." Toshinori straightened to his full, considerable height. "The blabber about radiation poisoning the audience is a pack of lies. In the finals, you had an accident due to your belt breaking, but that wasn't your fault. We at UA are responsible for inadequately protecting you and young Bakugo. All Might should have been present for the match. Speaking of which, All Might issued a statement to the media about quirk discrimination and bullying. The video clip is on all major news sites." "Really? That's cool to know. Thanks." Izuku's eyes were watering again. Toshinori waved at the bench. "Please, sit down. Here, I made you a bento for your stomach." Izuku stared blankly at the box wrapped in checkered cloth. "My stomach? You said that you were having trouble eating because you missed your mother's home cooking." Toshinori twisted his fingers together. "I haven't made many lunches, but I did my best. You've been losing weight, it's a little worrying." Crap, Izuku had forgotten his own cover story. He hastily took the box. "You're too generous." "Thank you." Izuku took a bite of sweet omelet. It was a little salty, but the sushi tasted great. By the way, I've been meaning to tell you, remember that website you sent me for finding missing people? It was very useful. I'm truly grateful. I'm glad. Toshinori watched anxiously as Izuku ate. Each bite seemed to reassure him. How did you use it? Izuku flinched and regretted ever bringing up the subject. Mostly I learned that finding people is complicated, and I should let the professionals handle my deadbeat dad and his side chick. Oh, Toshinori said. If you want help on that, I'm fine. Or if you want to talk about the sports festival. Izuku very much did not. He groped for any possible different subject. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about Shoto Todoroki. I'm worried about him because he doesn't use his fire half. Toshinori's fingers tapping on his knee stilled. His forehead wrinkled. Yes, I did notice that as well. I don't want to go into any details without his permission, but he has some family trauma. Also, I noticed that he's been hurting himself, freezing his body. During our match, I wanted to convince him to use his fire side, but Izuku realized he was crying. He buried his face in his arm to hide it. Picking this subject had been a big mistake. His eyes gentle, Toshinori offered a tissue. So that's what was going on during your match with young Todoroki? I knew you must have had a reason for doing that. Izuku could tell that Toshinori had misunderstood something, but he was crying too hard to correct it. Toshinori held out his arms. Izuku leaned into the hug. He hadn't gotten a hug since his mother had been kidnapped. It felt nice. Gradually his tears subsided. Patting his back, Toshinori said, I don't fully understand young Todoroki's circumstances, but I think you two are a bit similar. You both have quirks that hurt your bodies. Have you considered approaching him from that angle? It can be very hard for a hero, or even a hero student, to accept help. If you showed a bit of vulnerability to young Todoroki first, then he would be more likely to listen to you about his own quirk. Let him think that he's helping you, and that will guide him to help himself. That was actually a good idea. Izuku had only been trying to distract Toshinori. He hadn't expected sensible advice. Although Shoto probably hated Izuku now, so he'd never get a chance to put it into practice. Izuku mopped his face, then blew his nose. Toshinori said, young Todoroki's teachers bear the responsibility for guiding his growth. They'll talk to him too. They will? Izuku asked skeptically. No one has so far. I'm not even entirely sure if the teachers have noticed he's only using half his quirk. Toshinori's smile didn't falter. A teacher will soon. I promise. I'll try too, Izuku said. Assuming Shoto didn't attack him on sight. Toshinori said, a hero is someone who helps people even when they aren't asked. I'm proud of you, my boy. Izuku had never, ever expected anyone to be proud of him after that nightmare of a sports festival. His chest heaved. He sobbed. Oh dear, did I upset you? Toshinori asked. Izuku sniffled. You made me feel better. I'm glad. Toshinori smiled again, a softer and less broad smile. I had good news for you. I know a hero named Gran Torino who agreed to offer you an internship. He used to be a teacher at UA. He's a wonderful teacher. He's scary, but he's very strict, and I promise you'll learn a lot from him. Izuku had no enthusiasm for internships, but he knew he had to apply for one. Honestly, this was a lucky break. He doubted anywhere else would accept him. Thank you, seriously. This means a lot to me. Toshinori held out his phone. May I have your number? After they swapped contacts, Izuku immediately received a text. Toshinori said, I sent you Gran Torino's contact information. Please take your time to research him and decide if you'd like to accept the internship. It was polite of Toshinori to pretend that Izuku had a choice. Izuku left his meeting with Toshinori with his first full belly in nearly a week. He finally felt something resembling human. Of course, that was when Shoto Todoroki grabbed him by the collar and yanked him behind a tree. Shoto's heterochromatic eyes blazed. The air around him felt colder, not just metaphorically. Even when he talked about his father's abuse, his face had always remained composed, but now his lips peeled back in a snarl. Izuku raised his hands. You can hit me a few times if you want. I deserve it. Instead, Shoto shouted, "Who made you do it?" "Who?" Izuku blinked, confused and still bracing himself for an icicle to the face. Shoto bared his teeth. "I know the eyes of someone who is being forced to fight. Do you know how many times my father made me get to my feet after I'd collapsed during the training?" "Whoa, I'm so sorry that happened to you. We're not talking about my problems right now. We're talking about you." Shoto scowled. "Your words back then were a lie, but your eyes asking for help were real. Who's forcing you?" Izuku was sincerely touched by Shoto's compassion, impressed by his intelligence, and terrified of getting caught as a spy. Izuku had to think fast. Last time with Toshinori, Izuku had nearly forgotten his own lies. It would be better if he could keep his stories as similar as possible. He should stick with the deadbeat dad. Swallowing, Izuku looked down. "My father threatened to withdraw financial support for our family if I didn't win in the sports festival. He's a deadbeat living in America, so we have very limited means to legally chase after him in a foreign country." Shoto glared. "You nearly died in the final match. That can't be the only reason." Tears came easily to Izuku's eyes. "My mother is sick. We need the money." Damn it, he'd told Katsuki that his father was sick. Also, the Bakugo family knew that Inko had been supporting them both with her secretary job because her husband hadn't sent money in years. If his classmates compared stories, Izuku would be finished. Oh well, probably Shoto would just think that Izuku was a compulsive liar and give up on him. Izuku had been trying to push away potential new friends. He felt sick at the idea of Shoto hating him, but these days everything made him sick. Shoto's face softened. "I understand wanting to protect your mom. I can understand that very well. I forgive you, and I'm going to help you. First off, you need to become financially independent as fast as possible. I agreed to intern at Endeavor's agency under the condition that he takes you too." Izuku felt a lump in his throat. The depth of the sacrifice overwhelmed him. He knew how much his classmate hated his father. "You didn't have to do that." "I already did." Shoto jabbed his finger. "You're clearly in a risky state and I'm not letting you out of my sight." Izuku opened his mouth, about to mention that he had another internship offer. Frankly, he'd rather intern with Toshinori's friend Gran Torino than deal with Shoto keeping an eye on him 24/7 out of a misguided belief that he could be a danger to himself. That would be a real threat to his part-time job as a spy. But then Shoto continued, "Also, you can't escape from me until you keep your promise and let me meet my big brother." "Whoa!" Izuku raised his hands. "I never promised that." "Well, I said I would let you meet him if you threw our fight, but you refused." Shoto crossed his arms. "From a certain point of view, I did throw that fight. You tricked me into doing it, but objectively speaking, I did not fight with all my capabilities. Therefore, you owe me." There was no good argument against that. Since Shoto had been so kind to him, Izuku decided to risk a little honesty. Or at least, as close to honest and vulnerable as he dared get in his current position. "Todoroki, my mentor isn't your brother. I'm party to certain information about his background that I was told in confidence and I can't reveal to you. This makes me pretty sure that you've got the wrong person. I don't want to introduce you to because I don't want to get your hopes up for nothing. I'm sorry." "Seriously," Shoto said. "You're a very kind person, Midoriya. You've been holding back because you're afraid I'll be disappointed. But that's definitely my big brother. I've been researching him online, and I learned he's going by the name Dabi." "Researching him?" Izuku paled. "Exactly what have you found out?" Shoto pulled up a spreadsheet on his phone. "I snapped a picture of Touya when he visited UA, then tracked him down by searching for the image. Not surprisingly, he's part of a goth group online. He also has a blog giving people tips on hair dye. See? I told you he was dyeing his hair. He's involved in amateur theater and uses Dabi as his stage name. Touya is a member of every Endeavor hate group on the internet and founded half of them. Just look at these posts." Shoto scrolled through a list of increasingly creative death threats directed at Endeavor. Only a Todoroki hates Endeavor so much. Our dad has plenty of anti-fans, but you have to live with him to hate him on such a deep personal level. I'll always know my big brother by our shared patricidal impulses. Shoto beamed. Izuku's stomach uttered a panicked rumble. This was bad, very bad. Shoto already had Dabi's name. If Shoto kept researching Dabi, then he might find out about the villain part. Then many awkward questions would arise, such as why Izuku had identified a villain as a mentor figure. It would be sickeningly ironic if Izuku got caught as a spy for such a ridiculous reason, since Dabi wasn't actually any kind of mentor to him. In his panic, Izuku's mouth took over from his brain. I guess I could arrange for you to meet with Dabi. But you have to promise to stop researching him. He values his privacy very highly. Surely you don't want to upset him before even meeting him? Shoto's earnest face cracked with the biggest smile. Thank you so much. Here, I'll text you the details about the internship with Endeavor. No need to give me your phone number, I already found it online. Izuku was starting to wish that he could put Shoto's amazing research skills to use finding his mother. The reporters caught up to Izuku outside UA. They'd clearly been lying in wait at the school entrance. Blocking his path to the taxi, they moved microphones in his face and shouted, "Do you have anything to say about the lawsuit? Just one statement, please. Is it true that you were trying to kill Bakugo in the finals? Your former middle school teacher says that you used to keep a hit list of how to murder each student in your class using their quirks. He says he always had you pegged as a future serial killer. Would you like to respond?" Keeping his head down, Izuku pushed through the crowd. He figured he might as well treat all this hatred as practice for when he inevitably got exposed as a spy. He knew he deserved this, even if not for the reason they all thought. After all, he was spying for a villain. "Shut up," a new voice screamed. Tenya Ida stood in the gateway with his hands on his hips. He bellowed, "My big brother was paralyzed permanently by a serial killer. That's what a villain looks like. Midoriya just won a sports competition. He's no villain. He didn't even break any rules during his matches. You media vultures should be ashamed of yourselves, treating the hero killer like a celebrity when he's hurting and murdering real people." The media flocked around Tenya, giving Izuku time to escape into his taxi. He mouthed, "Thank you," at Tenya, but he didn't think the other boy saw it. The guilt ate at Izuku even worse. He had no right to Tenya's kindness after what he'd done during their match. When Izuku returned home, for a moment he believed he'd arrived at the wrong address. Graffiti saying "villain" and "radioactive" had been sprayed across the wall. Someone had tossed a rock through the window. It had embedded in the coffee table, knocking off the family picture with his mother. Cracked glass splintered the smile of a 3-year-old Izuku in an all-might onesie making a peace sign at the camera. Izuku had a fleeting thought about calling the police. But he didn't want to answer inconvenient questions about where his mother might be. Someone like him couldn't afford to attract police attention. Perhaps he ought to at least tell his teachers, but he was too bruised and tired. In the end, Izuku boarded up the broken window with duct tape and went to sleep with a draft creeping in. Izuku showed up at the same restaurant wearing the new suit All for One had given him. He'd spent half an hour online figuring out how to fasten the dark green bow tie. It made him feel like a kiss-up, but realistically he had no choice but to do whatever All for One wanted of him. This time, All for One was already seated at the table. Izuku galloped over. "Am I late?" "I'm sorry. There were reporters outside my house." "Nonsense, you're precisely on time," All for One said indulgently. "I'm early. I took the liberty of ordering the filet mignon for us tonight. You can't have a mere salad for your celebration dinner. I was impressed by your creative use of your quirk during the sports festival. The flash bombs were a clever way to use a small amount of power for the maximum effect." Izuku sat down. Thank you, sensei." It felt a bit nice to hear that after how everyone else had trashed his performance. But Izuku knew full well he was being manipulated, so he pushed away the feeling. All for One said, "That speech you gave the Bakugo boy in the final match was quite delightful. You put the knife straight into his insecurities." "You heard that?" Izuku flinched. Kaken wouldn't want anyone else to hear those words. "I used a quirk. But you weren't quite ruthless enough in the end. If you'd let him take the full power of your gas after he foolishly broke your belt, you could have killed him before he had time to harm you. You avoided hurting him at your own expense. If I'd killed someone, then I'd be expelled from UA and I'd no longer be useful to you. Izuku assumed this reason would be more effective with a villain than an ethical argument. All for one arched an eyebrow. Oh, I thought you held back because you were friends. Izuku looked at his empty plate. He didn't want to attract a supervillain's attention to Katsuki. But he had no doubt the villain already knew about their connection and was mocking him. We're not friends any longer. So you have no need to go near Kaken. All for one smiled. Be honest, you secretly enjoyed taking that boy down a peg or two. I know his type. Loud, arrogant, coddled by every adult for having the right quirk. Didn't you find him annoying? Are you sure you didn't mean it, deep down? Sure. You're right, Izuku said weakly. He'd agree to anything to get through this dinner. He hoped there wasn't any truth in those words, but he feared a bit of his secret ugliness had been exposed. All for one said, these days, everyone wants to become a hero because it's the only way to use their quirks. All quirks crave to be used. In exchange for a tiny bit of freedom for themselves, heroes enforce the rules on everyone else. But villains are the only people truly free in this pathetic, outdated, barely functional society. As Izuku expected, All for one wanted to convert him into a villain. This was better than his mother dying because he was useless as a spy. Izuku was more than willing to pretend to be interested, but he figured it would be transparently obvious if he agreed right away. I don't feel free right now. You're not even paying me. What do they call employees who don't get paid? Slaves. All for one chuckled. Fair point. Would you like a salary? I could easily transfer money into your bank account under the guise of child support payments coming from abroad. Or I could offer you a more unique payment, something only a villain could give you. Izuku tensed. He had a bad feeling about this. I like money. Hear me out, All for one said, as if Izuku had any choice. I couldn't help noticing that although you're quite desperate to prevent me from hurting your mother, you don't care the slightest about your father. I researched Hisashi Midoriya. Reaching into his briefcase, he pulled out a folder of papers. Izuku's hands clenched on the tablecloth. He rapidly considered his options. Should he pretend that his father was a viable hostage in hopes of taking pressure off his mother? But the lie would not be convincing. Even a cursory look at the Midoriya family would reveal that Hisashi had been AWOL for a long time. All for one placed a photocopy of a hotel receipt on the table. A man in his late 30s knocked your mother up when she was 16, the exact age of consent in Nizudafu. Judging from the receipts on his credit card, he took her to a love hotel on her 16th birthday. He did not purchase any condoms. There's a good chance it was deliberate. He wanted her trapped. What? Izuku's nails dug straight through the cloth into the table. He'd known that his parents had an age gap, it was obvious looking at them. But he hadn't realized just how young his mother had been. Had she ever told him her age? She had not. Now he wondered if she'd left the number off her birthday cakes deliberately. As a child, he'd never thought too hard about the math. At age 15, he saw the messed up situation with clear eyes. All for one spoke clinically. Piardinsui does terrible things to a teenager's body. She had a cesarean section because her pelvis wasn't wide enough to deliver a baby. The uterine scarring was so bad that the doctors said she would never be able to give birth vaginally again. Afterward, she developed a urinary tract infection. That's also common among children who give birth too young. She still has chronic pain from the scar. He pushed the medical records across the table. Izuku looked away. This was obscene, a villain going through his mother's private medical information. Izuku didn't have the right to know either if she didn't want him to, but he could not unhear. How did you obtain this information? Plenty of people owe me favors. All for one shrugged. The records of your mother's early married life speak for themselves. No bank account. No credit card in her name. No hobbies or clubs. Except for grocery shopping, she barely left the house until her next hospital visit. That one occurred when you were 4, shortly after your quirkless diagnosis. More papers hit the table. Izuku closed his eyes. He did not want to see these new hospital records. He already knew what had happened. His earliest memory was watching his father choke his mother. All for one said, she had 3 broken ribs, a broken nose, and her arm broken in 2 places. Her heart had to be restarted twice during the ambulance ride to the hospital. I suspect Hisashi realized he'd gone further than he could get away with, because he fled the country while your mother was flatlining. Izuku's eyes snapped open. He did not remember that part. But the photographic evidence laid out before him was unmistakable. Somehow, All for One had obtained pictures of a younger Inko Midoriya in a hospital bed. Her face had been beaten so badly it was nearly unrecognizable. Bruising extended from her neck to under her shirt. Why didn't Izuku remember this? He remembered watching his mother gurgle with his father's hands around her throat. Then nothing. After that was a blank, yawning void. When he tried to remember, he could hear screaming. Maybe his own, maybe his mother's. Izuku remembered that he'd stayed with the Bakugos for a while because his father had gone to America. Back then, he'd been afraid that his mother had abandoned him too. That time must have been when she'd been in the hospital. Had her arm been in a cast when she'd returned for him? It must have. He'd been only 4 years old, so there were huge gaps in his memory. He vaguely recalled helping her out a lot around the house, trying to prove himself useful enough to ensure she stayed. Izuku didn't want to look at the photographs, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. His father had done this to his mother because he'd been quirkless. Even if intellectually he knew this wasn't his fault, he also knew that he'd screwed up his mother's life by existing. "It's not your fault," All for One said. In disbelief, Izuku's head shot up. All for One had an uncharacteristically sympathetic expression. "I felt much closer to you after reading about your past. I had a poor excuse for a father too. He reacted badly to my quirk, just like your father reacted badly to your quirklessness. Times change, but garbage fathers don't." Izuku couldn't breathe. A flash of memory came to him from the darkness. The weight of his mother's body pressed on top of him, covering him as his father kicked her in the ribs. Something dark and feral rose up inside Izuku, a seething murderous fury. He'd stuffed that memory and that hatred deep down a dark hole because otherwise he would not be able to live with it. All for One reached across the table and tucked the papers away. "Because of our shared connection, I'm going to make a very special offer to you. I'm going to give you something that the heroes never could, revenge. Shall I kill your father?" Izuku's breathing came out short and rapid. In that moment he could not speak. All for One said, "You've been told all your life that you should want justice, not revenge. But there is no possible justice for you here. The statute of limitations has passed on Hisashi Midoriya's domestic abuse. If you told the heroes, then they'd be very sad and sympathetic, and they'd try to help you recover from your trauma. But there is nothing anyone can legally do to punish the man who nearly murdered your mother. He's going to live a long, happy, upper-middle-class life of comfort and prosperity. Unless you punish him yourself." Head spinning, Izuku's hands clenched on the tablecloth. All for One continued, "I can kill him however you'd like, quickly or slow. I can even arrange for you to do it yourself if you'd prefer. From personal experience, I highly recommend that option. There's nothing like the thrill of becoming a self-made orphan." The sports festival had been the stick, and here was the carrot. Izuku knew that All for One was making this offer in order to corrupt him into a villain. Then shouldn't Izuku accept the offer? Let the villain think that he'd won? Izuku would still work to free his mother and escape, of course, but that would be far easier if All for One let his guard down. Izuku had certain things he'd been unwilling to throw away during his reluctant service as a spy. He'd stopped the USJ incident so no one innocent would suffer. He couldn't have let Kaken die. But he was willing to throw away his father. That would be a sacrifice that he could live with. If Izuku refused, then All for One would know he wasn't committed as a spy. Really, he had no choice. "You're smiling," All for One observed. Izuku's hands rose to touch his lips. He was indeed smiling. He might have been able to convince himself that the expression was part of an act, except he hadn't even noticed it. All for One sat with his hands folded on the table and a very smug, knowing smirk. The expression dumped a bucket of ice water over Izuku's musings. No matter what All for One claimed, he was no vigilante dispensing extra-legal justice. A man like All for One always had several motives. If Izuku became culpable in a murder, then he'd never be able to go to the heroes for help. Right now, Izuku was still a victim. His mother had been taken hostage. He was a minor. He hadn't hurt anyone, he'd even prevented USJ from turning into a massacre. The authorities would be unlikely to send him to jail. But Izuku would not be able to justify taking a hit out on his father as something he'd been blackmailed into doing. This was All for One's favorite restaurant. He definitely had a camera recording them right now. If All for One obtained a video of Izuku requesting his father's death as a reward, then the villain would have the perfect blackmail material to keep Izuku in his service forever. Once Izuku crossed that line, there would be no turning back, exactly as All for One intended. Izuku clamped down tightly on the screaming rising up from his memory hole and said, "Thank you, but I prefer money. I have my college tuition to think of. Revenge doesn't pay the bills." All for One did not look surprised or displeased. His face was neutral. He only said, "You can have both. I'll set up your new college fund immediately. The offer to kill your SPRM donor will remain open whenever you're ready." The villain sounded entirely too confident that Izuku would one day be ready. Izuku squirmed in his seat. "I'm just a kid. I couldn't kill anyone." He'd rather All for One believe he had a weak stomach than that he'd seen the trap. All for One titled his head. Somehow, even without eyes, he made Izuku feel studied. "By my assessment, you're someone who does whatever needs to be done. At the sports festival, you didn't hesitate to use any means to win." Izuku growled, "You threatened to kill someone. I had no choice." With pitiless perceptiveness, All for One said, "A proper hero would have reported my threat to the authorities and trusted in them. You think you want to become a hero because society has taught you that is the pinnacle of achievement. But you're willing to break any rules to protect what is most important to you. That's what we villains do, rewrite the world to suit ourselves." Izuku looked down. "You make heroes sound like brain-dead puppets unable to do anything except mindlessly follow the rules. That's exactly what heroes are. The more time you spend with heroes, the more they'll disappoint you. After you've been thoroughly disillusioned, my side will welcome you." That won't happen, Izuku thought. His hands clenched on his lap. "Now, on to business." All for One waved a hand over Izuku's bag. "Ah, how interesting. I assumed you wouldn't have any internships, but it looks like you have offers from One Gran Torino and the No. 2 Heroes Agency." Izuku was startled by the sudden change of subject and All for One's knowledge. Had the villain just read information off of Izuku's phone? Thank goodness that Tomura had given Izuku the video of his mother on a flash drive. No wonder Tomura had warned Izuku to delete their texts. All for One didn't even need to touch the phone to see them. Swallowing, Izuku said, "They were pity offers. My teachers arranged them." He did not want to draw attention to Toshinori or Shoto. All for One said, "Take the offer from Endeavor's agency. That will be more useful to me. I have a couple ways I could use you there. I'll deliver you instructions in a couple days." Gears in his mind turning, Izuku nodded. This could be a lot worse. There were moral lines that Izuku still wouldn't be willing to cross, but he was absolutely willing to mess with Endeavor. After Shoto's story of his childhood, Izuku believed that Endeavor deserved a whole lot of suffering. He hardly even needed to be threatened into providing some karma. If All for One wanted to kill Endeavor, that would get much more dicey. Izuku would have to decide what to do on a case-by-case basis as he stumbled through the hellscape that his life had become. The waiter arrived, carrying in 2 steaks medium rare and juicy with blood. Somehow, Izuku got through the rest of the meal and even managed to analyze a few more quirks. As he traveled home, Izuku wondered if All for One was right about Izuku not being qualified as a hero. Because, if there had been a way Izuku could have arranged for his father's death without All for One blackmailing him about it afterward. Izuku couldn't have done that. He was a good boy. A nice boy. A helpful boy. He wanted to become a hero. Heroes didn't do things like that. As soon as Izuku arrived home, he received half a dozen texts in rapid order. His heart sank. He feared it was more orders from All for One. Instead, the texts came from an unknown number. "Hey, this is Dabi. Tomura gave me your number. He also said that you're interning with Endeavor. You owe me one for playing DLVI boy. I want you to help me look for dirt on Endeavor. Maybe there will be a good chance to mess with the BSTRD." Izuku nearly threw his phone across his room. Right now, He did not need yet another person making demands of him. Then Izuku realized this was a much-needed chance to make Dabi owe him a favor, at the cheap price of doing what All for One had already ordered him to do. Izuku texted back, "I'll do it if you help me with a problem. One of my classmates saw you talk to me at school and got suspicious. I need you to pretend to be my mentor at a quirk support group. If you can act like a normal civilian for one meal, then I'll make sure that Endeavor suffers." If Izuku could arrange for Dabi to meet Shoto, then surely Shoto would realize that Dabi wasn't his long-lost brother. The voice, face, and mannerisms would be obviously different up close. It was a bit risky, but it was the only way to lay that problem to rest. Dabi quickly replied, "Sure, if you're paying. If I have to tolerate a hero brat, then I want to eat soba." Belatedly, Izuku realized that an anti-fan might not want to meet Endeavor's son. Should he warn Dabi? But what if Dabi turned down the deal? Izuku texted, "He's a hero student, but he hates Endeavor. You should have said that sooner. I'm always happy to meet a fellow Endeavor anti-fan." Maybe Izuku could persuade Shoto to go wearing a disguise. With a sigh, Izuku flopped face down on his bed. The true horror of his present circumstances had finally started to dawn on him. He would need to juggle All for One's orders, Dabi's revenge, and Shoto's watchful eye. This was going to be the worst internship ever. Izuku really wished he could have gone with Gran Torino. Make time. Make 2 identities, 3 jobs, endless work. Toshinori, so, how has All Might's teaching been lately? After what you said on TV, he's been staying up late at night researching teaching methods and lesson plans. Or so I've heard. Izuku, it's been great. His lessons have gotten more organized and focused on helping us develop our quirks. Toshinori, what a relief. Izuku, there was an article in the paper yesterday criticizing All Might for not appearing in public as often. Don't those people understand that he took on a second teaching job? Of course he'd have to scale back his regular work. The minor crimes can be handled by other heroes. It's like people don't realize that All Might needs to sleep. Toshinori, yes, exactly, I'm so glad that someone finally agrees. Izuku, by the way, the toilet on the 2nd floor is broken, can you take care of that after lunch? Thank you, I appreciate all your hard janitorial work. Toshinori, coughs up blood. Make, if Izuku knew that he got an All Might bento. Izuku, how could I have eaten this treasure instead of preserving it? I could have at least saved the box. Make, Shoto researches anime tropes. Shoto, I've figured out the reasons behind your actions at the sports festival. Izuku, oh no. Shoto, you're at Sundara. Siro told me so. It explains so much. Izuku, arg, I'm a spy. Shoto, not a very good one if you just admitted it. Make, All for One fails to notice a clue. All for One, Gran Torino, do I know a hero by that name? Probably some insignificant loser. I delete the names of most heroes from my head within seconds of meeting them. If he was connected to someone important, then I'm sure I'd remember it. Make, the dad competition. Hisashi, I taught my son how to be strong and independent by abandoning him. All for One, I'm clearly the best father figure. I incentivized Izuku to win the sports festival and helped him reach his full potential. Of USCK, I'm adopting this child. Izuku met Toshinori at lunch the next day to turn down the internship with Gran Torino in person. Last night, Izuku had also written Gran Torino a very polite thank you note, because his mother had raised him to have manners. I completely understand, Toshinori said, handing over a new bento. If you got an offer from the number 2 hero, then of course that would be better for your career. It went politely unsaid that Toshinori had only dug up his old contacts because he'd believed Izuku would get no offers. How kind of Endeavor? I think Endeavor only offered because his son blackmailed him into it, Izuku said, digging into the lunch. Toshinori had gotten better at making omelets. This one was perfectly cooked and fluffy. Even so, it's a chance to obtain positive media attention, Toshinori said optimistically. As the winner of the sports festival, you deserve a prestigious internship with the number 2 hero. Besides, you might be better off without Gran Torino's training from hell. He shuddered. Izuku would have happily taken hellish training compared to getting caught between All for One and Dabi's plans for the number 2 hero. I would have taken the internship with your old friend, if not for the career considerations. Toshinori nodded. Endeavor has always had a bit of an anti-hero image and several media clashes, so I think he has the know-how to help you. Ah, speaking of which, I got you a gift. You didn't have to, Izuku began, but Toshinori was already getting out the box and opening it. The box contained a dark green jumpsuit with white gloves. I noticed you didn't have a hero costume, and I thought it might be because of your family's money problems. It comes with a new respirator. Toshinori next removed a new belt, colored green. A series of buttons ran around the hole for the naval laser. Toshinori said, "This belt is much sturdier and harder to break." He tapped it. "If you press here, then it will deploy air jets to knock away anyone trying to take off or break your belt. This button here prevents any gas from escaping, so you can use it as a failsafe. There's another button that will enhance the power of your laser. Then if you twist this dial, it will turn into a tighter and more focused laser. Finally, David hopes that this blinking light will serve as a warning system if you start emitting gas without noticing, but he didn't have an opportunity to test it with you." David? As in David Shield? The man who makes All Might's gear. Izuku gasped. Toshinori chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. "Yes, we've known each other for a long time. He rushed this order as a favor for me. David Shield must have a wait list of hero gear years long." Izuku swallowed. "Whoa, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much." Toshinori patted his head. "You're welcome, my boy. Let me know how the internship goes." When Izuku returned to class, Aizawa was shouting and pointing at the charred remains of Katsuki's desk. Katsuki had his head down. When Aizawa ordered him to the principal's office, Katsuki kicked a trash can on his way out. With an angry teacher standing over him, he was forced to pick up all the trash and put it back in. Izuku winced. Katsuki's temper was clearly reverting back to the old days. Izuku kinda wished that Katsuki would have attacked him instead. Then he could have kept his childhood friend out of trouble by letting it slide. Instead, Katsuki treated Izuku like he'd swapped quirks with Toru and become invisible. From someone like Katsuki, the silent treatment was the real kiss of death. It took effort for Katsuki to remain silent. There was nothing Izuku could do to fix this. He didn't even feel like he had the right to try. It left him with an itching need to do something to help someone. After changing out of his school uniform, Izuku met Shoto at the gates. Immediately, Shoto raised an eyebrow. "You're wearing an All Might t-shirt?" Izuku had figured that Endeavor would be predisposed to dislike him due to having been forced to take him as an intern, so why not troll the man who'd hurt his friend? "If you think it's too much, I can change." A small smile tugged at Shoto's lips. "Go for it. I can't wait to see the look on his face." In that case, Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out an All Might baseball cap, an All Might watch, and a keychain with a tiny All Might dangling from it. "I'll add these." Shoto laughed out loud. As they walked, Izuku mulled over an idea in his head. He wanted to take Toshinori's advice about what to say, but he couldn't quite think of how to phrase it. Finally, Izuku blurted out, "Your body freezes whenever you use your quirk. It's hurting you." Shoto glanced over. "I'm not like my big brother. My body is suited to my quirk." "That's because you have a fire half to heat yourself up whenever you start to freeze. If you refuse to use that, then you can't use your ice at full strength either. Maybe there will be long-term side effects." Izuku took a deep breath and bit the bullet. "Don't you think it's hypocritical of you to tell me to look after my health while you neglect yours?" Shoto hunched up his shoulders. "Is that why you never listened to me?" Izuku wet his lips. "I wasn't ready to listen to you before. But seeing you hurt yourself with your quirk made me rethink my own actions. I'm going to offer you a deal. I won't use my poison gas at an intensity that hurts my own body. In exchange, you'll use your fire to at least thaw yourself out whenever you fight." Shoto was silent for a long moment. Long enough for Izuku to wonder if he'd screwed it up. Finally, Shoto said, "I don't know if I can start using my flames so easily. But I'm willing to try." Izuku smiled in relief. "That's all I can ask of you. Just try." Izuku knew he might very well have to break his promise depending on the situation and All for One's threats. But he'd try too. Izuku hoped that he'd manage to help someone today. Upon catching sight of Izuku's merchandise, Endeavor's forehead wrinkled. He boomed, "I have no interest in training you. You're only here as part of a deal with my son. I will provide you with an office, where you will remain and stay out of trouble. Shoto, I'm glad you've come to your senses. Your training will begin at once." Shoto crossed his arms. "I'll let you show me how to use my flames." His father opened his mouth, but he continued, "But not because I have any interest in succeeding you. I'm just using you to learn everything I can. Right now, there's someone I want to help. To me, that's more important than getting revenge on you. In fact, I'm not thinking about you at all." Izuku whistled under his breath. Shoto already had a gift for burning people. Izuku's new office was as small as a closet. There was a desk, a computer, and no office supplies. He didn't even have a mousepad. Endeavor had not given him any work to do. Would he get in trouble if he looked up manga on work time? If he had to sit here all day doing nothing, then he'd be bored to tears. A text arrived from Uncle, All for One. It looked like Izuku's even less desirable second boss had work for him. Izuku already wanted his boredom back. "I'm sending you a program. Upload this to your computer, and it will install a virus on Endeavor's network." On the basis that it was worth a try, Izuku asked, "What will this do?" "That will be a fun surprise. Don't worry, this won't hurt anyone you care about. You might even help a poor, innocent victim. I'm going to show you how much fun being a villain can be." Smiley face. Izuku didn't trust that smiley face emoticon. But he had little choice. He told himself that All for One couldn't happen to a more deserving person than Endeavor. Izuku was all out of sympathy for abusive fathers. Endeavor could burn in hell for all Izuku cared. But if something happened to Shoto as a result of this, then Izuku would never forgive himself. However, the sports festival had taught him the cost of even small acts of disobedience. All for One hadn't even been able to prove Izuku had done anything to sabotage the USJ attack, but that hadn't stopped the punishment. Izuku plugged his phone into the computer, then installed the virus. Another text arrived. When out, Izuku glared at his phone. "Head to the address of this bar after you get out of work. Tomura is going to try to recruit the hero killer, Stain. Since Tomura would be the first to admit that soft skills are not his strong point, I want you to convince Stain to join the League of Villains. If you succeed, then I'll let you meet your mother." Izuku's heart rate accelerated. This was an amazing opportunity. If All for One let Izuku visit his mother's prison, then he would have a chance to figure out where she was being kept. If All for One took Inko outside for the meeting, then that would be an even better opportunity for a rescue. He couldn't possibly turn this down. Time to research every bit of information available on a serial killer. Before heading to the bar, Izuku changed into a dark green hoodie that partly covered his face. He left the All Might merchandise at home, out of Tomura's decaying grasp. But he did bring his favorite Eraserhead keychain to show off and a video game. Unfortunately, Izuku had not been able to learn anything useful about Stain online. His background was a mystery. His stated mission to purge unworthy heroes so true ones would emerge actively contradicted Tomura's goal to destroy all heroes. Izuku should have known that All for One would never offer him a chance to meet his mother if the villains seriously expected him to succeed. Standing outside the bar, Izuku put on a hockey mask over his face. All for One had not ordered him to hide his identity, but Izuku figured it went without saying. He did not want to be exposed because a complete stranger decided not to be recruited to Tomura's team. The last thing he needed was another villain with blackmail material on him. When Izuku pushed open the door, Tomura lay on the bar floor. Stain loomed over him with a knife at his throat. Welp, this recruitment mission was off to a spectacular start. Izuku cleared his throat. "Dare I hope that you two are exchanging fighting tips during a friendly spar?" From the ground, Tomura growled, "I'm going to kill him." Nervously, Kurojiri said, "We're supposed to recruit him." Stain stood up and pointed his blade at Izuku. "This one's conviction is weak. What is your purpose?" Izuku stared at the steel without flinching. He'd had dinner with All for One, no other villain scared him now. He spoke in a gravely disguised voice. I want to protect people with quirks that cause them to be discriminated against. This was technically true, although it had nothing to do with his forced service with the League of Villains. All for One would only help people with socially unacceptable quirks by taking them as his own. Stain grunted. The conviction in your eyes is real. Your goal has nothing to do with mine, but you pass. He swept out of the bar. Izuku strove to think of something to say to stop Stain and convince him. But when he saw Tomura standing up with a murderous glint in his eyes, he realized that had probably gone as well as it could have. He was needed here to defuse the situation. Touching the hand over his face, Tomura growled, I'll show him. I'll launch a Nomu attack across this city that will make everyone see I'm the superior villain. Or maybe we could try to recruit him again? Izuku sighed and removed his mask. Look, the boss man said that I could see my mother if we could recruit Stain. I don't want him to join the league either. Because I have no interest in making you stronger. But I would be very grateful if you could give me one more shot at convincing Stain. Also, please don't kill innocent people. Tomura visibly calmed down. A boring side quest to get a plot item? Fine. Your mom is nice to me. I don't want to ever see that noseless face again, but I won't get in the way of your gameplay. Thank you. Izuku held up the video game. Do you want to play? Tomura's eyes lit up. That's an old favorite of mine. Prepare to be pulverized. Principal Nizu had already carefully investigated every villain captured at USJ, but he was confident that none of them were the informant. The Nomu were a horrific blend of the DNA of different people. They appeared to be programmed and completely under the control of the League of Villains' mysterious mastermind. That left the two villains who had escaped. Tomura Shigaraki's background was a total mystery. He seemed young and prone to emotional outbursts. For all of Nizu's talk about hating all humans, he had a soft spot for children. Perhaps it was naive of him, but he wondered if Tomura might still be redeemable if he could be caught early. At the least, Nizu felt certain that a youth like Tomura was not the mastermind behind the League of Villains. It would have taken decades of research to develop the Nomu. Tomura was a front for someone else. Nizu had retrieved a small amount of DNA from the shadow-faced man at USJ. It had come as a shock to learn that he was a Nomu based on the decay in the blood sample. After running matches on everyone in the police and heroes database, it had finally matched with Oboro Shirakumo. When he'd received the email, Nizu had destroyed his bedroom in an animalistic fit of rage. He hated losing students. It had happened before, but each death always aroused a primal fury. This was on an entirely new level. Someone had stolen one of his precious children and warped him into a SLV. There must be something left of Oboro instead the Nomu, because clearly Oboro was the one who had left behind the secret message and saved Class 1A at USJ. It could not be a coincidence that this message had been left on Aizawa's computer. Did Oboro still have his mind? Or was he fighting for control against the Nomu programming? Had seeing his old friend Aizawa aroused a bit of rebellion? Nizu was determined to make contact with Kurogiri and see how much of Oboro was inside there. If there was any chance, then he would save his old student. Until he had a lead on finding Kurogiri, he would wait to tell Aizawa and Yamada. With his mouth full, Tomura complained, and then Stain told me that I have no conviction. Why does a villain need conviction? Does he think he's a hero even though he's another killer? Arg, just thinking about him sees me off. Inko reached across the table and wiped off Tomura's mouth. Don't speak with your mouth full, she chided in the same voice she used on her son. That voice was very effective on Tomura. Inko didn't have a psychology degree, but she could tell this young adult was desperately lacking in parenting. Tomura colored slightly and wiped his mouth. Sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. Please, call me Inko. That feels disrespectful. Tomura fiddled with his napkin. Funny, I don't normally care about how I address people, but you remind me a bit of my mom. Though you actually look like my grandmother. Tomura scowled. Ugh, I shouldn't compare you to my worthless grandmother. She was a hero who abandoned her family. You wouldn't do that. Inko's ears perked up at any bit of information she might be able to use. Gently she said, Oh dear, that must have hurt your mother. Did that make her more protective of you? No, the hero was my paternal grandmother. My dad, protective isn't the word I'd use. Tomura barked out a harsh laugh. They're all gone now. I don't like to talk about it. I don't remember everything that happened after my quirk manifested. He touched his face where his hands would normally be, except Inko insisted no severed body parts at the dinner table. I thought All for One gave you your quirk, Inko blurted out. Tomura shook his head. No, I used to ask Sensei for more quirks, but he said I had such a strong one that it would be risky to give me more. People's bodies can't always handle multiple quirks. Actually, Inko had assumed Tomura had been born quirkless because she'd noticed the extra joint in his pinky toe. Her son had been diagnosed as quirkless because of that toe. There was, to her knowledge, only one person who could give quirks. But why would All for One keep his gift a secret? What had happened when Tomura had first developed his quirk? Did Tomura's biological relationship to a hero have anything to do with it? It would be risky to ask about the deaths of Tomura's family, a volatile topic. Inko asked, Did All for One ever mention knowing your grandmother? Is that why he took you in? Tomura scowled. Sensei just found me coincidentally. He never said much about that beach. I don't think of her as family. I understand. I grew up in an orphanage, so I never had any family. Inko retreated from the topic with the graceful skill of someone accustomed to appeasing the moods of temperamental men. I didn't even learn to cook until after I dropped out of high school. Does it taste good? The soft expression returned to Tomura's face. He took another forkful of omuris. It's delicious, Mrs. Emma Inko. Thank you for letting me out to use your kitchen. You could use some fattening up. You're too skinny. Inko gave Tomura a once-over. Do you only eat fast food? That's not good for you. You're still a growing boy. You need fruits and vegetables. She added more broccoli to his plate. Tomura glared at the broccoli. I don't want that. He started to take off a glove, clearly planning to decay it. Inko said, If you eat your broccoli, then you can have cookies for dessert. Fine. Tomura sighed, putting his glove back on. In spite of herself, Inko had grown genuinely fond of Tomura. She'd initially looked after him to ingratiate herself, but he soaked up the positive attention so much that it made her want to mother him even more. She wondered if this feeling was real or Stockholm Syndrome. Once upon a time, she'd been very devoted to her worthless, abusive husband. She feared being a super weak person who developed attachment to abusers easily. But Tomura was so young. He'd been kind to her. Inko couldn't bring herself to believe that he was irredeemable. All for One had raised Tomura as a villain. She hoped that Tomura could be freed from this manipulation. Right or wrong, she cared about him. If possible, Inko vowed to get the information she'd learned to her son. Izuku might be able to research into Tomura's background and find something that could turn him to their side. If only Izuku succeeded at his next mission, then All for One had promised them a visit. Inko started to plan what she would say. Izuku shoved a yellow wig onto Shoto. I wore this for an All Might cosplay at a hero convention. Maybe we can comb down the hair tufts. No, leave them. Shoto grinned. Just imagine how angry my father would be at me wearing an All Might wig. Izuku hung on star-shaped sunglasses. There, now we've covered your most recognizable features. Don't use your quirk. Shoto said, I don't understand why I have to go in disguise when we're meeting my big brother. Izuku's eye twitched. I keep telling you, Dabi isn't your brother. He's an extreme Endeavor anti-fan. He wouldn't have agreed to come if I told him that you're Endeavor's son. All my father's biggest anti-fans are his blood relatives. Shoto smiled slightly. Agree to disagree. If Izuku could only get through this one awkward meal, he'd be able to lay to rest the ridiculous Dabi-ass Todoroki conspiracy theory. Then Shoto would stop investigating before he figured out Dabi was a villain. Izuku's heart hammered under his chest. Everything rested on Dabi's acting ability. During their brief meeting, Izuku hadn't gotten the impression Dabi was a particularly good actor. He hoped he was wrong. Heaving a sigh, Izuku said, Sorry, I didn't mean to snap. I'm just worried that you're going to be disappointed. My mentor, his personality is a bit prickly. Shoto laughed. Don't worry, I know all about what my big brother can be like. Our family life brought out the worst in all of us. I'm proud of Touya for dedicating his life to helping youth who struggle to control their quirks. He must have worked hard to become such a fine adult. Scrunching up his eyes, Izuku prayed, "Please let Dabi act like a semi-decent human being for one meal. Please let Dabi act like a semi-decent human being for one meal." Shoto held up an all-might jacket from the closet. "Hey, can I borrow this too? I want to show up at this meeting decked out in all-might merchandise." That was a limited edition all-might biker jacket. Izuku hesitated. "Do you promise not to spill any food on it?" "I promise." Shoto vibrated with eagerness. "Do you promise not to tell Dabi your identity?" "I won't need to tell him, so I promise." Izuku sighed. He hated to think of how disappointed his friend would be after realizing his big brother was still dead. This even softened his heart enough to part with the all-might merchandise. "You can take the jacket, just for this one meeting." As they walked down the street, people were definitely staring. Izuku suspected it was because the wig was so very obviously part of an all-might costume. The soba restaurant was a tiny place with bar-only seating. Izuku had picked it in hopes that it would be fast, allowing him to get the meal over with quickly. Dabi sat on a stool reading a menu. As soon as he looked up, his face purpled. He choked. Little blue sparks danced down his hair. He could not take his eyes off Shoto. This must be a reaction to the silly costume. If Dabi had blue fire, then would that help Shoto realize they weren't related? Shoto slid into a seat next to Dabi. "Order anything you'd like. You can even get 2 meals, one to take away for later. It's all on Dad's credit card, and I'm eager to spend his money." Dabi kept making strangled noises. His eyes sought out Izuku over Shoto's head. Dabi glared. What was his problem? He'd known that Izuku was bringing a friend. The whole point of this meal was for Dabi to convince Shoto that he wasn't a villain. Did Dabi hate All Might like Endeavor enough to despise seeing his merchandise? Geez, some people had terrible taste. Shoto said, "I'll take the cold mori soba." Dabi blurted out, "Ridiculous. Soba is best served hot." "Soba only tastes good cold," Shoto disagreed. Dabi glared at Izuku some more. What was his problem? Izuku sat down next to Shoto. He wished he'd been fast enough to get between them. You should both order what you like. Dabi, please tell Shoto all about your work at the quirk support group." "My control over my quirk is just fine," Dabi snarled, slamming his hands down on the countertop. Izuku twitched. Had Dabi forgotten his cover story already? This was a disaster and the food hadn't even arrived yet. Earnestly, Shoto said, "I'm very glad to hear that. You must have trained hard." Dabi growled low in the back of his throat. His fingers twitched on the menu. He fixed Izuku with a death glare. The waiter arrived to take their orders. Dabi ordered his soba hot very aggressively. Shoto ordered cold soba. Izuku felt like he'd been dragged in the middle of a battle, so he ordered the shrimp tempura to bypass the soba-heavy menu. As the food arrived, Shoto said, "I'm going to eat as much as possible to stick Dad with the bill." Dabi snarled, "I can eat more than you. Not where soba is concerned." Shoto laughed. He seemed to be having fun. Dabi, however, seemed in deadly earnest as he poured soba down his throat, then ordered another bowl. Shoto finished his soba nearly as quickly and ordered another one. In short order, half a dozen empty bowls of soba stacked up on the table. Izuku was amazed at how fast Shoto could tuck it away. At least this eating competition was distracting Dabi from talking, fortunate since he'd forgotten his cover story. But Izuku was baffled as he watched Shoto and Dabi throw themselves into mindless competition as if magically on the same wavelength. What was going on here? Why did he feel like he'd missed some telepathic communication? "Another bowl," Shoto and Dabi shouted together, each holding out an empty one. The waiter bustled over, a tray of soba already prepared in response to this request. Since Shoto had given his credit card in advance, the staff were happy to serve. Izuku had noticed the waiter and the chef taking bets on who would win the competition. Shoto slurped down his soba in seconds. "See, it's easier to eat when it's cold." Only someone who'd failed to properly train their fire would say that. Dabi poured piping hot soba straight down his throat. I'm immune to damage. Is it because your throat has gone numb? Shoto asked. Dabi tossed down the empty bowl. It's because I'm stronger than you. Next bowl. Long done with his own meal, Izuku gaped. Shoto was always so serious, it seemed unlike him to turn impish and teasing. But Shoto took great joy in needling Dabi. Also, did Shoto have a hidden quirk for a bottomless stomach? Because no matter how much soba he consumed, he showed no signs of running out of room for more. 2 bowls later, Shoto drank water while Dabi collapsed face first onto the table. Oh, Dabi ummed, clutching his stomach. Done already? Shoto clucked his tongue and took Dabi's bowl. Fuyumi always said that my oldest brother would brag at games before he'd won. Shoto started drinking. Hot soba isn't bad for a chance of pace. Give that back, Dabi ummed. He tried to lift his head from the table, then collapsed, clutching his stomach. I'm not done yet. I haven't been defeated. Not by you. Shoto liked his lips as he polished off the soba. Natsuo told me that Touya was scared to go to the bathroom alone late at night because of the monster in the closet. Lies. Lies and slander. Oh. Dabi ummed. Shoto said, Fuyumi also told me that Touya used to sing the jingles from Endeavor commercials in the shower. Dabi gasped. She did not. But I guess only the real Touya Todoroki could confirm or deny that rumor. Shoto leaned his elbow on the counter and smirked at Dabi. I'll kill you. Dabi screamed, leaping to his feet. Izuku got up to intervene. But Dabi only took one step, then his face turned green. Clutching his stomach, he staggered toward the bathroom. Following Dabi into the bathroom, Izuku hissed, What are you doing? You promised me you'd act normal for one meal. Dabi grabbed Izuku by the collar and pushed him against the wall. What are you doing bringing Shoto Todoroki here? Izuku looked sideways. I don't know what you mean. My classmate is blonde. His name is, Katsuki Bakugo? Wait, shouldn't Izuku at least pick a blonde whose face hadn't been all over the news during the sports festival? Would you believe he's Denki Kaminari? Dabi bellowed. That is my little brother wearing a fugly wig. Hey, I spent a lot of money on that All Might wig. The hair tufts look great. Izuku paled. Wait, Shoto is your brother? You're Touya Todoroki? Oh no, what am I going to do? You were supposed to convince Shoto that you're not his brother. But you're actually his brother. Wait, how the hell are you someone who is supposed to be dead? Dabi released Izuku and clutched his stomach. Oh, no one was supposed to know. Not before I launched my big revenge scheme on Endeavor. I've planned my dance routine for years. From the doorway, Shoto asked, Can I help? I want revenge on our dad too. Dabi whirled around and shouted, Hurting you is the revenge scheme. Shoto said, That's fine by me. I've already hurt myself repeatedly to get back at Dad. It's no fun if you're fine with it. Dabi shouted, What am I supposed to do now? Ow, ow, ow. The two of us can come up with an even better revenge plan now that we're working together, Shoto said. You already tried killing me when I was a baby, big brother. Now it's passé. Wait, he what? Izuku demanded. Shoto continued, First of all, you should tell Mom, Fuyumi, and Natsuo. Now that I'm absolutely certain that you're alive, we have to let them know. All color drained from Dabi's face. No, not Fuyumi. She'll murder me. I'm sure she'll be happy after she gets over being upset at you for hiding. Shoto texted into his phone. Don't tell her where I am. Too late, big brother. No. Dabi screamed, then escaped out the bathroom window with a crashing of glass. Swearing followed as he fled. Shoto said, Good thing I brought my dad's credit card to pay for that. Big brother might be able to run from me, but no one defies big sister Fuyumi. We'll hunt him down. Thank you for helping me find my big brother, Izuku. Ga, Izuku said. He needed to regroup and plan how to disentangle himself from this disaster, but his brain was too fried. Shoto put away his phone. That went better than most Todoroki family dinners. Staring with bloodshot eyes, Izuku groaned, How bad are your family dinners usually? Izuku stumbled home, desperate for a shower and some comic book reading to decompress. He needed a break from Todoroki family drama. A scream made Izuku turn his head and stare into an alleyway. Stain, the hero killer, stood with his sword over Tenya Ida's neck. Tears streamed down Tenya's face. Izuku's brain went white from panic. He ought to walk away. He'd accepted a mission to recruit Stain. This was his big chance to find his mother's location. Frankly, would Izuku even be strong enough to take on the hero killer alone? He couldn't even save himself, much less other people. Izuku was no hero. He was a spy and a traitor. Izuku had his hands full protecting the people he loved. He had no bandwidth left over for a mere acquaintance. Izuku remembered. My name is Tenya Ida. I commend you for figuring out the secret behind the exam. I hate to admit it, but I misjudged you. You were the superior candidate. Thank you for telling me about my brother, Midoriya. My big brother was paralyzed permanently by a serial killer. That's what a villain looks like. Midoriya just won a sports competition. He's no villain. If Izuku didn't do anything right here and now, then he really would be a villain. Izuku shot into the alley and punched Stain in the jaw. Make time. Make. Todoroki family drama. Izuku, it was painful to end my friendship with Katsuki, but now I won't drag down anyone else with me as I spiral deeper into forced villainy. Shoto, hi. I'm here to become your friend whether you like it or not. I come with massive family issues. Izuku, as an only child, my head already hurts. Make. Dad Might's suffering continues. Toshinori, you're wearing an All Might t-shirt today. It looks adorable. Would you like me to gift you some rare All Might merchandise? Izuku, normally I would accept, but at the moment I had to store away my All Might collection because looking at it too long makes me throw up from guilt. Toshinori, coughing up blood, that would have worked on any Izuku except mine. Make. Incorrect meme quotes. Nizu, I've connected 2 dots. Izuku, you didn't connect sheet. Kurojiri, sorry, I'm just a hard-working single father, I don't know any dog-mouse bears. Nizu, maybe he's playing coy because he doesn't trust me yet, or maybe he's fighting the programming, or he might even have a split personality. Shoto, congratulations, you're one of us now. Here is your conspiracy theorist tinfoil cap. Make. The patricide urge. Izuku, oh no. What if All for One and Dabi blackmail me to help them kill Endeavor? I can't do that to my dear friend Shoto. Shoto, we're killing Endeavor? Cool, I'm ready and willing to get over my complex about my fireside so I can burn his corpse to ashes for easier disposal. The instant Izuku got close to Stain, he unleashed a blast of gas directly at the villain's face. The new setting on his belt allowed him to use a concentrated dosage that wouldn't affect the 2 heroes in the alleyway. Stain's smaller knife shot upward, whooshing near enough to clip off a strand of green hair. Izuku landed in a crouch in front of Tenya. Damn it, Stain was immune to poison. Since Stain was able to paralyze people, Izuku had anticipated that could be a mutation of his power and been ready to dodge. But this did complicate matters. Should Izuku grab Tenya and run? An unfamiliar hero lay slumped on the ground further into the alleyway. Was that native? There was no way to carry 2 people. Izuku really didn't have the bandwidth to save total strangers. But it was too late for recruiting Stain. He'd lost that chance when he'd decided to be a hero. He might as well play out this tragedy to the bitter end and try to save Native too. Tenya shouted, Midoriya, don't interfere. Has nothing to do with you. In a dark voice, Stain hissed, a friend shows up and says, I'm here to save you. A good line for sure. But it's my duty to kill these 2. And if we're forced to fight, then naturally the weaker of us will be called. Izuku's tolerance for bullshit, already strained to the breaking point by the Todoroki family dinner, snapped. Okay, fine. He doesn't want me to save him, I'm out of here. Have fun murdering. Native whispered, I could use help actually. Could you call the pros? How interesting. Stain gestured at the light coming from the street, inviting Izuku to leave. Izuku turned and pretended to depart, then pivoted and kicked Stain in the stomach. Or tried to. Stain was already moving, blocking the kick with a blade. His other sword swooped at Izuku's neck. Bending over backward, Izuku nearly fell over as the sword arched over him. He put one hand on the ground to spin away. Landing in a crouch, he panted. Stain had clearly either seen through his lie or had been testing him. Oh well, Izuku hadn't expected it to be that easy. Nothing in his life ever was. A boring trick, but least you're not naive, Stain growled. He hadn't recognized Izuku as the villain boy from the bar. That was good if Izuku survived this and arrested Stain, then he didn't want his secret to be revealed in such a stupid fashion. As Stain fell upon him, Izuku weaved and dodged. He couldn't use his laser carelessly in close quarters. He had a high risk of hitting one of the two victims or knocking a wall down. Plus, Izuku had a limited number of shots before the stomach pain would put him out of action, and he couldn't waste even one of them. Tears streaming down his cheeks, Tenya shouted, "I meant it! Go away!" Izuku shouted back, "Shut up or tell me something useful about how Stain paralyzed you." Tenya's tone turned uncertain. "I think he liked my blood." Spittle flying from his mouth, Stain lunged with both blades. Ah, so that explained why Stain didn't seem to care if the cut was shallow or not as long as he drew blood. It would be risky, but Izuku could use this to lure his enemy into a trap. Dodging one blade, Izuku deliberately let the other draw a thin line on his cheek. As Stain leapt forward to lick the blood, Izuku hit him with a laser to the face. Stain was blasted backward, slamming into the wall. Izuku panted, clutching his aching stomach. He'd used the new enhanced power setting, which also came with even more pain. Native cheered. "Kid, you're amazing, I think you got him, oh." Shaking dirt off his shoulders, Stain rose. For the first time in the fight, Izuku's heart clenched. Stain had taken a direct hit from Izuku's strongest attack, and it hadn't worked. Just how tough was this BSRD? Stain snarled, "The only hero who can kill me is All Might." "I could call All Might here if you want to fight him," Izuku groaned, dodging a thrown knife. "No? No takers? Guess you're stuck with me then." Izuku leapt sideways to avoid another knife, calculating a trajectory. He had only one shot at this. He fired blue. The laser bounced off Stain's blade, aiming to hit his face on the rebound. Stain dodged the laser. Izuku collapsed to his knees, miming in pain. Sweat dripped down from his hair into his eyes. Raising his sword, Stain said, "You're still too weak." "And you're a monologuer," Izuku said. The laser hit the light fixture overhead, knocking it down onto Stain's head exactly as planned. "Thanks for staying in one place, giving your speech long enough for that to work." Stain hit the ground with a thud. Izuku picked up the broken light and hit the villain over the head again, just to be sure. "Does anyone have any rope to tie him up?" Izuku hadn't been quite as drained as he'd pretended from that last laser, but he still didn't want to chance Stain getting up yet again. With a groan, Tenya stood up. They tied up Stain and carried the still paralyzed native together. As they stumbled out of the alleyway, Tenya said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, Midoriya. I was blind and lost sight of everything in pursuit of revenge. You're a much better hero than me." These words dredged up something old and ugly inside of Izuku. He flashed back to the pictures of his beaten mother strewn across a table and all for one's tempting offer. "I don't see what's so wrong about taking revenge. Who says a hero can't hate someone enough to want to kill him? Aren't there times when killing someone means saving future victims? Your actions saved Native from dying. You should be proud." Native said, "Yeah, thank you both for that, but Glass's kid was right the first time. Revenge is bad. Murder is very bad." Izuku said, "I'm not any kind of great hero. I'd let you slit Stain's throat while he's unconscious, except I suppose that Native would object." Native coughed. "Yes, I'm willing to lie that Glass's kid only fought Stain to save me, but I draw the line at murdering an unconscious prisoner in front of me. Thank you for respecting my murder boundaries, green feral child." In a baffled voice, Tenya said, "You're an interesting person, Midoriya." Izuku winced, coming to his senses. "I'm suspicious about if you meant that as a compliment." "It was a compliment, truly. I don't suppose you would be willing to claim you defeated Stain by yourself?" Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the motionless villain. "I'd rather not be involved in any of this. For reasons besides the charge of vigilantism. All for one might be said." Slowly, Tenya said, lying would be wrong, but you did save me, but I don't want to take your credit. Oh, dear, are you worried because of the negative attention you got at the sports festival? I would never forgive myself if I caused you to be expelled because you got in even more trouble. I'll lie on your behalf. Izuku had a feeling that Ito was a terrible liar, but he still considered it worth a try. I really would be grateful. You can call the heroes after I leave. Unfortunately, at that exact moment, the useless police arrived, drawn by the commotion just in time to stop Izuku from quietly escaping. He'd been busted. Sitting in the hospital bed next to Tenya, Izuku glumly asked, "How much trouble do you think we're in?" Tenya hung his head. "I've disgraced my brother." "Your brother will understand. I mean, I'm an only child, but I would kill for my mother. I expect it's the same for siblings." Tenya stared at Izuku. "You're very interesting." Izuku coughed and looked away. He felt jittery and on edge. Except for his stomach pain, he wasn't injured, but the doctor had insisted he stay for a medical exam anyway. He desperately wanted to be out of here, but he knew the police would want to talk to him. Police made him nervous. What if they asked questions about more than the hero killer? What if they wanted to talk to his mother? Principal Nizu pushed open the door. The students this year are a bunch of troublemakers. I had to call in a favor from an alumni with a speed quirk to get here so quickly." Izuku gaped. "Principal? What are you doing here? Shouldn't the police come to interview us?" Nizu pointed a paw. "Both of you are strictly forbidden to speak to the police without Yue's lawyer present. I made it clear to Police Chief Tsuragami that I'd sue him if he went near you." Izuku swallowed. "Does this mean that everyone knows? About Stain? It's all over the news." Nizu frowned. The leak clearly came from inside the police. It's a troubling sign of potential corruption. However, in this case it might be good news, because it means that if Police Chief Tsuragami tries to punish you, then I can make it clear I'll be countersuing for breach of privacy of minors. Pictures of you two at the scene of Stain's capture and later wearing hospital gowns were leaked to the media. Tenya gasped and clutched his blanket up to his neck like a Victorian maiden. Izuku groaned and fell backward onto the bed. He'd be answering to All for One now. Since he already knew All for One had agents among the police, he'd expected as much, but it still came as a blow. Nizu said, "This may be a good thing for you, Midoriya. As I warned you before, reputation is very important for heroes. After the sports festival, the media branded you as a selfish rule breaker. But now that you're known for stopping the hero killer, you'll be seen as someone who breaks the rules to get stuff done. It might even be better for your image than if you'd obtained a legal achievement. This will cement you as a cool anti-hero. You'll get detractors, but you'll definitely attract fans too. Except what if this angered All for One, who deliberately destroyed Izuku's heroic image?" Izuku ummed again, covering his face with his hands. Nizu said, "I know it might not have been your original plan, but there's a lot of marketability in a bad boy image. So far, there have been several articles decrying you for vigilantism, but the comment sections are swinging in your favor. A first-year hero student taking down Stain looks cool. I give it only a matter of time before the first reporter publishes an opinion piece that you did the right thing. I'll hire someone to write it myself if I need to. The controversy will give you name recognition unprecedented for a first year. That can be dangerous, as you already know, but UA will help you use this to your advantage." Imagining what his mother would think about him having a bad boy image, Izuku giggled hysterically. Turning to Tenya, Nizu said, "I will need to cut a deal with Police Chief Tsuragami to suspend you from school for a week in order to avoid legal consequences. He doesn't truly want to punish you and he wants a lawsuit from UA even less, so I'll give him a little nudge to do the right thing. Since Native publicly praised you for saving his life, you were able to avoid being blamed for targeting Stain for revenge. Instead, you'll also get a mixture of criticism and praise for vigilantism." Tenya sniffled. "I deserve more censure." Izuku said, "Take the win. Since our original promise is null and void, here's a new one. Don't tell anyone about your murder plan." Nizu coughed into his paw. "I second that. Ida, if you draw criticism for your vengeance, then you risk bringing more negative publicity down on Midoriya, too. I would never allow that." Tenya snapped to attention. I will lie with all my power. I definitely have no personal grudge against Stain. His jaw clenched as he forced those words out. Izuku and Nizu exchanged a glance of pure understanding that Tenya would not be allowed to speak to any reporters. Nizu said, I have every intention of continuing this conversation, but the doctor wants to examine you for any lingering effects from Stain's poison. And I have another task in this area. I'm looking for someone very important. With those mysterious words, Nizu departed. Fortunately, Tenya left for an examination and Izuku was alone in the room when his phone buzzed with a text from Tomura. Even with no one to see, Izuku moved to cover up the message instinctively. He knew it would be less suspicious to answer it as normal instead of acting like a cheating boyfriend getting a text from his affair partner, but he hadn't been able to help the reflex. Tomura texted, Player 2, weren't you going to recruit Stain? Now you arrested him? Izuku texted back, he was pissing me off. That's the spirit. We'll make a villain out of you yet. Flexed biceps, flexed biceps, flexed biceps. I told Sensei that I didn't want Stain on my team, so I ordered you to beat him up. Would that excuse work on All for One? It was certainly worth a try. Thank you, Tomura. Tomura replied, as long as you're my comrade, you can destroy anything you'd like and I'll cover for you. It's just a shame that you didn't get to meet your mom. I'll send you another video the first chance I get. In spite of himself, Izuku smiled. He liked Tomura even if he knew he probably couldn't afford to. The smile faded off Izuku's face when he saw a new text from All for One. Congratulations on beating Stain. I got you a gift. Look at the table by your bed, smiley face. Trembling, Izuku turned to look. There was a package with red sparkly paper and a bow. When had that appeared? This proved that All for One had agents in this hospital. He had people everywhere. Had that been a sarcastic congratulations? What if Izuku was about to see his mother's severed finger? With shaking hands, Izuku unwrapped the box. Inside the box was an out-of-print comic book that had been sitting on Izuku's online wish list for months. He'd never purchased it because it was too expensive. His heart beat even faster. How did All for One know he'd wanted this? Was it a coincidence? No, it would be delusional to write off something so convenient as chance. This proved that All for One had accessed Izuku's private information. Yet for someone so skilled at hacking, the ancient BSTRD still used emoticons as if he didn't know how to add emojis. It would have been funny to watch a grandpa trying to act hip, except this centenarian could murder him as easily as blinking. Another text from All for One appeared. Tomura made his first plausible lie to me. I'm proud of him. Normally he's a bit too straightforward for a villain, but now he's all grown up and lying for his first friend. In honor of my successor's growth, I'll pretend to believe him. Especially since this worked out for the best. Izuku's heart rate skyrocketed. All for One knew. He'd probably received a report about everything said in this hospital. But All for One wasn't angry that Izuku had saved Tenya? What did the villain mean about this working out for the best? A chill ran down Izuku's spine at the notion that he might have somehow helped All for One's plans inadvertently. Even so, he knew he'd gotten off lucky. All for One had punished him for USJ because that had been important, but apparently recruiting Stain hadn't been particularly important. With no idea which orders he could defy and which he couldn't, Izuku was walking a tightrope dangling over hell. At this rate, his blood pressure would kill him faster than the spy gig. Exhaling, Izuku texted back, "Thank you for the present. It's just what I wanted." In other words, message received. Such a polite boy. Your mother raised you well. You're going to receive several interview offers, but don't accept any of them. At the moment, we're keeping your image mysterious. You're not that much better a liar than Tomura. If you blush and stammer on television, your dark hero image will collapse. Izuku's eyebrows rose. All for One made it sound like he was controlling the media, which he probably was. All for One had agents in the police. He must be the reason that the real story of Stain's capture had leaked despite the police trying to cover it up. But what the hell did the villain want? Why ruin Izuku's reputation and then drag it in a completely different direction? Izuku had no idea what was going on. He could only be relieved that the hammer of All for One's whimsical moods hadn't fallen on him this time. From the hallway came the sound of laughter mixed with tears. Izuku cracked the door. Achiko Uraraka hugged Tenya tightly. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku stepped back inside, intending to give them privacy. Achiko spotted him. Thank you for saving Ida. Can I have a word alone with you? She tugged him away. Once they were behind a vending machine, Achiko bowed her head. I'm sorry for what I said during the sports festival. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. You don't need to apologize. It was true and I deserved it. Achiko shook her head. I don't think it was true at all. Someone who charged straight at Stain wouldn't be afraid to face Bakugo. There are different kinds of fear. Izuku would have rather fought Stain 100 times than said those words to Kaken. Achiko glanced at him from under her bangs. Maybe it's not my place to say anything, but I think you should talk to Bakugo. Preferably before he explodes the entire school in a fit of rage. With a very awkward laugh, Izuku said, I'll keep that in mind. As Nizu predicted, the first article supporting Izuku Midoriya's defeat of the hero killer was published online within the hour. Although Nizu didn't need to lift a paw to ensure it when the reporter already owed All for One a favor. The controversy spread across every news station in Japan. A massive roundtable of scholars argued about heroism versus vigilantism. High schoolers started wearing pro- and anti-Izuku buttons as they took sides. Izuku's voicemail and email was swamped by a deluge of interview requests and merchandise offers. The video of the latest UA Sports Festival had fallen off the list of most viewed in Japan, but now millions of viewers went back to see it again. The old top comments largely just cursed out Izuku Midoriya. But the newest comment read, It's cool that he's strong though. Within a couple hours, this had become the most liked comment. People in the hero business knew that even more than being charming or virtuous or even good at their jobs, heroes had to be strong. All for One stood on top of a chair, adding a playing card to a house of cards built on the laboratory table. Behind him, Dr. Garaki cleared his throat. You're in my workspace. Just one more minute, All for One said in a sing-song voice. I'm having fun with my latest game. Dr. Garaki sighed. Do you mean the house of cards or the media frenzy you worked up? All for One spun around, clapping his hands with the glee of a child. It always amuses me how quickly the public changes. A few cool pictures released at the right time, he pushed over his own house of cards. And memories of yesterday's scandal are forgotten. Dr. Garaki asked, Didn't you want the spy to have a reputation as a villain? Why undo all your own work? No, I never planned to let him stay an outcast forever. It will be harder for Midoriya to defy me the more he has to lose. All for One's maniac grin widened. If I pushed him to the point where he tried to kill himself, he'd stop being useful. Luckily it looks like this one is more durable than that. Shaking his head, Dr. Garaki said, You never change. He stepped around his master to start sweeping away the fallen cards. All for One flopped down in his chair. I originally planned on saving little Izuku's big redemption moment for the next act of the play. But we can still carry out the same plan with Endeavor's agency. In fact, it might even work out better this way. Aha, Dr. Garaki said, listening with half an ear as he picked up a few stray cards off the floor. Spinning his wheelie chair, All for One pointed dramatically. A child gets falsely accused but still risks his life to save people. Everyone will be rushing to praise him loudly enough to drown out their former jeers. It's a great hero origin story. Dr. Garaki raised an eyebrow. You hate hero stories. All for One smirked. This pitiful play is aimed at a man who likes them. Maybe it will slide into the sweet soft spots of his heart like a dagger. Maybe not. I have backup plans as always. I have many routes to victory. I could take over Tomura's body. Or perhaps I could take over Izuku's body instead and act out a play of defeating Tomura. I hate heroes, but I might tolerate an anti-hero image briefly as I infiltrate the HPSC from the inside. Perhaps I'll obtain something in our upcoming tussle with the Yakuza that will allow me to heal my own body and rule with my handsome face. I might obtain one for all using Tomura's hatred, or this new plan with the little spy. Either way, my brother's quirk and Japan will belong to me. Dr. Garaki sighed. Still stuck on that quirk? Just because it belonged to your brother? All for One leaned back in his chair. In contrast to his loose posture, his hands clenched into fists. The power in One for All is tempting as well. But you know how much I hate to lose. The last remnant of him will belong to me. The blazing, hungry greed in his voice sent chills down the doctor's spine, even after so many years together. Chills of fear, but also chills of excitement. After the wave of positive publicity, Endeavor could no longer justify having Izuku sit in an office and do nothing all day. So Endeavor had reluctantly taken Izuku out on patrol, with the admonishment that any more vigilantism would get him sent straight back to the agency. Izuku was happy not to commit any vigilantism, thank you very much. He wanted one normal, relaxing day. Endeavor had once again reiterated that he had no interest in training Izuku, but he barked out instructions to Shoto. Then Shoto tried to hide behind Izuku, leaving Izuku awkwardly sandwiched between them and sweating from more than just all the flames. Izuku finally got a break when Endeavor left to chase a purse snatcher. Izuku considered the number 2 hero fully capable of handling that situation on his own, while Izuku and Shoto rested on a park bench. Shoto texted on his phone. Fuyumi still hasn't found our big brother yet, but she says that all her contacts are looking. Izuku felt uneasy. He still needed to track down Dabi himself, to make certain the villain wouldn't sell him out if caught. Your sister has contacts? Fuyumi did a bit of vigilantism back in the day. Shoto dropped this scandal casually. She knows people. Miruko has a huge crush on her. Miruko the rabbit hero? Izuku choked. It was only slightly from fear. For the record, I don't know Dabi at all outside the quirk support group. I know nothing about his personal life. I have no idea where to find him. Izuku could only hope this story would cover his but if Dabi was revealed as a villain. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. That's okay. I know you'd help me find my brother if you could. Shoto spoke so earnestly that Izuku withered with guilt. Excuse me? A new voice asked. 2 teenage girls dressed in goth style walked over. Can we have your autograph? At first, Izuku assumed that she must be talking to Shoto. But the girl extended the notepad to him. Oh, sure. He hastily scribbled off a signature and hoped it was good enough. One for me too, the other girl said. I thought you were cool ever since the sports festival. Everyone was just bitter because you kicked their buttes. What a bunch of losers. Thanks, Izuku mumbled. His ears reddened. In truth, his main emotion toward the sports festival was shame. He didn't feel comfortable being praised given how he'd won. As soon as the girls were out of sight, Izuku collapsed backward on the bench with a sigh. Shoto patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it. That's part of the job of being a hero. A mother pushing a stroller passed on the sidewalk. She looked at Izuku, wrinkled her nose, and crossed to the other side of the street. Shaking his head, Izuku said, I'm a hero to some people, a rabid dog to others. Shoto frowned. That was rude. You're still early in your career. It might not be too late for you to build a more friendly image instead of going the dark hero route. Want me to talk to my dad's publicist? He keeps bugging me to do that, but I could ask for help on your behalf instead. You don't need to give in to your dad for me, Izuku said. He felt uneasy because he knew this publicity was all part of All for One's plan, and he disliked how easily the public had gotten swayed one way or another. Shoto said, the UA staff would help you too. Izuku's phone vibrated. Glancing down, he saw the contact listed as Uncle. He immediately paled. Hopefully Shoto hadn't noticed his reaction. Standing up, Izuku said, I have to go to the bathroom. There's a coffee shop at the end of the street, Shoto said, his attention focused on his own phone. Izuku escaped into an alleyway. Hiding being a trash can out of extreme paranoia, he checked his message. All for One said, new mission. Try to get closer to All Might when you return to a maximum brain-dead fanboy sking up. I don't expect it to be easy, but you'll get a reward if you do it. Tomura would call this an optional side quest. Izuku gritted his teeth. If it was a side quest, then maybe he could just ignore it? He had no desire to be used against his favorite hero. Though he ought to at least put on a pretense of trying. He texted back, I'll do my best. Here's your main mission. Kidnap a small child for me. Izuku stared. The message did not make any more sense the second time reading it. Yes, it was evil, but pointlessly evil in a way that did not forward All for One's goals at all. This had to be a bad joke from a supervillain who loved screwing with him. Eventually, Izuku texted. The trash can fell over. A little girl with long white hair slammed into Izuku. Bandages covered her arms and legs. She whispered, "I'm sorry." All for One texted, "Yes, that child. Bring her to me, smiley face. Make time. Make, how All Might found out about Stain. Gran Torino, hey, I just saw the news. That boy is even more interesting than you told me. It's a shame he turned down my internship. All Might, I'm glad to hear that Midoriya is doing well at Endeavor's agency. Gran Torino, maybe he'll accept an offer as my apprentice if he gets expelled. All Might, if he gets what now?" Eri's bedroom was full of toys, but half the games required more than one player. Even dolls weren't much fun to dress up and take to tea parties all alone. Her aching arms could barely handle delicate movements. Yet still the Yakuza added more toys to her room after each torture session. Her latest babysitter had the nerve to ask why she never played with them. Currently, Eri had a pillow over her head so she didn't have to look at the unopened toy boxes. A monster burst through her wall. Half its head was made of exposed brain. Drool slid down from pointed teeth. It reeked like something several days dead. Eri sat up and stared. For a moment, she contemplated letting it eat her. Then there would be no more being cut into pieces and put back together. Then the monster reached for her, and Eri knew that anything that wanted to take her alive would only bring her more pain. She leapt off her bed, screaming. A Yakuza busted through the door and tackled the monster. More monsters poured in through the hole. Her bare feet slapped against the wooden floor. Yakuza poured past her, but they were attacking the monsters. No one had time to grab Eri. She found a window and scrambled out. When the sunlight hit her eyes, Eri winced and covered them. After so long, the world outside was too bright and big. The open space made her tense up and clutch her thin dress. Where should she go? In her distant memories, her teachers had told her to find a hero or the police if she was in trouble. The Yakuza didn't like the police, but Eri no longer trusted anything the Yakuza said since her grandfather had disappeared. She heard the flap of wings. She looked up. The black figure was distant in the sky, but something was following her. Eri ran. She ran until the soles of her feet bled. Her throat hurt from gasping. She ducked into an alleyway, hoping to hide. Then she glimpsed a boy in a green costume. A hero. Arms outstretched, she galloped toward him. Izuku stared down at the scared little girl in his arms. He did not know what his face looked like, but he suspected it was as terrified as hers. The moment he'd long feared had come. With his mother's life at stake, he'd been ordered to harm an innocent person. A child, no less. "I'm sorry for bumping into you," she said. On autopilot, Izuku's mouth took over. "Oh, no problem, it was my fault for crouching down behind a trash can. No wonder you ran into me. I'm sure I must seem like a suspicious person. So please, run away from me," he begged her telepathically. Izuku had no idea what All for One would want with a little girl, but he was certain it couldn't be anything good. Did she have important parents leading to her being taken hostage? Did she have a valuable quirk? Had she witnessed a crime? The girl said, "You're not a suspicious person. You're a hero." Izuku's shaky smile wiped off his face. Curse his costume, engineering trust in innocent children. Judging from the perfect timing of All for One's last text message, the villain had some means of watching him, so Izuku didn't have the option of simply ignoring orders. All for One had specified this as the main mission, and Izuku had learned from USJ and the sports festival that defying those would result in someone getting hurt. He doubted that All for One would give him a second chance after another betrayal. "What's your name?" Izuku did not offer his own name. It seemed impolitic when he might be about to commit a crime. Oh gods, was he seriously thinking about doing this? How could he possibly kidnap a kid? There had to be another way. Maybe he could attract Shoto's attention. Then he'd have the excuse that he couldn't break his cover. If only Endeavor was close, even All for One wouldn't expect Izuku to fight Endeavor, right? Nervously she said, "I'm Eri." Very slowly, giving her plenty of chances to run away, Izuku took out his phone and texted. Alas, Eri trustingly stared up at him. Izuku sent the message, "Her name is Eri, is that the right girl? Where do you want me to bring her?" Hopefully somewhere far away with ample chances to accidentally misplace Eri. All for One replied, "Probably, I don't remember names. Just stall her at your current location. My Nomu are following her. I had them drive her toward you so you could keep her in one place." Izuku said. Face pale, he glanced down at Eri. "Don't repeat that word, huh? It's a bad word." Izuku sent Shoto a text with only his location. If a hero arrived to witness the kidnapping, then he could get out of this. Then he texted All for One, "Why do you want her?" This was because Izuku needed an excuse to be typing into his phone if he might be being watched, not because he expected an honest answer. All for One replied, "Maybe she's my secret love child," smiley face. Izuku nearly dropped his phone. He looked directly into Eri's wide, worried red eyes. With her white hair, she looked sort of like the All for One with a face from Izuku's childhood memories. Could it be true? Then everything would be solved. All for One only wanted his daughter back. No children would be harmed. Cold, hard reality slapped Izuku upside the head. All for One didn't even remember this girl's name. Nor would he be likely to reveal such a secret. All for One was clearly trolling Izuku. The only reason Izuku had believed it for half a second was because he'd wanted it to be true. He wanted a way out of this horrific choice. Eri asked, "Are you calling the police? I need help. There are monsters chasing me." Izuku's heart broke. This sweet, innocent girl trusted him to save her. He knew that if he let All for One take her, he'd never be the same person afterward. If only his own life had been at stake, he would have died first. But his mother, he still had no way to save his mother. "Eri?" A new voice called from the front of the alleyway. The dark-haired man wore a mask and a fur coat. He held out his arms. "I know you must have been scared of those creatures. Come over here." Directing his piercing gaze at Izuku, he said, "My daughter was the victim of a villain attack. I must take her home at once." Eri trembled and clutched Izuku's sleeve. A text from All for One appeared on Izuku's screen. "Don't fight that man. It's not worth the risk of losing you." Izuku could have passed out from sweet relief. He'd been saved. The choice that would destroy him one way or another could be postponed for another day. Picking up Eri, Izuku placed her into her father's arms. "I'm so happy that you're here." In fact, Izuku could have hugged and kissed the man right on his hideous plague mask. Waterfall tears poured down Izuku's face. "As a hero, I want to thank you for being such an amazing father and finding your daughter so quickly." If this father had been even a moment slower, then the consequences didn't bear thinking about. In Izuku's gratitude, this man's pissy beach face and terrible fashion sense looked beautiful to him. Eri clung a little to Izuku, which was understandable after her horrible ordeal, but Izuku quickly pried her loose. Not a moment could be wasted. "Please get your daughter out of here quickly. There might be more villains around." Izuku could barely speak through his tears. He wiped his face. "Sorry, I'm just so relieved that you're here, and, touched by this heartwarming reunion of a loving parent and child." "Don't touch me," the father said coldly, flicking a tear off his collar. Izuku couldn't blame the stranger with his snotty nose and hysterical words. He must seem like a madman. Yet even through his tears, the biggest smile spread across Izuku's face. He waved. "Goodbye. I'm wishing you two all happiness together." Of course, at that exact moment, a Nomu burst into the alleyway. The father whirled, touching the creature and ripping it to shreds with just one finger. Izuku froze. Was he expected to help the Nomu? All for One had specifically ordered him not to engage. The message had been ambiguous about if this was out of concern for the man's strength or Izuku's status as a spy. Surely that could serve as Izuku's excuse. He couldn't break his cover. He'd let the father and daughter escape. Two more Nomu shot forward, one's arm swelling up while the other dripped poison. The father placed his hand on the ground and ripped it to shreds. The splinters exploded under Izuku's feet. A spike shot directly at his neck. A Nomu with enormous leathery wings swooped down and picked Izuku up, lifting him out of danger. The stranger had nearly impaled Izuku too. But surely that had been an accident. The man was a civilian, likely not used to using his powerful quirk. Izuku wondered if he should try to escape the flying Nomu's grip. No, it would be better to use this as an excuse not to get involved in this fight. Two walls clapped together like hands smashing an insect. The father leapt away from the wreckage and ran down the street, Eri in his arms. As the wall came down on him, Izuku fired a laser. He only managed to destroy part of it. His brief, miserable life flashed across his eyes. If he'd known it would end like this, then he regretted not asking all for one to kill his father. He wished he could apologize to his mom. Bricks slammed into the flying Nomu. As it fell, it used its own body to shield Izuku from the impact. Even so, the shock sent reverberations up Izuku's spine. He screamed. The Nomu had him in a bruising grip. Black, long dead blood leaked over his body. A brick stuck out of the Nomu's head. It gurgled and whispered, "Izu," then it died. Shards of glass dug into Izuku's arm. Looking down, he saw the Nomu had been carrying a camera that must have been how All for One had observed the scene. Izuku desperately wanted to know why the Nomu had said his name, but he had no time to wonder. The pile of bricks he'd landed on teetered precariously. Izuku tried again to push off the heavy body. Sweat drops formed between his fingers. Perhaps he could use his laser, but just burning through the Nomu's body felt wrong even if it was dead. It had saved him. Midoriya! Shoto shouted, waving from the base of the wreckage. With a flick of his hand, he'd frozen the bricks in place. Then he ran up the ice to drag Izuku free. What happened? I knew you were in trouble as soon as I saw your text. Nomu attacked. Izuku looked around, but the motion made his head spin. They're all dead, I think, Shoto said. I'm calling my old man. You lie down. He ripped off part of his costume and wrapped it around the cut on Izuku's arm. There was a little girl, Izuku said. As sirens sounded in the distance, he barely clung to consciousness. Eri had gotten away. Everything was all right. Endeavor sat in front of his desk, his expression a little angry but not directed at either of the two interns. He just always seemed to be a little angry. When Shoto was in the same room as his father, Izuku felt stuck between the clash of two temperatures. Moving a picture at Izuku, Endeavor growled, "Is this the girl who you saw?" The photograph showed Eri sitting on a medical chair with straps on her arms and legs. Her eyes were dull and dead. Izuku tensed. Yes, that's her. What is happening to her? Endeavor grunted. I received an email from an informant shortly after you two started your internship. It was strange, no message and merely an attachment. The man was found dead shortly afterward. However, the subject line contained our code word, so I'm confident that it came from him. Izuku's blood ran cold. How soon after we started? Because this sounded like something All for One could have arranged with the hacking program that Izuku had installed. The same day, not that it matters. I've been busy verifying the information through other channels. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. The gruff man looked uncharacteristically subdued. It's very bad. A Yakuza leader has been selling bullets that can temporarily erase quirks. He slid over a picture of Eri's father. The leader of Shai Hasaikai Yakuza goes by the name Overhaul. I met him too, Izuku said. He's Eri's father. If the man was a criminal, no wonder he hadn't cared about possibly killing a hero student. But villains could be good fathers, right? Izuku had developed a bad feeling in his stomach. Endeavor shook his head. I'm not sure yet how this man obtained Eri, but he has no children. Izuku's stomach twisted. Endeavor exhaled. There's no nice way of saying this. Overhaul has a quirk that allows him to disassemble and reassemble anything he wants. He's been taking Eri apart because she has a unique quirk called Rewind that means her DNA can be used to erase quirks. I had trouble believing it at first, even though my informant provided pictures. I won't let you two children see them. I've finally obtained one of the quirk erasing bullets, and I found human DNA inside. Izuku might be about to throw up. He clutched his midsection. I let him take Eri. He's been torturing her, and I let him take her. Endeavor cleared his throat. Midoriya, no one expected you to fight a group of Nomu and the head of the Yakuza at the same time. There was no logical scenario where you successfully walked off with the girl. Know your limits. Shoto touched Izuku's arm and whispered, "See, if even an a-hole like my dad says that you're not at fault, then you know it's true." But Shoto didn't understand. Izuku had seen the bandages on Eri's arms. He'd seen the fear in her eyes. But he'd been so preoccupied with thwarting all for one that he hadn't paid attention. Izuku was a failure as a hero. He'd known that for a while, but even so, this was the most grievous harm that he'd done yet. He'd handed Eri over to her tormentor and thanked him for taking her. Bile rose up Izuku's throat, threatening to explode across Endeavor's desk. Endeavor said, "You'll have another shot to save the girl. I'm planning an attack on the Shai Hasaikai compound. We have to take them down fast before they become a greater threat. This is such an urgent situation that I've secured permission for you two to assist me." Izuku could not speak. He wanted to scream that they had. To leave him behind. All for One would use Izuku to take Eri. Izuku was the traitor who would destroy them all. When Izuku spotted a shadowy figure following him home, he barely even had the energy to be concerned. His eyes were red and swollen from crying. He'd thrown up in the agency bathroom. The greasy takeout he'd eaten for dinner settled uneasily in his stomach. He missed his mom's cooking and Toshinori's bentos. The man wore a cold mask and had a hood pulled over low. As they passed a deserted part of the street, he picked up speed. A hand reached for Izuku's shoulder. Izuku spun on his heel and fired his laser. "Whoa!" The man dodged. "It's me, Dabi." He yanked down his mask. Izuku exhaled. "I'm not going to apologize after you snuck up behind me like a mugger." "Ugh, this is what I get for playing messenger boy again?" Dabi held up a flash drive. 10 Finger Death sent another video of your mom. Do you want it or not? Izuku ran forward and snatched the flash drive. Yes, he very much wanted and needed more possible clues about his mother's location. "I'm glad you came. We need to talk. Let's go somewhere private." "Yeah, you still owe me a favor, Green Bean," Dabi said pointedly. "Especially since your just one meal turned into a family disaster that ruined my dance routine reveal." Dance routine? Did Izuku want to know what the villain was talking about? Izuku led Dabi back home. Dabi whistled when he saw the angry graffiti on the walls. "I see people never change. And they haven't even found out that you're actually a villain yet." "I've been meaning to get that fixed," Izuku mumbled. It should be gone by the time his mom returned home, something that he forced himself to believe would happen. "Do you want any tea?" "Sure, I'll take a cup." Dabi sat on the sofa while Izuku put on a kettle. "Listen, I'll cut to the chase. Has my little brother spilled the beans to Dad?" "No, he hates his father. But your siblings know." "That's something at least." Dabi exhaled. "I'm saving my reunion with dear old Dad for a special occasion." "Your sister is looking for you. Do you need help hiding?" Izuku offered for purely selfish reasons. He didn't trust Dabi not to talk in jail. Dabi chuckled. "Word on the street is that my little sister promised some hero chick a date if she caught me." "Huh, as if I'd ever lose to a female." "It's Miruko." Dabi paled. "I'm effing dead." Izuku agreed that Dabi's capture was a foregone conclusion. "Have you considered fleeing the country?" That wouldn't save Dabi from Miruko, but it would hopefully delay long enough for Izuku to either rescue his mom or more likely die together with her. No. Dabi stood up and paced. "I can't pass up this rare chance now that I have a spy inside Endeavor's agency. And I definitely can't risk my little brother blabbing to Dad and robbing me of the chance to see Endeavor's stunned horror as I rise from the grave." The kettle whistled in the kitchen. Izuku left and returned with 2 cups of tea. "What was your original plan?" Dabi blew on his tea, then took a sip. "I was going to use you to collect blackmail material on Endeavor." "What, like dark secrets about his hero career?" "No, Endeavor might be worthless as a father, but he's always rigidly followed the rules as a hero. I have a bigger target." There's this legendary video of Endeavor getting drunk and trashing All Might at the office holiday party, then admitting he's always been secretly jealous of All Might's butt. I'm pretty sure one of his employees saved a copy. Dabi glared. But now that you outed me to my brother, you owe me way more than that, Green Bean. In my defense, Todoroki already knew your identity before the soba meal. Izuku sighed. What would it take to make you go away? Dabi said, I want you to help me kill my little brother in front of my father. Well, this was just exactly what Izuku did not need after his horrible, no good, very bad day. Dabi did not scare Izuku the way All for One did, so Dabi did not get to pull crap like this. Maintaining eye contact, Izuku said, No. Dabi growled, I could blow your cover as a spy. Izuku crossed his arms. If you do that, then you'll answer to All for One. If you lay one flame on my friend, then I'll kill you before All for One has the chance. The teacup in Dabi's hand trembled slightly. He blinked first, looking away. Why do you care? You're a villain. Why do you want to kill your little brother? Izuku countered. Todoroki has never done anything to you. He was truly happy to find out that you're alive. Because that's the best way to make my father suffer. I've got a lousy dad myself. He sold me to All for One. I don't think he'd suffer overly much if I died. Endeavor seems to have the attitude of, keep having kids until I get one with the right quirk. What makes you think he wouldn't just replace your little brother like how he replaced you? Dabi frowned. The masterpiece isn't replaceable. But he didn't sound certain. Izuku didn't know Endeavor well enough to say. Certainly Endeavor's first impression hadn't been great, but Izuku hadn't seen evidence that Endeavor was an evil enough person not to care at all if his son died. But it was in Izuku's best interests to convince Dabi that Endeavor didn't care about Shoto. What's the point of revenge with extra steps? If you want revenge on Endeavor, then get revenge on Endeavor, not someone else. I don't mind helping you with that. Oh, how generous of you. Grumbling, Dabi took a sip of tea. I want Endeavor to suffer. How interesting. Izuku asked, do you not want your dad dead? Dabi choked on his tea. I want him dead. But his voice lacked his earlier conviction. Have you ever killed anyone before? Izuku asked. Loads of people, Dabi said. Just yesterday I stabbed this guy. It's not my fault that he crawled off while I was monologuing. So you didn't actually kill him, then? Dabi hissed and cursed under his breath. If I were to make a television broadcast saying that I'd burned a large number of people alive, I bet no one could prove otherwise because cremation doesn't leave a body. Sounds like a good plan, Izuku said because he had no intention of encouraging Dabi to be more successful at murder. Honestly though, that sounded totally pathetic. It's not that I haven't tried to kill people. I'm great at murder. But people keep escaping while I'm monologuing, which I think is rude. Aha. I concluded that my father would suffer more living in failure. Maybe. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to kill him. Why don't you work out your daddy issues with a psychiatrist and leave your little brother out of it? Seriously, if you're not even willing to kill Endeavor for whatever legitimate beef you have with him, you shouldn't hurt poor Todoroki who has done nothing wrong. Shoto existed, Dabi insisted, sparks dancing down his body. Knock that off before you set fire to my mom's favorite couch. Izuku swept away the empty teacups. You can crash at my place if you need somewhere to hide from Miruko. Normally Izuku would not offer this, but he planned to keep a careful eye on Dabi ever since the death threat against Shoto. No matter how bad Dabi might be at murder, Izuku couldn't chance it. Dabi would need to be dealt with. Perhaps Izuku could find a way to turn Dabi over to the authorities, but he'd need to be subtle so Dabi wouldn't blame him and take revenge. Dabi frowned and tapped his chin. You or Decay Hands? I guess you're the slightly better option. You don't have any other friends? Shut up. Izuku rolled his eyes. Do you have any luggage? What you see is what I own. Dabi spread his arms wide. Now that he mentioned it, he smelled like he hadn't changed his clothing or bathed recently. Izuku fetched towels and sheets. You can sleep on the sofa, but you have to take a shower first. My mom's room is off limits. I've got some baggy clothing that might fit you. Help yourself to anything in the kitchen. Don't mind if I do. You've got some good tea. I'll help you take revenge on Endeavor as I promised. Give me a copy of your evidence against him, in case Miruko catches you before you have a chance to release it. Then Izuku could ensure Dabi's silence after he got captured by promising to release Dabi's dirt on Endeavor or delete it all if Dabi outed Izuku as a spy. Humph. I suppose that's not a bad idea. But no one can see my final act before it's ready. I'll send you a password-protected link to the video. Keep in mind that it's just a work in progress. Izuku stared wearily. You just said that I couldn't see it. Maybe I'll let you look later after I tweak a few bits. I could use some constructive feedback. Dabi actually blushed like a child presenting his crayon artwork. Izuku yawned. It's late and I'm tired. Good night. He was eager to watch the video from his mother. Dabi's video, he didn't care about. Upstairs, Izuku plugged the flash drive into the computer. His mother's face appeared. She looked tired. Had she lost weight? She'd definitely lost too much weight. She must be as stressed out as him. Nevertheless, she smiled at the camera. I'm grateful to Tomura for this chance to speak to you. I'm proud of you for winning the sports festival, Izuku. No matter what anyone else might say, she blinked back tears. I'm proud of you. I know why you had to win. You protected your friends. Her lower lip wobbled. I swore to myself that I wouldn't cry on this video. I don't want to worry you. Tomura has been looking after me. He's taught me how to play several video games. She talked a little bit about gaming. Izuku listened carefully, in case his mom left him a secret message. Inko said, Did you know that Tomura has an extra toe joint just like you? I thought it was a funny coincidence. Her tone tried to be casual but her hands tensed up. She'd never been a good liar. Izuku understood immediately. Tomura had also been born quirkless. All for One must have given him a quirk. But why hadn't Inko simply said they'd both been quirkless? Did Tomura not know that his teacher had given him a quirk? How very, very interesting. Inko continued, Tomura also had trouble controlling his quirk when he was younger, just like you. It's as if you two boys were destined to be friends. She spoke rapidly, words tripping over each other. I've been cooking for Tomura lately. She described a meal. Finally, she finished, I hope you've been eating well. I love you, Izuku. I love you too. Izuku touched the screen. Message received. Thank you. Putting together the pieces of his mother's message, something bad had happened to Tomura in the past because of his quirk. The quirk Tomura didn't know that All for One had given him. Izuku believed that remark about him and Tomura becoming friends had been a hint that Inko hoped Tomura would turn against All for One if he knew the full truth. Izuku's palms sweated. This was the perfect opportunity. Tomura knew where Inko was imprisoned, and he was trusted by All for One. If Tomura could be turned, then Izuku had real hope of saving his mother for the first time. But Izuku's optimism didn't last past his first Google search. Looking for quirk accidents generated too many hits, even when he tried to narrow down the search to decay-related accidents. Izuku had no idea when this supposed incident had occurred. He doubted that Tomura went by his birth name. There was too much information to sort through. Slumping back in his chair, Izuku groaned. Tears stung his eyes. He felt so tired. If only he had someone else helping him. Toshinori had a very useful network of hero contacts. It would be a risk, but Izuku needed help. Izuku hesitated, then texted the janitor. Could I ask you for a favor? You've done a lot for me already, but I don't know who else to turn to. The reply came quickly. What is it, my boy? Could you ask your hero friends to look into male children with quirk accidents, particularly relating to destruction and decay? Izuku hesitated, doing math in his head. I think it would have occurred 12 to 17 years ago. Tomura couldn't have been too old when he'd been given his quirk, or he wouldn't have been able to pass as a late bloomer. That's easy enough, but what is this about? Izuku needed a decent cover story. Could he tie this into his old lies somehow? My mom doesn't have any family, but she had some close friends who moved away when I was young. I don't remember their names, only that she spoke fondly of them. She has no support system right now, no friends sending good wishes, so I thought I would look them up. I just want to make her happy. I found some old rumors that the family moved after their son had a quirk accident, but then the trail goes cold. Toshinori replied, "How kind of you to think of your mother. I'll look into it. How are you feeling? Were you injured by Stain?" "I'm fine, I promise. Ida got hurt but I escaped with only a scratch." "You mean Stain stabbed you?" "No. Would you like to meet for breakfast sometime before your internship starts? I've been worrying about how you've been eating. I'll be in town on business in Hosu City on Monday. I can bring a bento." Honestly, that did sound nice. All of Izuku's interactions with other people were full of tension and guilt. Only with Toshinori could he relax. Izuku texted back, "I can't turn down one of your homemade bentos." "Thank you." Izuku's tentative good mood was completely wiped away when he received a text from All for One about what happened today. Izuku's blood froze in his veins. Had All for One decided that Izuku should have fought off Overhaul after all? Was he in trouble? All for One's message finished. "Did you know a boy named Tsubasa in elementary school?" That was completely and utterly unexpected. Distant memory returned to Izuku of a short-haired boy with red wings. That's why. No matter, that just explains a bit. It's very interesting from a scientific standpoint. I never ordered my Nomu to protect you. What the hell did that mean? Should Izuku take that reminder of his expendability as a veiled threat? Surely All for One wouldn't dig up the names of Izuku's old childhood friends and threaten them. The villain already had plenty of potential hostages. Izuku texted back, "I haven't seen Tsubasa in years." "I'm quite certain that you haven't. Keep me updated on Endeavor's plans for the Yakuza. I've also been monitoring all communications from his agency using the virus." In other words, it would be futile for Izuku to lie. "Since didn't it turn out as I promised you? My plans for Endeavor won't be hurting anyone who doesn't deserve it. You'll be helping take down a Yakuza organization and rescue a suffering little girl. If you follow my plan, you'll come out of this looking like the hero of the day. I promise that any mistakes will be blamed on someone else. But keep in mind, this mission is one you're not allowed to screw up. Good night." Izuku felt sick. What mistakes did All for One refer to? If Izuku had to guess, the heroes would be losing Eri during the mission. Izuku was quite certain that All for One wanted Eri's quirk to heal himself. And the villain probably wouldn't give it back afterward. That was bad, but frankly Izuku would count himself lucky if he escaped this mission with no further damages than one missing quirk. Maybe Eri wouldn't even want her quirk after it had brought her so much suffering. Izuku knew he was justifying himself. It SCED to be quirkless. All for One being healed and restored to full power would be very bad for the world. But Izuku had been clearly told that he couldn't let this mission fail. He'd been warned after Yusei. He'd been lucky with Stain. He did not expect that he would get away with a third strike. If Izuku betrayed All for One again, his mother would die. At the end of the day, one little girl's quirk did not outweigh his mother's life. Izuku was not naive enough to believe he could survive without making any sacrifices. He was close, so very close, to having a plan to rescue his mother. As long as Eri would be rescued from Overhaul, Rewind was an acceptable loss. Why the hell had All for One asked about Tsubasa? Izuku googled his childhood friend. The first search result was an obituary. With trembling hands, Izuku clicked on it. Tsubasa had gone missing nearly a decade ago and was presumed dead. Media coverage had been minimal. Tsubasa had been an orphan. His adopted grandfather had departed the city shortly after the disappearance. His throat dry, Izuku remembered the winged Nomu whispering his name. Suddenly, he knew exactly what had happened to Tsubasa. After all, he'd understood for some time how Nomu were made. The shells had fallen from Izuku's eyes, and he could no longer pretend that it would be harmless to hand over Eri to All for One. This was what All for One did to children. If Izuku carried out this mission, then he'd be crossing his line. Eri would become his sacrifice. Izuku's childhood friend was dead. Tsubasa had died saving Izuku, and had died long before that, in horror and pain. Izuku threw himself onto his bed and wept from grief for his old friend. Omake time. Omake, Oopsie Part 1. Izuku, I'm delighted to return Eri to her wonderful father. Canon Izuku, feral screaming. Eri, My belief in heroes has been crushed. Izuku, would it make you feel better to know that I'm a villain in this AU? Make, Oopsie Part 2. All for one, lying, Eri is my secret love child so you don't need to worry about me harming her. Izuku, great, I'll bring your daughter back to you at once. Even if you're a villain, I'm sure you're a great dad. Dad for one Izuku, feral screaming. Make. The true tragedy of this chapter is Shoto missing out on a conspiracy theory. Izuku, did you come because you saw my text? Shoto, no, I telepathically detected someone talking about a secret love child within a 100-meter radius of me. Eri and all for one, Give me a minute and I'll whip up a conspiracy theory corkboard. After an hour of Googling, Izuku still couldn't find any mention of Tsubasa's grave. He believed the boy didn't have one. After all, he'd vanished with no body and no family. Izuku knew that graves were for the living, not the dead, yet even so, the unfairness burned. Tsubasa ought to have some kind of memorial. Izuku felt horribly guilty that his childhood friend had died years ago, and he'd never even known it. When Tsubasa had been right before his eyes, Izuku hadn't even recognized him. Izuku had already known he was a failure who didn't deserve to be a hero, but this confirmed it beyond any doubt. Over and over again, Izuku kept wondering if he could have stopped Tsubasa's second death. He'd never even tried, just seeing the Nomu as a monster. Should Izuku have saved Tsubasa, or was death a mercy for someone twisted into an undead SLV? Izuku didn't know. Even so, from the bottom of Izuku's heart, he was grateful that Tsubasa had saved him. All for one needed to die. Izuku had no illusions about his ability to accomplish such a lofty goal, but still the hatred burned inside of him. Of course Izuku's top priority had to be saving his mother. If not for that, he might have tried to kill the villain the next time they met. And died. Izuku shouldn't kid himself. He might dream of revenge, but he lacked the strength to carry it out. He was just a teenager. He was scared. He was tired. He was all alone. That night, Izuku barely slept. He woke up achy and with a nasty headache. Now Izuku regretted arranging to meet Tomura to play video games. It was a weekend, so Izuku could have just curled up in bed and binge-watched Hero. But he'd overslept, and it was too late to politely cancel. He'd have to run to make it on time. After Izuku had badly lost 3 races in a row, Tomura threw his game controller to the ground and demanded, "What's wrong with you today, player 2? Your gameplay dropped half a dozen levels overnight." Izuku winced. There was sincere concern in Tomura's eyes despite his gruff tone. But Izuku couldn't exactly tell Tomura that he'd been up late last night contemplating how to kill all for one. Even if Izuku hadn't been very successful in his murder plans, the topic still wouldn't go over well. As usual, Izuku decided to weave in a bit of truth in his lies. Yesterday, when I was out on patrol, a woman with a baby crossed to the other side of the street upon seeing me. Tomura harumphed. Joined the club. Apparently I was so terrifying that people fled from me as a 5-year-old. In all fairness, if they thought I was a monster, they were right. Izuku could sense a story there, the dark past his mother had hinted at. Just getting a better idea of Tomura's age back then could be helpful. "I'm sorry. What happened?" "I don't actually remember all that much. But Sensei saved me." Tomura's tone was reverent. "I learned then that the only people who will help a monster is another monster. You've got us at least." He nudged Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, sure, all for one would keep Izuku around for as long as he was useful. Unable to hide the expression on his face, Izuku looked down. Tomura said, "You've got fans on your side too, especially after you defeated Stain. Here, let me show you. The founder and president of your fan club has been posting videos online about you." Tomura pulled up a video on his phone and held it out. On the screen, a young man with green scales on his face spoke to the camera. "After I suffered bullying because of my mutation, I dropped out of school. It means a lot to me to hear people hailing Izuku Midoriya as a hero after the Hosu incident. I don't think anyone would have criticized him at the sports festival if he'd been blowing people up, but they treated him differently because he used poison. I thought for sure that he would give up and drop out of school, but he persevered. That made me try going outside again too." Tomura said, His name is Shuichi Iguchi. He's posted a lot of stuff about you, see? Tomura scrolled through the videos. Look how many likes they're getting. Twisting his hands, Izuku mumbled, the same people who booed me at UA's sports festival all rushed to support me after I beat Stain. The instant I step out of line or lose a fight, they'll all turn on me again. Tomura shrugged. Society is buggy. You're a hero if you win, but no one defends you if you lose. But this guy is different. Shuichi Iguchi was all over the videos of the sports festival defending you on the same day it happened. His online handle is Spinner. I hacked him to find out his identity. He kept getting downvoted to oblivion and coming back for more. For some people, it was very important to them to see someone with a villainous quirk win against all the hero eggs with their perfect and acceptable powers. Izuku swallowed. He knew that Tomura was trying to make him feel better, but he could only imagine what would happen after he got revealed as a spy. Then everyone would say they'd expected as much, that a student with a villainous quirk could never become a hero. Just how disappointed would Shuichi Iguchi feel then? Izuku was already betraying everyone at UA, he didn't want to let down total strangers too. Looking at his hands, Izuku failed to speak. Tomura peered at his face. I know what would make you feel better. Do you want to hunt down and kill people who spread lies about you at the sports festival? No. Izuku yelped. A light beating, then? No. Come on, Tomura, you know I have my cover as a spy to think of. More like you're too soft, Tomura grumbled. Fine, then how about some hot chocolate? I'd love hot chocolate, Izuku said, realizing that he'd better at least pretend to be cheered up or the murder offers would never end. Kurogyri, Tomura bellowed. We want hot chocolate. A sigh came from the kitchen. In a minute, Kurogyri called. The Noma's voice could barely be heard over the sound of his phone chiming repeatedly. Tomura stood up and stomped over to the doorway. Who the hell is calling you so often, idiot? Your phone has been going crazy over the last week. It's not like you have friends. They're texts, actually, Kurogyri said. I must have gotten on a spam list. I've been getting all these nonsensical messages from people claiming to be rats. Tomura stepped into the kitchen. I could decay your phone. Please stop. Kurogyri cried. I'll turn off my phone. I'm getting your hot chocolate. Tomura returned with 2 mugs of hot chocolate. Sitting down on the couch, he said, I've got good news. Present Mike is hosting a live radio show and he's raffling off a genuine Eraserhead scarf, lightly used. Tomura's eyes gleamed. Welcoming the change of subject, Izuku blew on his hot chocolate. Yeah, Mr. Yamada mentioned that in class. Apparently Mr. Aizawa got a small tear in his scarf during training, so he purchased a new one. The raffle money will be donated to a charity for heroes injured in the line of duty. Shinso, one of my classmates, has already brought 50 tickets. He's a huge Eraserhead fan. Tomura flipped his hand. Buying tickets is for suckers. I'm going to steal that scarf. Izuku nearly told Tomura not to do it. The fans would be so disappointed. Then Izuku realized that this was way better than Tomura hunting down people who'd insulted him during the sports festival and killing them. A villain wouldn't stop being a villain just because they played a few video games together. Izuku had to pick his battles, and as a fellow fanboy Izuku knew this was not a winnable fight. Taking a sip of hot chocolate, Izuku asked, What's the plan? Kurogyri will warp me in before the show, I'll grab the scarf, and we'll leave while the alarms are blaring. It will be the perfect crime. It didn't sound like anyone would get hurt, to Izuku's relief. Tomura continued, Sensei has some sort of plan on the day of the radio show, so I'll have to steal the scarf before the show. If Eraserhead was showing up at the event personally, then I would have insisted on attending, of course. But Eraserhead never has fan events. It's such a shame I missed meeting him at USJ. Aizawa had been lucky to avoid attending that particular fan event. The reminder of All for One and his plans made Izuku's hands shake, the hot chocolate sloshing in his mug. Tomura frowned. Seriously, what's wrong? Izuku took a long sip of hot chocolate to buy himself time to answer. Perhaps he shouldn't risk this topic, but he needed to know. Did All for One ever take in any orphans besides you? Tomura wrinkled his nose. Of course not. I'm special. I was wondering, children should be too small to turn into Nomu, but, the doctor seems able to alter their bodies a lot. Izuku could not stop thinking about how small Tsubasa had looked in his old pictures online. He wondered what Eri would look like turned into a Nomu. His hands shook harder. Tomura patted Izuku's back. Oh, I see now. Yes, Sensei does use minions who failed him as raw materials. But I'd never let that happen to you. We're friends. In fact, Tomura hadn't understood at all, but now he'd raised that possibility. Izuku felt even worse. Izuku stared at the rippling surface of his hot chocolate. If I failed all for one, then you wouldn't be able to stop him from punishing me. Look at me. Tomura put his face in front of Izuku's. True, Sensei does what he pleases. He's punished me plenty of times and I survived. I won't let him turn you into a Nomu. I swear on every game I've ever played. Tears formed in the corners of Izuku's eyes. Thank you, he said softly. He wished he could believe it, but he wasn't sure if this promise applied only to Izuku making mistakes. Would Tomura still feel bound to help a friend who betrayed him? Izuku was a traitor to everyone, not on the hero's side or the villain's, the only person trying to save his mother. Who would save Izuku himself? Once again, Izuku slept poorly. He'd had nothing but bad sleep since he'd seen what had become of Tsubasa and realized what might happen to Eri. Izuku was tempted to take the day off work, but he didn't know how well that would go over with All for One. Besides, he'd promised to have breakfast with Toshinori. Izuku dragged himself out of bed. Izuku met Toshinori outside Endeavor's agency. Would you like to go inside? Izuku asked. It's hot out here. I've got my own office where we could eat. Maybe I shouldn't. Toshinori rubbed the back of his neck. Endeavor has never liked me. Even if he didn't find out that I came here, it wouldn't feel right. Izuku added yet another reason why Endeavor had terrible judgment. Who would possibly dislike the hard-working janitor except a snob? A coffee shop wouldn't let me eat your delicious bento. But I know a nearby park with some tables under a pavilion. As they walked, Izuku noticed that Toshinori seemed unusually subdued. The janitor had hunched his shoulders over and kept twisting his fingers. After they sat down, Izuku opened the bento. The sushi was unusually sloppy, the avocado slipping out. Izuku had no complaints. He was getting a free meal and it tasted the same no matter how it looked, but he took this as another sign of distress from the chef. What's wrong? Izuku asked, picking up a sushi. Toshinori made no move toward his own food. About your request, he stared at the table. Was it too troublesome? Izuku asked. I thought it was worth asking you, but I knew it was a long shot. I'll understand if you didn't find anything. I found a case, Toshinori said grimly. He slid over a picture of a family, a father, mother, daughter, and son. A corgi panted in the boy's arms. This is the Shimura family. Does the name ring a bell? Are these your old neighbors? Izuku looked closely. Except for having black hair, the young boy looked very similar to Tomura. Maybe? I think so? It's been so long. What happened to them? I'm afraid I must deliver some very bad news, young Midoriya. Toshinori took a deep breath. The entire family is dead, except for the son. Izuku had expected as much, but he tried to look shocked. Oh no. Supposedly young Tenko Shimura developed a decay quirk spontaneously and accidentally destroyed his entire family. A neighbor saw part of it. She was too afraid to approach the boy. He wandered off, was reported missing, and eventually presumed dead. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Why do you say, supposedly? Tenko was diagnosed quirkless. Toshinori's hands clenched his knees. His eyes burned with such fire that the air itself seemed to vibrate. The police believed he was a late bloomer, but I know a villain who can give and take quirks. Now Izuku summoned all his fake acting ability. Whoa, that's hard believe. Not that I think you're lying, of course. Had he oversold that? His voice sounded high-pitched and fake to his own ears. Luckily, Toshinori seemed too distracted to notice. The janitor was lost in his own thoughts, staring off into the distance. The villain can also forcibly activate quirks. Quirk accidents do happen, But it's very unusual for a boy as old as Tenko to develop a quirk with no prior signs and cause such large spread destruction on the first use. I'm certain the villain caused this. Izuku filed away the information about All for One's capabilities. It was a twisted story indeed. Poor Tomura. Why do you think the villain did this? Nana Shimura was a hero who defied that villain and died by his hand. He hated her so much that she put her only son into a witness protection program to keep him safe. Kotaro was supposed to be safe. I don't understand why he changed his last name back to Shimura, when his mother must have told him about the danger. I don't know how All for the villain found them. I can't believe this happened without me even knowing. Tears fell from Toshinori's eyes. I should have protected them. Izuku ran around the table, arms outstretched. He hesitated at the last moment. Can I hug you? Toshinori accepted the embrace. His shoulders felt bony, his ribcage sticking out of his body. He trembled, his head against Izuku's shoulder. Tears soaked Izuku's shirt. Toshinori whispered, Nana was like a mother to me, and I failed her. Izuku knew what it felt like to blame yourself for something, even if it had happened far out of your sight and control. He'd felt the same way about Tsubasa's death. He struggled to find the right words to say. It's not your fault. Couldn't he think of something besides a cliché? A villain did this, not you. You couldn't have known. Toshinori drew back and wiped his nose. I'm sorry for making such a scene, young Midoriya. I'm embarrassed to have shown this to you. It's fine. Adults can cry too. You should see my mom. We have to replace our carpet regularly because she floods it. Izuku offered a handkerchief. He usually kept them on his person because both he and his mother cried so much. Thank you. Toshinori blew his nose. I didn't mean to dump on you when you must be in mourning too. I never knew the family unlike you. This must come as such a shock to you. Not really. Izuku had seen this story coming a long way off, and despite his lies, he'd never met any Shimura besides Tomura. I knew them a long time ago. Honestly, I barely remember them. I'm sure you're the one suffering the most. Toshinori said, I'm very grateful to you for bringing this to my attention. If not, I might have made a horrible mistake. I fear the villain's revenge scheme is even more subtle. A villain who attacked at USJ used a decay quirk. He also looked like Tenko Shimura. Oh, good. Toshinori had already made the connection with Tomura, so Izuku didn't need to find a way to reveal it. Izuku exhaled and shook his head. That's terrible. Young Shimura must have been taken as a small child and brainwashed all his life. It's so unfair. I don't know how much of the original Tenko is left in there. That villain can do terrible things to people's minds. Toshinori looked up with teary eyes. Do you think that Tenko can still be saved? Definitely. After hearing this story, Izuku had never been surer of it. Even though Izuku knew that Tomura could be dangerous, he also knew that Tomura had kindness for his friends. Tomura had even been willing to lie to All for One to keep Izuku out of trouble. He was far more complicated a person than a brainwashed puppet. But is it irresponsible to want to save a villain? What if that wish causes more people to become hurt? Villains are people too. People always have their reasons for becoming villains. Izuku was thinking of himself, not Tomura. Do you think that villains can be rehabilitated? Yes, of course. You wouldn't blame someone who became a villain because he was threatened into it, would you? That would definitely be extenuating circumstances depending on the nature of the threat. Do you think young Shimura was threatened? Izuku flinched. More likely he was brainwashed, but those cases are similar. Extenuating circumstances, like you said. But how to save him? Toshinori mumbled. Perhaps the safest option would be to arrest young Shimura and then rehabilitate him in jail. But I can't help feeling like All for One is trying to force young Shimura to fight me heroes. That could play into his hands. I think you should tell Tomura Shigaraki the truth, Izuku said. I doubt he knows that All for One, funny villain name, caused the death of his family. Izuku had considered telling Tomura himself. Probably Izuku had more credibility than anyone else with Tomura. But that option would be very, very risky. Izuku had started to get a feel for which of All for One's plans he could interfere with and which he could not. All for One hadn't cared about recruiting Stain. He cared about obtaining Eri. And All for One cared very, very much about his manipulations with Tomura. If Izuku tried to turn Tomura against All for One, but failed, then he had no doubt that his mother would pay for it. Trying to convince himself, Izuku said, "You are like family to Nana Shimura. I'm certain that you're the best person to talk to Tenko Shimura." Hopefully Toshinori would at least be a close second after Izuku himself. Toshinori straightened. "You're right. I'll try to find young Shimura and tell him the truth. If that fails, then I'll have heroes on standby to bring him in." "Definitely a good idea," Izuku said. He shuddered to imagine someone as sickly as Toshinori trying to fight Tomura. Toshinori smiled. "Thank you, young Midoriya. This conversation has helped me more than you could ever know. Because of you, I've found my path forward." Izuku blushed. "I'm just returning the favor for how many times you've helped me." As Izuku returned to Endeavor's agency, he pondered various plans in his mind. There would be plenty of chances to meet with Tomura, then slip his location to Toshinori. But he had two problems: how to explain how he knew where to find Tomura, and how to avoid getting caught in the net himself. Izuku still couldn't shake the feeling that he ought to talk to Tomura personally. They were something like friends. And friends shouldn't keep secrets from each other. But Izuku had nothing but secrets these days, and it was a risk that he couldn't afford. This was the right decision, even if it felt like the wrong one. Endeavor held a briefing on the operation to rescue Eri and take down Overhaul. Every moment was painful. Izuku couldn't stop thinking about how All for One knew their entire plan, and it was all his fault. He'd implanted the virus. What if a hero got hurt on the mission as a result? Izuku barely paid attention. No one cared. Although Shoto would be allowed go inside the compound with his father, Izuku had been ordered to stay outside and keep watch for any fleeing Yakuza. Endeavor had punctuated this with a glare and a justification that Izuku got into too much trouble. Clearly Endeavor expected argument, but Izuku was relieved. The less role he had in this plan, the less All for One could force him to sabotage it. Though Izuku fully expected All for One would find a use for him anyway. After the briefing, Izuku received a text from All for One commanding a dinner meeting tonight. His stomach rolled. Between the horrors of Tsubasa's death and Tomura's past, Izuku hated being forced to play nice with All for One. Izuku really didn't want to hear the plan to capture Eri. Not that avoidance would make the problem go away. He felt nauseous. His head throbbed. No way could he eat a bite. Unfortunately, at that precise moment, Shoto knocked on Izuku's office door. The door was slightly open already, Shoto's gray eye visible through the crack. Izuku quickly put away his phone, not wanting to answer any questions about his uncle All for One. "Come in." Shoto entered holding a plate with 2 donuts. "I noticed you didn't eat any breakfast today. And it looks like you're skipping lunch too. We've got some leftover donuts from a morning meeting. Would you like them?" "Oh, thank you. But I'm stuffed. I had breakfast with a friend." "Who did you eat with?" Shoto asked. To his horror, Izuku realized that Shoto thought he was lying. How pathetic and friendless did he seem? Izuku said, "Mr. Yagi happened to be in town. I'm not sure if you've met him?" "He's the janitor at U." Shoto's eyebrows drew up. "We have a janitor? I thought that Nizu used robots to clean the school." Izuku snapped. "Someone has to supervise the robots, obviously." His hand clenched. He realized he was being unfair. After Izuku had lied so many times, he didn't have the right to be upset when someone didn't believe him. Shoto was only acting out of concern. Rubbing his forehead, Izuku said, "Sorry, I'm not in the mood for donuts." "What would you like to eat?" Shoto asked. "Want to get soba?" Soba reminded Izuku of Dabi, giving him an excuse to change the subject. "How has the search for your older brother been going?" Shoto said, "I haven't found a trace of where he's hiding, but I learned a lot of interesting facts about his past." Izuku's stomach acid sloshed. Had Shoto realized that Dabi was a villain? Would Izuku be exposed too? He regretted bringing up this topic, but he needed to know. "Like what?" Shoto beamed. "It turns out Touya is sort of a vigilante." Pure confusion filled Izuku. Images of Dabi cackling maniacally and swanning around like an edgelord flashed across his mind. Izuku simply didn't believe it. Sort of. He's gotten into trouble with the police, but always because he helped people. Touya defeated a serial killer. He made an arsonist afraid of fire. He burned down a restaurant that was withholding paychecks from their staff. And there was one incident where he chased a priest around throwing fire at him, but when the priest went to the hospital for his superficial burns it turned out he had cancer. His life was saved because they caught it early, though I'm not sure how Touya knew about the cancer. Clearly Dabi hadn't known? It wasn't hard to find a restaurant that mistreated their staff. Inko had worked briefly as a waitress, so Izuku would know. Rubbing his forehead, Izuku tried to figure out how to gently burst Shoto's bubble. What other incidents have you found? My older brother also funds and directs a theater group for underprivileged youth. Shoto's eyes shone. I knew Touya couldn't be a bad person as soon as I found out that he was helping mentor people who have trouble controlling their quirks. We both had a very difficult childhood and that brought out the worst in him, but deep down he's a kind person. It's cool that he's overcoming his past to help people. Looking into those heterochromatic eyes, Izuku felt like he was about to kick a puppy. He couldn't tell Shoto the truth without breaking his own cover, and also breaking Shoto's heart. With a low Izuku massaged his temples. With concern, Shoto asked, "Do you have a headache?" Izuku seized on the excuse. "Yeah, I'm feeling sick." "I'm sorry to hear that. You should go home early," Shoto said. "Your health comes first. I'll tell my father. I'll take you up on that." Izuku stood up. He was grateful for the escape. Endeavor's opinion of him couldn't get any lower no matter how much he slacked off work. As Izuku pushed open the front door, Dabi lay on the sofa eating potato chips and scrolling through his phone. The villain wore an All Might t-shirt that he'd borrowed from Izuku. The shirt had arrived in the mail too big to fit Izuku, but he could never bring himself to return All Might merchandise. Dabi raised an eyebrow. "You're back early." "I'm feeling sick. Couldn't handle my dad's toxic personality?" "Something like that." Izuku assessed Dabi with his gaze. Despite being offered clean clothing and showers, Dabi had remained sweaty and greasy-haired. There was a ring of crumbs around his mouth. With a belch, Dabi adjusted his underwear. Izuku said, "I heard that you defeated a serial killer and an arsonist." "Did I?" Dabi asked. "I attack everyone who annoys me. I suppose I was bound to get a criminal sooner or later." Izuku said, "And you burned down a restaurant." Dabi reached for another potato chip. "They shouldn't have gotten my order wrong." "And you saved a priest's life." "You mean I killed a priest?" "I thought that would look great on my resume of evil deeds," Dabi said proudly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You think he's dead?" "His robes were on fire when I left," Dabi said. "Surely he must be dead. That one was my only successful murder. Forget you heard that. Clergymen are worth double points if you kill them, right? Just how bad was this fool at murder?" Izuku didn't even have the heart to tell Dabi that the one time he believed he'd succeeded, he'd accidentally saved someone's life. "Do you fund a theater group for underprivileged children?" "That can't be right. Where would you get the money?" Dabi half shrugged. "I failed every other audition, but that group took me in because I gave them money. My dance practice is way more important than clothing or eating." He scratched his butt crack. It seemed outrageous to Izuku that someone as smart, talented, and overall perfect as Shoto would admire this piece of burnable trash. Maybe after Shoto had been failed by both his parents, he was desperate to believe that his older brother was a halfway decent human being. Shoto needed a positive adult role model in his life, which made Izuku all the more determined to keep him as far away from Dabi as possible. Izuku couldn't bear to see Shoto disappointed. Imagine how Shoto would feel if his older brother tried to kill him. It would be better if Shoto never had to face cold reality. Also, Izuku's cover would be destroyed because no one who spent more than 5 minutes with Dabi could believe that rigmarole about him helping a quirk support group. Izuku headed for the stairs. "Please don't get crumbs on the sofa." This only received a neutral grunt in reply. Dabi was another problem. At this point Izuku would have happily turned his villainous houseguest over to Maruko, But Dabi never left the house. Dabi seemed content to sit on Izuku's sofa and eat his food all day. Alas, Izuku could hardly call down the rabbit hero on his own location. Maybe if Izuku let the fridge empty out, then eventually Dabi would go outside. Frankly, Izuku was glad to kick the Dabi problem down the road when the Eri problem was far more urgent. Izuku flopped down on his bed and closed his eyes. He saw sparks behind his eyelids. He needed to think up a plan, but his head hurt too much to concentrate. Perhaps a short nap would make him feel better. Without even pulling the covers over himself, Izuku fell asleep easily. The sound of the doorbell woke Izuku up. He groaned, forcing his groggy eyelids open. From downstairs, Shoto called, "Midoriya? I brought stomach medicine and crackers. They should be easy to eat on a weak stomach." "Hi, big brother." Then came the sound of fire crackling. Izuku took the stairs 2 at a time. Make time. Omake. The tragedy of USJ. Tomura. Finally, I get to meet Eraserhead and ask for his autograph. Oh no, I'm blushing. Nomu, make Eraserhead not look at me. I didn't mean for you to crush Eraserhead's face against the ground. Nothing for it but to hit his head even harder and hope he develops amnesia. Aizawa, lying on the ground bleeding, this is why I never meet my fans. Omake. Achievement unlocked Tomura and Spinner friendship. Izuku, it's creepy that you hacked Spinner's online handle to find his real name. Tomura, we play online games together. He's one of the only normal people in my party. I also play with a thief descended from Aji Haruma, 2 robbers, and a high school girl. I look up the identities of all my online friends to make sure I don't accidentally kill them in real life. Izuku, I don't know if that's sweet or disturbing. Omake, in which Izuku joins the heist. Izuku, Tomura, you can't steal Eraserhead's scarf. That's morally wrong. The money is going to charity. Tomura, I heard that All Might added an old costume of his to the raffle. Izuku, welp, now I have to help villains steal some hero merchandise. I'm being forced into this against my will. I have no choice whatsoever. Do you know which version of his costume?